Testing, testing. 1, 2, testing.
Testing, testing.
Jordan?
Yeah, I could hear it.
Testing. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Hello and welcome to the Yacht Club. The Yacht Club. Oh my God.
Auspicious start to the show.
What?
Have you been drinking, Tim?
Here,
Wow.
wait, I'm gonna go back to
Well,
starting. We can do this all over again.
Yeah, let's start again. Okay, ready? Okay.
All right, curtains
Here
down.
we go. Curtain
Curtains
down.
down.
Here, clink. All right, go.
And hello and welcome to the Yacht Club, your weekly bar citizen. Here we talk about the latest hot topics, what's happening in the community, and we talk about ships and cool releases and all kinds of great stuff. Because guys and gals, and in between and all around, this is the Yacht Club. We have an awesome time. We have 3.9, which just launched today live in whatever state it's in. We're going to talk about it, go over that, and go over the details and have a good time. So sit back, grab a drink for the next 2.5 or so hours. Join us, talk. Let's have a great time. Communicate, entertain, talk about our favorite hobby that we all share, which is Star Citizen and all the ships and flying around and dreaming about awesome stuff. So we're going to be going over the hottest topics. And during this time, if you have questions for us, we answer those questions at the end of the show. We've got a bit of a backlog from last show, but we want to make sure we can get to your questions. So help us identify them, pull them out of chat or off the website or via Discord by prefacing them with the word question in brackets so that we can grab that and get to it at the end of the show. While we talk about how our weeks went very quickly, tell us about what you're drinking while we tell you what we're drinking. It's a fun game we like to play. If you want to donate to the show, everything that comes into us goes back to you in the form of shift giveaways. So feel free to donate. Otherwise, let's go around and talk about the show host. So Shadowkin, why don't you tell us what you're drinking? And we want to hear the story very quickly about what just happened before the show as you went to go make a
I
drink.
stabbed myself first of all with this guy. No, okay, so I ran over there. So we were literally ready to go live, and I was like, "Oh shit, I need a drink!" And Jordan, of course, said the same thing. So I wasn't the only one. So I ran, sprinted over there to get the drink. I realized I still had a cat down here that I'm still trying to break in, who's also not feeling really well. She was the first cat we ever got, that's Nadia. So I had to take her upstairs. So I ran her upstairs. I tripped over another cat who was trying to get her while I was trying. I tripped up the stairs. I got her up into the room. I ran back down. I fell down the stairs. I didn't even have a drink yet. I didn't even have a drink yet. This is only halfway done. Ran down the stairs, ran back, slipped on the fucking rug. Because I always step on this stupid rug. Ran down the stairs, came downstairs, started to make a drink, stabbed myself with the thing, almost dropped the thing of Lux Shadow cherries, almost. I finally got the drink made. I poured in bitters, orange bitters, and then at the very beginning, and then I mixed my drink, and then I poured in another type of bitters. So my drink is very interesting. At this point, it was funny because I had it muted the whole time, and I was a truck driver at that time, so that's why when it came back, I was going to ask them if they heard anything, and I was like,
So what you survived?
Yeah. There were some other things that happened in between, but anyway, it was pretty funny. Anyway, so I got my cool new shirt, which is actually from the Horton Hustle. So she came on my show the other night. She's like, I have to get a cool shirt. And I'm like, well, what are you going to get? She's like, I can't tell you. So she got the shirt and showed up on my show. So I had to get one myself. So drink up. But
Thanks
yes.
for the sub, Insidian.
Yes.
So,
So,
do we need to get you a life alert?
Whew.
I've fallen and I can't get
Yeah,
up.
right? I can't reach my drink. That's pretty much what it was. So I got a nice Basil Hayden Dark Rye Manhattan, and it has extra bitters in it.
So
But it actually
somebody's
tastes
saying
pretty
that
good.
Shadow is very loud. Is he much louder than the rest of us?
I'm also leaning into my mic really bad. So
Okay.
am I like, yeah, how is the volume, people? Am I
Yeah,
loud
let us
and
know.
excitable as usual?
Last week we were out of balance.
Yes.
Everybody
what?
says, yes, you're loud.
Okay.
Shadow's always louder than everyone. Okay, here, I'll pull it down
quieter,
here.
apparently.
Yeah, I'm gonna go way down just so because you always hear me. All right. So anyway,
All right.
on to that. It's been a
So-
busy week. How about you,
Apparently I'm a
Jordan?
bit muffled.
Oh yeah, you.
This
I don't know if I can turn it up anymore. Can't do it on my end anyway.
Here,
Sound
I'll
Can
turn
you
it up.
turn it up on your end?
testing,
I could-
testing sound.
Is he soft or
Turn
is
Stim and Jordan up.
Is
Shadow
he
down by
soft?
25%.
or just here? All right.
Well, I'm not hard, I can tell
There
you
go.
that.
Okay, so I sharpened it up a little bit. Is that better, people? Say,
How does
say
that
the fox
sound?
thing.
Testing, testing.
Yeah, that's
Testing,
a lot better.
The
testing
blue
sound.
fox ran over
Are
the
we-
red carpet.
Are we balanced? Stim soft, Jordan good.
Okay, so I'll keep talking.
No, you're good.
And this is how we discuss things about ships and
And
CIG, and we trash talk all
And
the other
space.
YouTubers because
And
that's what.
drinking.
It sounds like
That's what we
Stim's
do.
being killed with a pillow over his head.
Oh
Now
no!
Shadow was decent. Now a little soft.
That's no good. Okay,
I'm not.
it's a
I'm
brand new
never
mic. It's
stop.
pretty awesome. I gotta.
All right,
I'll sort out the
our views are matching now, so
Sounds
we
like
should be
Stim
good.
is being killed by holding a pillow over his head.
I know, I love that. Hey, Lord
Hey,
Styles.
Styles.
Okay, so
Okay, hopefully we're semi-balanced here. Thanks for the feedback there.
All right, Pixel. Thanks, man.
so how are
Pixel
you
says that
doing,
you're a bit-
Jordan? And what are you drinking? What did you run and get and not almost kill yourself with?
Nothing really exciting, but at least it's something other than water. It is a lemonade vitamin water. Tasty and chill.
It's not water.
Yes, it's not just regular
lemonade
water.
vitamin
it's
water.
Lemonade vitamin water, because I am still out of beer, and
Oh.
getting fitter and trimmer every day. I don't think I exercised today though. I'd been trying to. I fit in that 5-minute burst exercise every few hours, and I didn't end up doing that today. But
Well, I
that's
just
okay.
did. I just did for
yeah,
you.
you got. Yeah,
For you.
It was a decent day.
Tacodactyl says that's
3.
hummingbird food.
Yes, yes. Little sugar water there. Yeah, it was a decent day until 3.9 went live, and I had issues. We'll talk about that later. Stim, how about you?
I'm watching I Like to Die. I complain about spending too much time in jail in the game. It's really cool. Yeah, I'm good. I've had a great week. It's been really busy, lots of hard work, but things are moving forward, which is really nice. I've been getting out a lot more, which is really good. We're not easing restrictions here yet in Vancouver, but if you're smart, you can go places where nobody else is, and if you physically distance, it can work well. And then you just, you're careful on your supply runs, as I like to call them, to spread as much fear as I possibly can about the world and how it's going on right now. So it's been good. It's been good. And Stim wife has been in good spirits, and that always helps. You know how that goes. And then, yeah, just kind of trying to get through the day. And now that 3.9 has dropped, I'm super excited to get into it. I get to play tomorrow night with a couple of friends, so I'm super excited. And it'll be great to finally get back into the game as well. It's been so long since I've been able to dip into the game and actually play, so that's going to be a lot of fun. Yeah, so that's me. I'm drinking some Red Bull. And then later on, I've got some water, of course. And then later on, I'm going to move on to a nice 10-year port to relax out the night and smooth out all the awesome Star Citizen content we're going to talk about. All right, so there's only 3 of us, and normally I'd pass that on to Doc and we'd chat for a little while longer, but it's great. We get to dive right into the content. So
Doc's wife's birthday. So for those who are wondering where Doc is,
whoa. Happy birthday, Doc.
Nurse Murray.
happy birthday, Doc's wife, Mrs. Doc.
Yeah. So I'm just going to fix my camera. Why don't you dive into the first thing there, Jordan? Starting off with Inside Star Citizen.
Thursday, Inside Star Citizen. So Inside Star Citizen was back last week, and I really liked it. They showed how they were transitioning to work from home, and everybody's wondering, it's like, well, are they just going to take their computers home from the office? And yeah, they did, and they showed it. I thought that was really pretty cool. For those of y'all who don't know, CIG has cinematographers that are constantly documenting everything that happens at all of the studios for a future documentary on this whole project, which I think is going to end up being a lot longer than they initially planned. Yeah, so it might need to be
from a 30-minute clip to about a 4-year movie.
This is going to be like
a TV miniseries.
It's going to be like Game of Thrones epic documentary of the making of Star Citizen over.
Oh, it'll be great though.
Yeah, no, it's I love every one of the ones where they kind of do these little things where they put together these documentary things, just like on Inside Star Citizen last week. It's so cool seeing behind the scenes about what's really going on in the offices. So everybody showed everybody packing up and working from home and how the transition was, and they did confirm that it was a very fast, smooth transition to work from home because they are so set up to do everything remotely with all their multiple studios around the world. Hey, thanks Hanzo, appreciate the Twitch Prime sub there. And you want to throw that video up there, Shadow?
Which one? We jumped
the,
over the M50 cockpit. That's why we wondered.
do we not have the work from home video?
I don't see
I
a
thought I
link
had a link
for
for
it.
that. Well, god damn it.
I
All right,
was
well, never
wondering
mind.
where you guys are gonna go with that one. The first link is for the M50 cockpit, so I'm like, I'll just keep it here.
Yeah, I made a video for that, but everybody saw it. I'm sure if you didn't see it, you are a Star Citizen failure. So sorry.
Yes.
We still love you, but go
Yes.
watch it after
Go
the
watch
show.
it anyway.
Or
It was
tomorrow.
really good. I mean,
Yeah.
the Inside Star Citizen, I think is the perfect format, but I know there's a lot of argument.
Yeah,
people over that.
they do a good job. Thanks for the Twitch Prime. I like to die. Oh, we
I
got a
like
hype
to
train incoming.
die. Oh, Pixel gifted
Pixel.
one to Miss Physics. Very nice.
Mystic
Thank you, guys.
Physics. Good to see you, Mystic Physics. But so the transition to work from home went really smoothly because they're set up very well for that already. And now it's finals week. Tyron was saying that, and but what they did say is that it's a little bit more difficult for creative teams to try to coordinate when they're not all right next to each other and they don't have as many people in the offices, which is how they've been setting up all their teams here over the past year or two. So lost a little bit of efficiency there, but I think they're probably doing better than people thought that they were. And they didn't really talk about the delays of 3.9 and how long it was in Evocati during that, but they were, for those of y'all who got into the PTU, and there were patches that were so great. It was so solid, so stable, and they were doing a great job with that. The crash recovery was working phenomenally. We had a bunch of sessions where we might crash out 2 or 3 times, but it was absolutely perfect recovery right back into where we were. So as long as you weren't going full speed into a spaceport or an asteroid or something, the recoveries worked pretty well.
Yeah, I had experience with that last night.
Mm-hmm.
So,
is that how you ended up in jail?
Yeah, no, it's actually how I ended up at the top, and I actually relogged that. Came back in at the top, which was very surprising. Okay. I didn't think that was even possible. So that was good. I'm very glad that worked.
I don't actually know anything about jail other than I watched the I don't think I threw up that clip for the 3-minute speed run of the jail.
I got up like 7. That's pretty good. 3 would be really freaking quick, man.
Yeah, it's like he went through it. He hit everything. He knew exactly which way to go every turn.
Point. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the hardest part.
Where to jump, where to land. He did he did that incredibly fast. I think most people are saying it takes him around 15 minutes or so to get out. So 7's pretty good, especially for your first time without having.
I know, right? Totally just felt the force on that one.
Anything. Good job.
I died horribly when I got to the top. Yeah.
You're a natural prisoner.
Where's Horton at? She can tell you all about it. She was
I tuned in briefly for some of that. I saw some of that exploration.
Cool.
Stim has not experienced prison yet.
Stim,
are you there?
No, he's muted or something.
Right? Hello, Stim.
Am I here now?
Now you're here.
Yes.
Hey, what's up?
Oh, fantastic.
Good lad.
I don't know what's happening there.
That little red button needs to be off.
I am very excited about actually going through and checking out prison, but I want to do it where I go in, I try to escape, I get caught. Actually, I make it, but then I die, and I go back to prison because I get caught, and then actually do some mining and figure it out and kind of go through that because that's going to be a lot of fun.
That mechanic definitely works, by the way.
Yeah, I like to face
the dying part.
Dying and adding time. I went in with 3 hours and 26 minutes and ended up with like 8.
Just normal gearing. So I like that I has normal gear and guns. He didn't get the multi-tool or the prison outfit. So he hasn't been able to get out of prison.
Oh yeah, that is a problem. Yeah, if you're naked, you're not getting out of there.
Yeah, and I don't know if character reset gets you out of prison. I assume that it does.
I think it does. Yeah, Spectre I think said that.
Yeah.
I think. I could be wrong.
Yeah, although character reset has other
implications,
which I've experienced.
So we still need to talk about the working from home stuff. So
we did. What was your
No,
opinion
no,
of the
you,
working
you
of
just
home?
spoke and then you moved on to the next thing, and I was like, blah, 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 but apparently I was muted. So I got to say props to CIG. Awesome communication. They've really been giving us much more feedback on how things are going and how it's working, and especially during a difficult time like this, they were able to document a little bit about that moving home, working from home side of things, and then had the wherewithal to tell us how it's going and how they're doing as a result of it, which I think is hugely fantastic. They spoke about how they needed to check up to see how people were doing. Are they sick? How are they dealing with kids? Adjusting their schebles. They had some issues like internet caps with their giant
60 gig downloads.
yeah. That's massive. Obviously, security issues they had to deal with. They had some issues with their VPN that they were happy enough to share with us. And then they had to change some of their processes on their meetings and their deployment process, especially, all to make this happen. So, we can understand when Todd Pappy says, look, they're not at 100% capacity, but they're in good spirits, and obviously they're working effectively.
Making it work.
Yeah, that's great. I think all we could ask for is the fact that they're doing all they can to make sure that they're working at best capacity. So that's really great to hear, to get that feedback.
Yeah,
I like the fact that they said that they're spending more time playing in game together, which lets them experience what we experience.
Mm-hmm.
But we have a poll up.
Yeah, given the choice, would you work from home?
Where's the I always have.
Yeah.
Some people don't have a choice.
Yeah, I've kind of in
Sounds
both
like
boats
that.
there.
What about the part-time?
There's
I
some
like the
bias in framing
part-time.
that question.
Yeah, I really can't answer that one. It's not...
Wow, correct.
It's
Cheers,
like, this is all
5,000.
normal.
Dang, buddy.
Massive
Pixel with
cheer.
the
Ah,
sub
thanks,
Very
Pixel.
nice. Very nice. Thank you, sir.
Appreciate all those
Wow.
gift subs there.
Yeah.
Holy smoke,
well
guys.
done, lad. Well
Pixel.
done. He's
You're the
just trying to get me
beast.
to bring him a bottle of basil, Hayden. That's all. I told him I was
Question
doing
is,
enhanced
did it
tonight.
work?
He's like, I don't have any
Running low
more.
on supplies.
A little bit more, and maybe you'll get there.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't stipulate that your kids would be home with you, Judge Ed says.
Oh,
yeah, that's
yeah.
one of the challenges a lot of people are having.
Yeah, because it's totally.
Yeah,
that is
talking
the
with-
difficult part about it.
Yeah, one of my sales guys, he's got 2 kids, fairly young kids. His wife, who's also working from home, and his wife's mother and brother are all in the same house right now. So it's like he like leaves the house and gets in the car to drive around to call me to like I had to get out of the house. I have to talk to somebody besides my wife.
Yeah. I know people that just need to get out. I mean, even StimWife, she needs to get out and go down to the seawall and walk that like every day. And it was kind of cool, actually. I went down with her yesterday, which is really cool. And there was like sea otters, and there were seals, and there were all kinds of cormorants and loons, and just I saw this giant woodpecker. I had no idea what it was. I thought it was like a kingfisher. It's a relatively small bird, to be honest, but it's just really cool. And we heard it pecking, and then we saw it on the rock, and then there's herons, and just amazing. Like just
What do you get one of
is-
those in one of your exhaust vents? You won't really appreciate them.
No, probably not. But I prefer talking about the live ones.
No,
that are
no.
coming
I
out
mean,
because there's
alive.
no humans around.
Alive inside of an exhaust vent. I had one at my
Oh.
parents' house. Holy hell.
No
It sounded
way.
like there was a air gun going off on the roof. It was hilarious.
Yeah, Alex, a friend of mine had at her family's house. She had one that was pecking on the metal flashing at the top of the house. So first of all, like
Yeah, that's loud as
Darwin
shit.
Award move, but like super loud. The entire house is just
Yeah, it sounds like an
resonating
air
with
hammer
this.
in the roof on the roof. It's
Yeah.
unreal. That's what this sounds like.
'Cause-
So it sounds like a lot of people are having some interesting issues. Chip said one of my ex-coworkers is home with 7
7
kids and his
kids. I
wife.
know. I
Like,
read that.
Oh,
well, that was his
God.
first mistake. EOD says that Osama bin Laden was holed up in a house in Pakistan for 5 years with 3 of his wives and all of his children. Pretty sure he called the Navy SEALs in on himself.
Oh dear.
It's a valid point.
That's
That is a
dark, but
valid
that's funny.
point.
That's really funny.
too
Dark but really
funny.
funny. That fits right in then.
Oh my God.
And then
I love it.
Deckel said he had a national conference call webinar for work today, during which they said that they're now considering allowing more working from home. And I'm like, no, I need the office. I need to be forced away
Yeah.
from the distractions around the house. Like,
Well, I
yeah,
mean, if kids
it's.
go back to school, then it's a totally different thing. I think that's a big change.
I was talking with both my sales guys today at different times. We were talking about how, when he wasn't sure if he should call me. It was like 5 to 6, and I'm still on my computer, and I'm doing some work, and I'm on Discord, and I'm on Concierge, and I'm messing around with I'm logging in and out of Star Citizen trying to fix my account, and so I wasn't sure if I should call you, your home and family or anything like that. It's like, it's like all day we blend our home stuff, our work stuff, and it all just kind of blends together, and we don't necessarily lose efficiency, depending on how well you can work with those kinds of distractions. Because at the office we also have lots of distractions. For those of y'all who have office lives, your coworkers are coming up, your boss is coming up, you're wandering around, you go to the break room, you got to get up and stretch your legs, and you meet some people. And I think we have almost as many distractions in the office as we do at home. So out of an 8-hour day, you probably only get about 4 to 5 hours of working, depending on what kind of work you do. I was kind of I think about the CIG folks when you see them and they're working. I mean, they got their headphones on and they're just like that's like
They work like I do.
they can't be like that all the time. But
Well,
I think
but
programmers,
programmers totally different. You're absolutely correct.
Yeah.
They can put
Yeah,
on a set of
exactly.
headphones and zone the
Yeah.
world out, and that's what they want. That's how I work.
you
That's
got to focus.
my whole work schedule is shifted to night now, so I like start working at like 7 or 8 p.m. and work till like 4 a.m. because nobody bothers me. The cats even go to sleep.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yes, it kind of depends on the industry that you're in.
Diurnal cats as opposed to nocturnal ones.
No,
Wow.
dude, the cats during the day sometimes are unruly, and it's a distractions thing. I like going in the office because they don't bother, they don't distract me. It's whether I see them on the cameras or they're down here or they're causing. It's just so when like nighttime rolls on, I get 2 or 3 of them down here. They chill out, and then I get to work. So yeah, I mean, it all depends on your work situation.
Diehard prefers meetings in person, not like in the whole teleconferencing thing. It's like I miss my normal schedule when I'm home because it's just like the most perfect schedule that I've created for myself, and I am so lucky that I have the flexibility.
Disrupting the Jorn.
Yeah, I wake up at around 6:30 and I make a cappuccino and I get on the computer and I catch up with everybody on Discord and all the news and stuff that happened overnight. And then I start getting into emails, and between like 6:30 and 9 o'clock, 8:30 to 9 o'clock, I have a couple of cappuccinos, take a shower, do a lot of emails. I've got that kind of quiet time early in the morning, and I focus on getting some project stuff done, and then I'll go out and usually I try to schedule like construction site meetings or client office meetings in the mid to late morning. So it's like I'm awake and I'm going and I'm in it, and it's in that kind of best time of the day. And then I head to the office usually late morning, noon, and I spend the afternoon at the office, and then I don't leave until like 6 or 6:30. And it's just it's I do miss that, and it's a very lucky blend of all of the above. It's like some home, some outside meetings, office stuff. Like, yeah.
Yep. I like how EOD operator says, to sum it up in one word, why the human race will never reach its full potential is the word meetings.
Yes.
I disagree. It depends on the kind of meetings. No, when you think meetings, you think of those corporate meetings and some mid-level manager.
I think the whole point is, meetings can get out of hand, and, meetings, if they're done well, and if you're a programmer, if you're involved in software development, you understand how to run good meetings, and when meetings go badly. There's so many ways to run meetings, and if you look at things like agile methodology, just from a program perspective, when it's done properly, everyone's standing, right? No one's sitting down. Or if you go for walking meetings, everyone's standing, but it's really just yes, you get some exercise, but it's kind of an excuse to run your mouth or talk about what's going on in your life as well.
There's one way to run meetings that was from the Germans.
But
not those Germans.
No, not those Germans. God.
BMW had it one way. They said no meetings go longer than 30 minutes. Your agenda is presented before the meeting, and you immediately sit down and start talking about the topic and the solution, not about catching up on it. You go into it knowing everything.
That's so German.
30 minutes, boom, done.
That's why they're so
Loved
efficient.
it.
Metactics, the company that Shadowkin and I work on directly together, we started off with the meetings being close to an hour, a little over an hour from times. Now we're finishing under half an hour because we're getting down to business and we're working through it straight away. And it's by no means a super refined and tight knit process. That we do talk about a couple of things. We do go into the weeds, but we do it quickly and effectively. So concise is one of the terms.
There you go.
Which I'm not being right now.
Thanks, Pix, for that T1 sub to Chip.
All right, Pixel, nicely done.
All right, M50 cockpit.
So moving on with our agenda was Inside Star Citizen.
So why don't you play this one? We'll start with the cargo deposits.
That's still
with
image
the,
on
with the listening one.
that one.
Yeah.
Which one?
That one's just a still image of the M50 cockpit. What does everybody think about that?
Oh, this. Okay, yeah, I love it. I mean,
I think it's looking good. I think it's looking good.
I can't wait to see the rest of it.
I want to see it from the player perspective. I
totally agree. That's exactly what I was thinking. Because the M50 cockpit is very good right now. I think they think it's a little low, but I think it's good the way it is. I can't wait to see the way they refine, because I feel like they're going to make it more of a racing ship. So they're going to strip away some of that overview, which I hope, or maybe have like optional overviews. That would be really cool.
Well, it looks like there's a lot more overview. In fact, it looks like it kind of goes behind into the back, almost straight to the engine.
No, I mean like the HUD overview, or like the HUD, because like in the HUD it had all this extra like targeting information. You're never gonna fight anybody in it. Well, you shouldn't. I wouldn't. That's just
I've known a lot of people that use the M50 when it had two size twos.
I guess size twos.
Like Ms. Hartz, she was really effective dogfighting in the M50 when it had two size. It's back to two size twos, I think, because they went down to two size ones.
Well, they're not gimbaled, right?
Back up to two size twos.
They're fixed. Right?
I think that's fixed size twos or gimbal sized ones. I don't think they're gimbal size twos. Because then they'd be able to mount size threes.
Right.
But
hey, Terror Squad.
It's
nice.
I think that's
man.
Fat Lou, actually.
Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, probably.
Oh, yeah.
FL, Fat Lou. Thanks, Fat Lou. Even though you don't say anything in chat.
Good to see you, buddy. Good to see you.
Well, when fixed weapons work, a small nimble ship is able to get on target better, so it can be very effective. Just
and also you don't get hit.
Right now. Yeah, I was thinking it's so tiny and
murdering
so
somebody is don't die.
Yeah.
So yeah, there is that.
Yeah, Roman's saying with mass drivers probably because they're way OP, but that has been fixed. They're no longer super OP. They have been dialed back to be in line with other weapons. So yeah, check out the 3.9 patch notes. There's a lot of information there. We're not going to go through that here today, but yeah, they fixed a lot of stuff.
Yep. Agreed. All right, so bartender.
All right, bartender.
Yeah.
So we're going through Inside Star Citizen, and we're just gonna do without audio. But after that, we're gonna do a bit of a different format this week. We're going to go through each little segment because they're really nice, concise, and discrete segments, and then show them off so everybody can hear them. They're all under a minute, and then we'll talk about them and give our thoughts and opinions and hear yours, or see yours, rather, and then respond.
So this is in really low quality because it's actually a video call inside of a video that's been stripped from YouTube.
Yeah.
So it's not your screen. It's just that bad. No, I'm really excited about this, obviously.
I love this. We can actually get a beer.
I hope we are going to be able to make drinks. That would be really cool.
Yeah. But they did these animations ages ago, and it's nice to finally see them, in play. Are these in 3.9 now?
No. They did not get the bartender into 3.9. And I know they were trying. I don't know if it's coming into a subsequent patch. I don't know if it's actually on the roadmap. I don't think that it is, but should be coming soon.
I think it'll be one of those things they sneak in.
Yeah, it might
It'll
come
liven things up a little bit.
Enter a patch.
Yeah.
Since we can't go to the bar now, maybe we can go to the bar in the verse.
Yeah, well, we
Yeah,
got Wally's.
get a-
That's a
get a
start.
drink
Well,
served
There's no
to us.
bartenders,
we-
but you could jump the
we had
thing and actually
we
serve
had
yourself.
we had a party at Wally's Bar on Saturday. The Yacht Club
We'll
had a
show
great
that
party.
later.
We'll show that a little bit later.
Yeah.
And Astropub actually was kind of semi-tending bar at Wally's Bar. He went and got a whole bunch of drinks from the concession stands and had them all on the bar, and people were coming up,
Nice.
and he was serving drinks.
And when
He's been
you
wanting
open
to
the
do that
drinks,
for a
it
long
actually
time.
goes. Just
Yes.
like
Nice.
it should.
I love that. Actually, open all the drinks.
Mhm.
That is awesome.
Although your default action after you're done with it is to just throw it on the floor.
So Chip says I don't get the emphasis on bartenders. So they talked about that just a few weeks ago, and we talked about it here on the show. So because of the range of
Thanks to Tip
complex
Striker.
Yep, thanks for sipping.
activities, thanks Stryker, the range of complex activities and interactions of having to get things out of cabinets and moving around and setting things and interacting with other stuff. The bartender kind of has a huge range of functionality that other NPCs will need in the verse. So they arrived at the bartender as their test case for testing all of these NPC animations and activities. And then they'll be able to, right now the shopkeepers are standing behind the counter and they might look at you, they might say something, but they don't actually really do anything. So, yeah, exactly, Chip. They're starting with the most complex, so that they get all these things down and then they can roll out these tools and systems, the programming to all the other NPCs, so people can stop complaining that they're just standing on chairs. Which actually in 3.9
Standing on
they are. We talked about that last week.
Yeah, 3.9 actually works now. They're doing
Yeah,
stuff.
they are really, really almost uncannily alive compared to before. And it's like the change is kind of shocking in a way because we've been so used to them just
Right,
not
I
doing
know.
anything.
Well, I know there was actually because I was as a test I followed somebody to see actually what they did, and like they like came down to the train station, they looked at the train schedule, and then they like walked over to get on a train but didn't get on. I was like, oh man, they would have been like so close to like getting it really well. But I mean, you're right, they're not standing on top of chairs anymore, so that's called progress.
I almost missed that. Avadia said that they're pushing back the 890 SCU cargo for bartenders. Like, hey, I'll take
Please
a
no.
good bartender and be able to get a drink over having cargo in my 890. It's like,
Amen
No.
to that.
No,
Yeah,
I will fight you. I will fight you.
fight me, fight me.
Round one.
Bite me, bro.
It's reminding me of Box VR. I've been doing some Box VR.
Oh,
Box. Yeah, the boxing
It's a
animations
workout.
in Star Citizen are a little.
it is a good workout.
They're kind of funny.
So,
All right. Why don't we move on to cargo depots? And
do we want
we're
to
gonna play
sound?
that?
Sound?
Yeah, we want sound for
Yeah,
that.
here we go.
Yeah.
Buddy, shut up.
So the cargo shop is a little different from the shops which have been kind of like a single purpose shop. It's kind of a one-stop shop for all your cargo needs, and it'll have a small commercial area for retail purchases with possible sort of guild discounts available. Then there's a small administration area and also a small area to sort of eventually rent cargo specific ships as well, and potentially like going forwards cargo containers and things like that. It's obviously set in what we're trying to do as a sort of delivery warehouse, mentioning no sort of brand names of course, but if you've ever been in a post office it should be kind of familiar. It's a large warehouse with lots of stacks of different cargo and supplies with a small commercial area for customer use. So the cargo shop.
So there you go.
Yeah. I'm excited. You know, it's cargo. Anything we get for cargo is incredible, and having the whole
Super excited.
system set up where you go up, you arrive, you talk to administration, you potentially hire people to do the loading and unloading for you.
Thanks, Belton Black.
Yep. Thank you, sir.
Nice tip, Belt. Nice one.
Way
Nice one.
to go.
Yeah, cargo. I just get giddy.
It's giddy. It's
Yeah,
giddy
no,
because
I-
it's functional, right? And the building blocks that are made here are carried through in a number of other places in the game.
Mhm.
That's why I think it's
Totally.
exciting.
Totally. I don't
Yeah,
even
and
care if it
cargo's my
takes a
big
long
thing, too.
time to load cargo anymore, just because if it's that immersive gameplay, and if it still ends up, it's still got to be really profitable. Mining is going to be profitable. Cargo is a mainstay of games. That's why right now that they've got combat, they've got courier, mining, and cargo. Like those are the mainstay type things. Things like exploration and farming and crafting are things that aren't necessarily full-on mainstays of games. They've been in games before, but they are those expansionary gameplay activities. They're not the core gameplay activities that you need to really create an immersive world, as far as I'm concerned. So pretty exciting.
Yeah, cargo's my big thing, and the additional functionality, like you were saying, of being able to trade cargo with other players, being able to store cargo, lot of those other things that they're going to be adding are super exciting. A whole new area in these space stations. Thanks for the tip, Insidian. That's awesome, man.
Wow, guys.
$25. You could
Wow.
rename somebody.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. We forgot to mention that, but that's okay.
Yep.
I like that.
It's so for those of you that don't know, if you tip $25 or more, you get to rename one of the hosts for the duration of the show, and we have to call each other by that new name. We are putting in some restrictions when we remember.
Yeah.
Some of those restrictions are things like nothing rude, nothing obvious.
Just don't be a dick. That's
anyone.
all. It's that simple.
Got
There's that, right? Like someone tried to be last year.
So Captain Nemo says exploration is a main pillar. Well, it's definitely a main pillar of this game. But if you look at traditional MMOs, sure, you're exploring and you're checking things out, but they tend to have to give you quests to go out and explore, to see worlds. They use some of the game mechanics to get you to get off the quest pathing, and they often use game mechanics to make you team up with people. The way that Star Citizen will work is teaming up with people is just inherently a natural thing to do, and things we want to do, as opposed to just go about soloing the world. It's just how it's designed. So
there was another part to Nemo's question or statement and challenge. So that exploration is a main pillar because information depreciates. Changed my mind. So
yeah, okay. Actually, I kind of see that.
Exploration is definitely one of the main pillar careers in Star Citizen.
100%. Yeah.
80% of people say that that's their primary interest in Star Citizen, and have since the beginning of the project. When
totally
CIG
agree.
does
It
these
used to be 70%. Apparently it's grown by 10.
70-80%, somewhere
Does
in there.
that.
Yeah, we had that survey a few months ago. We talked about.
Oh, let's survey that now. Let's do that now. There's just a little Yacht Club poll. T, throw that up.
Yeah,
what is the number one thing? Yeah, we have five things. I would say
things. So
mining, exploration,
cargo,
trade,
mining.
Well, just call it trade.
Pirating. Got to have pirating.
Yeah, being a D-bad.
So exploration, trade, mining,
all of it.
Pirating, and just general PvP.
No, pirating's the same thing.
It's not really.
Not necessarily.
There's a whole
pirating is specifically for
partying.
bounty.
Losers shoot Larry's got it. Partying. Put partying.
Yeah,
in.
There we
That's
go.
what I'm going to be doing. That's my primary exploit.
That's the yacht club.
So that's what the bartending is all
party I
about.
could
It's for
throw?
the partying gameplay loop. Starts off with a little bit of music.
So you get to own your own bar and make a living as a bartender.
Dancing. You know how it goes, Leisure Snoop.
You know how clothes fall off. All right. Anyway.
So hooking one says space trucking, man.
Yeah,
you
space
are
trucking. Yep.
you are in my heart, man. Space trucking, way to go.
Yep.
So much fun. So
there's
we have a
the
poll up.
there's
Thank
the
you,
poll
guys.
up now.
What is your
All
plan for Star Citizen?
What is my plan for today? Oh, world domination is in there, so I'm going to go with partying.
Trade. Vote.
It's tough for me between exploration and trade.
We really need a multi-selection box for
Partying.
this.
Oh, partying.
Yeah,
Pirate.
have
Of
to.
course, we're going to get the D-bad pirates, but that's all right.
So apparently pirating is all PvP. 'Cause
Pirate
that's really
partying.
Yeah, pirating would be all
Pirate
really.
partying. No, actually,
pirate.
exploration is the biggest thing I really want to do. I voted for partying though.
I think exploration is what gets everybody the most excited, but we don't know really
Well,
what that
it's a new.
mechanic
Okay,
is
But
even
we
okay.
do,
or how it's going to work. So we're
No.
all a little bit trepidatious.
and that's
too
what
excited
We
about
what
it.
Nemo
do
brought
know
up.
some. Yeah, we do know some.
Some. So
But-
why don't we go through what we know? Because we have design documents, right, that we're kind of working on, plus a few things that have been said. So
A few. They've talked about this a bit.
okay, well, Jordan,
Quite a bit.
why don't you give us a 3 minute? You get 3 minutes.
A brief synopsis.
I'm
3
starting
minutes.
the timer.
3 minutes.
3 minutes. That's all you get.
Okay,
Here you
so
go, soapbox, play the music.
exploration is finding undiscovered things, not just jump points. A lot of people want to discover jump points. I think that's going to be one of the smallest things to discover. As you go around in these incredibly huge star systems, finding resources, mining areas, derelicts, cargo to salvage, in anything of value, anything that people haven't found before, places to mine, asteroid fields, things
Data,
like that. And what was that?
like data.
Da-
Like finding
well,
a
yeah, well,
finding a ship that has data in
and that's
it.
the thing, and that's
Ship
what
logs, stuff like
what Nemo said. Yeah, and yeah, finding data or just finding ships that you can salvage that might have data on them, but that data, when you discover something, that becomes data in your computer banks, and then you could actually sell that data. And they talked about
Right.
this just a few weeks ago. We talked about that here on the
And
show.
there's different types
So-
of data too. It's not just data of like ship logs, but it's also like locations, undiscovered locations and things like that. Yeah.
Exactly.
That is what
And-
I love.
That's what you
Hey,
can
Jonathan.
sell, and you
Big
can either
pretty
use
tip.
it for your own
Whoa,
profit.
big one,
So
Shousen. Thanks, man.
if you find thanks Shausen.
Gosh,
So if you find a
consistent.
mining field, you can go back with either your own mining ship or your org's mining division, or you can sell it to some people that you know that's like, hey, you're a miner, I'm an explorer, I'll sell you this information. Here's this really rich ore field, and
Right.
there's so much, millions of UEC worth of ore, and you get some percentage of that value, but they don't know, depending on your reputation, how reliable is that? How old is that information? Have you sold that information to more than one person?
Right.
And this information degrades over time as far as where things move, and when having iCache and universal persistence of things is what we need to have for exploration and mining and salvage and lots of those things. That data, they'll keep things persisting,
Ooh.
but they'll not persist forever. So
Yeah.
like if you drop that thing on the ground, you drop a rifle or whatever value you wander off, and somebody finds that, and sometime down the road,
It's a murder weapon,
it-
and now you've
it
just
will
been charged with a
it will
crime.
no longer be there.
Sure,
No.
sure. So
So Nemo's
I've
message.
got the
I want to
timer.
Nemo point
Okay.
right here. This is a really good point. Selling weather mapping for sandstorms, snowstorms, and stuff like that. Movement that I think would be super flipping cool because you could plan attacks
That's-
around
yeah.
that, right? Like just the other night, I was flying through, doing low course flying. I was flying through in a Valkyrie, and all of a sudden a snowstorm hit, and I smashed into a side of a mountain because I couldn't see where the hell I was going. So being able to know when that shit's gonna happen is actually very valuable. So
So
I can't wait for that.
Shadow's been renamed.
Yeah,
Crypto
crooner.
crooner.
Love
Fair
it.
enough.
Love it. So
So
a lot of
say
the
we
things here
all.
going on about are yes, they're exploration mechanics, but they're all sort of within the things that we understand. Things like searching for a wreck. You get out there, and on that wreck there can be physical items, there can be data, there can be all kinds of stuff. Then it's how you sell that and how you interpret all of that. I'm talking about things like anomalies, or
Yes.
pointing your ship up to the second star to the left,
And going on
just
until morning.
yeah, right.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not an original thought, clearly, right? But,
You
But
watch,
that's what we
gonna
all
be the
want to
game.
do. I mean, that's that dream
Yeah.
of going where no man has gone before.
And what are we going to find
Captain
out there?
Kirk line.
Yeah,
Like,
and
or
you know,
just to see
there's-
something nobody's seen before.
Yeah, and there's people that want to just go out and be totally self-sufficient. They want to go out with a fleet of people and just have adventures out there.
Yep,
And can they
Or some
do
people
that?
want to
Can
be
they
away
have their
from
own
everybody.
bubble?
Some people don't like people.
Fiddly do.
Like,
you know?
Do what you want because
I know a lot of people that they want to find a place as far away from anybody else and set up a little homestead and never see anybody else.
Oh, I'm
Yep.
not like that at all.
That's what they want to do. EOD brought up a good point that data running as a career is going to be the transfer of that data and
Yep.
potentially buying and selling
Oh,
it or
totally.
delivering it.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
and we've got multiple ships that are going to be doing that. The Mercury, the Herald, other ships that have computer cores can do some data carrying, depending on what
The
what size
16
computer they have.
derelict servers that I'm throwing in the back of my Vanguard.
I like how Vengeance says that he just licks his finger and puts it in the air to figure out the weather. You know,
That's very Kiwi.
well, if we're talking about things like predicting storms, like snowstorms and sandstorms, which, you know, yes, you can predict the chance of them happening, but you can't really predict, oh, there's going to be a snowstorm that runs in for 3 minutes precisely at 12:52 a.m.
Sure
You know,
you can.
What about space
no, you
storms?
can't. That's
Sure you
too
can.
much.
You've never seen the National
What about
Weather
space
Service's
storms?
computing system. It could predict the weather for almost 3 months, almost 99.98% accuracy right now.
Yeah, but it talks
just
about
don't
like
use
something
it.
like a sandstorm or a high tide event, you know, or a flood, those kinds of things.
900 years in the future, man. Anything's possible. No, I know what you mean, but you're right. Geological events, you never know. But I mean, there's
yeah,
data.
you predict those kinds of things as, you know, 100-year events or what have you. So
I think you're too sheltered on that one.
mhm.
Data, baby. All right. Anyway, data running as exploration. If that's a thing, I would love it. So please do.
Okay, why don't we show the next video on Grimhex?
Okay, with audio. Yes,
With audio,
with audio. Here we go.
and then we'll
Audio.
talk about it.
Is going to be Grim Hex. We're adding hangars to Grim Hex, and we're also adding XL hangar at Grim Hex, which will mean that players who've been wanting to spawn larger ships should now be able to pretty soon. Another thing that's being worked on Grim Hex right now is the racing aspect, so you should see the location starting to change. Is going to be Grim Hex. We're adding hangars to Grim Hex, and we're also adding XL
So?
hangar at Grim Hex, which will
XL hangars.
Yep,
That's pretty big.
hangers. So that's great. We'll be able to take our 890s there.
Or reclaimers, more likely.
Yeah, to Grim Hex.
Because you have to have an XL hanger for the reclaimer. But also they were talking about the racing.
Yes, that's the exciting part. And now that we have the M50 coming into play, I think there's got to be some kind of timing element there. Racing really hasn't been mentioned for such a long time, and people are a little bit frustrated because, you know, the racing in Arena Commander is something that has been neglected and people don't really do it as much anymore. It's not something you hear about.
Yeah.
So it's kind of neat to see all the race fans getting a little bit of attention lately.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I can't wait for the racing thing, but I'm not sure how much more they can do with that right now. Because there's a lot of talk of them changing the flight model a little bit, so that kind of nerfs that. But anyway, no, very cool.
Blackbird Blitz is asking, is there still a use for the reclaimer? It's like someday there will be a use for the reclaimer.
Yes. Yeah, not yet.
Someday.
Not yet.
Some people just like flying it because it's a cool ship.
Right now it's just a
massive.
garbage scow.
Yeah.
Does nothing.
If you want to pad ram somebody, it's the best ship ever. You didn't hear that from me. It pretty much just flicks anything off. But anyway.
So what do you think they're going to do for racing around Grimhex?
Don't die before you finish the lap. That's probably what it's going to be. That'd be awesome to have like turrets.
If you remember that there's a big hollow area inside of Grimhex, and you're supposed to fly through the asteroid as part of the loop. So if we think about the racing circuits in Arena Commander, that they have those checkpoints that you fly through the checkpoints, and then you fly through that one starting ending thing. So I think that Grimhex will be that kind of starting ending gate for the race.
That's cool. It'll be cool if they start doing like they'll have lights or something to light up the asteroids that you're flying around.
No, that's the point. It's the danger aspect.
Oh, yeah.
This is like
Oh, yeah.
Rogue Formula One. Formula One,
No,
they
it's
light the
cool.
track really nicely. Rogue Formula One, no lights. There's no
I'm
headlights
not
either.
talking about safety yellow. I'm just talking about, how are they going to have beacons to know,
Oh, to know where to
you're
go.
racing
Yeah.
and which way you're going? Like they could,
Sure.
with render to texture and stuff, they could project on the side of an asteroid, like arrows going to the left.
Well, or it could just be
to
an
turn
AR
left.
display in your ship. But no, that would be cool too. It would look cool that way. I agree.
Yeah, be cool.
Like I
to
would
the,
rather
to
have it
the
be
outside
that way.
observer.
Yeah. It'd be really cool if you could, like, on the last lap, just turn them all off. Just watch them just. Shit! And then
Everyone put on
enable
your
weapons.
blindfolds.
And then enable
Last
weapons.
lap is by narrator only. Remote narrator.
Last lap is Death Race 2950. Yes, just like
too funny.
Incendian said. Hey, Odin, thanks for the resub. 13 months, man. You are a glutton for punishment.
Right on, man. More than a year. Nicely done. Nicely done. Thank you for being around.
Yeah. Thanks,
Well
Odin.
done.
Yeah, thanks for joining in our show and being part of the community. It's awesome. Okay, should we go on to the next one?
We've been doing this for 13 months.
Refinery outfits? I know, it just blows my mind.
All right, with audio. Here we go.
Yeah.
In the world of VFX, LookDev continues on updating the atmospheric re-entry effects for ships descending down upon various planets. Now, one of the challenges here is to develop an effect that looks good not only for the enormous variety of ships in the Star Citizen universe, but expanding the signed distance field serving as the basis for that tech to adapt on the fly to spacecraft with transforming configurations, like the Cartual, the Reliant, and others.
Nice.
This LookDev, which
think
is very
I
much
think
like
you, missed
concepting,
refinery
is where we
outfits.
explore what's possible with the tech
Whoop.
before wide-scale implementation.
Sorry about that.
Including this potential exploration
No.
of a new
Get
the-
burn
get the wrong link
shader
up
that
there.
can alter the look of the hull
Oh.
itself in line with the superheated effects going on around it. Now, while we
Still,
don't
this is way
recommend
better than
attempting
mine.
re-entry in these obviously dangerous manners,
Yeah, I wasn't super
we
excited about the
nonetheless
refinery
want to
outfits.
explore the potential for when pilots do the unexpected. And that never
Drake on
happens,
fire,
does
nothing
it?
new there.
In the
Well said. And there
Yeah,
you go.
I love these new these new entry effects, and they look really good. We were
Yeah,
impressed the first time.
As soon as I saw him, it was like, oh yes. I'm gonna like try and go maximum as fast as I possibly can go through the atmosphere just to see if they amplify much more. Like, oh look, a shooting star. No, that's just Shadowkin and his M50 again. That'd be me.
I want to see what the real, like if you have, a deflector plate, or I mean, look at this. It's white hot.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
it
what kind
totally
of
changes
damage?
the mesh.
What
Well,
kind of damage are you going to
there's
have on the
definitely gonna
ship,
be-
or
yeah.
how long can
They-
you sustain that white hot before
Yep.
your ship starts to
That's
break
all
up?
part of
Before
what
it
they're
gets too
talking
hot in
about.
the canopy?
Yep.
Yeah.
It's so much
They-
going
Yeah,
on.
like does the heat affect the
talked
pilot?
about wear and tear.
Yep. They're
Well, it's
talking about wear
got, you
and
see how
tear.
hot that is, man. That's
Yeah.
got to
Well, it's not
affect the
gonna-
pilot.
Well, yeah, and there's so many unknowns, and Benjamin Buford says all this work on reentry effects, spline jumps exist. So when you do a spline jump, you jump past the whole reentry thing. A lot of people were complaining, it's like, what happened to the reentry effects? Like, we haven't seen them in so long. It's like, well, because you're jumping past that. You only see the reentry if you're actually flying in through atmosphere. But I think there's going to be reasons to be flying through atmosphere at various times. So
Well, do you
It's
think
not
they'll
gonna be
change
all the time,
spline
but
It's gonna be
jumping?
more.
Because-
It's gonna be like falling through the atmosphere on fire already.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It
I mean,
looks,
or
some ships don't have quantum drives, right?
or
All
or
the sub
or
ships.
maybe you'll experience this at the end of the quantum spline, which makes sense to me. So you're quantuming and you're going at some fraction of light of light speed, you're going super fast and then entering atmosphere. So where before we would experience it somewhere in the upper atmosphere, now maybe we go into quantum and we're experiencing this during the quantum spline.
Leisure Suit Larry says that looks lethal, and I have to agree. It looks like they're all about to die.
It looks hot.
Well, I think if you're trying to demonstrate these effects, you're going to be flying at the maximum amount of effect that could happen. And
sure.
as far as wear and tear goes on our vehicles, that's something that is going to be a real thing. We already have some wear and tear, but clearly not the type of damage you can take here. Systems get go offline, or are unrepairable. You know, it's going to be really interesting to see how this plays out. I can't wait.
How did that armor block merge into that one? Just like that. Yeah, that I hope. Obviously, they were talking about it. It's definitely going to have effects. It's going to cause wear and tear. I do hope they take it a step further where it actually starts to affect the pilot. You know, like maybe the heat, because heat can cause you to pass out, right? I mean, heat exhaustion. So I mean,
Totally,
there's
yeah.
that. I mean, like in that thing, there's no way that heat's
The
being
Cartual?
deflected.
Yeah.
And then
And
you know,
in that saber,
or the Naga. I keep calling it the.
They're all armored. So, well, and think about modern
But it's all
spacecraft
glass.
when you're
yeah.
re-entering.
Like
It's
in the-
armored glass.
in the
It's
core?
armored glass.
Well, it is 900 years in the future. I guess anything's possible.
Well, the space shuttle had glass on the windshield, and
You do realize that the space shuttle
Yeah.
windows were only 9 inches big, though. That
Yeah,
was
but
the
the space
biggest
shuttle
window.
also had to fly with those special ceramic
And it
plates
also
down.
flew like
couldn't,
this.
It couldn't.
yeah.
Yeah, it
break
didn't
up
fly
the
straight down
Yeah.
like that. It flew like that into the atmosphere. So yeah, there's
Well,
a big difference there.
they've always said that the glass is like a transparent armor. That's why it's resistant to being shot and whatnot.
900 years in the future, I'll believe anything. I just hope it
Yeah.
has some effect.
That's the whole point.
Like you go to replace your front windshield, and you're like, we can't replace that. It's now been permanently fused to the rest of the
welded,
fuselage. Sorry.
Love it.
Anyway.
All right, moving on to refinery outfits.
Yeah, that link is.
Did
not-
I get the right? Did I get the right link on
Well,
any
let
of
me try
these?
again.
Yeah,
Let me try again.
refinery outfits works.
Oh, there it goes. Okay, now it's. With sound, right? Yep. Here we go. All right.
Starting things off with characters, concepts were recently submitted for review of NPC workers to be found in refinery decks, one of several new modules currently in development for the modular space station system. Like the cargo decks, these modules aim to add more than just another place to visit, but additional gameplay opportunities for players looking to make their
What do you
living in the
guys think?
verse mining valuable
Looks like it's
resources.
straight out of Studio
Interesting.
54. I mean, this first one right here, that is like straight out of Studio 54. I don't know why. It just looks bow chicka wow wow or something. I don't know. They're cool though. They're unique.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see the new refineries coming.
Well,
They
the
have a
fact that we're
refinery
getting
panel.
them is awesome.
Yeah. More gameplay for miners.
Agreed. Yeah, I mean, her outfit. I guess you can't
So
get
every
that excited.
refinery worker wears purple.
Not everybody at once, right? Purple, yellow,
The
and
refinery
gold.
color of choice.
It looks like gold helmets. Like the first one looks like a actual reflective gold helmets.
Yeah, a lot of
Like
purple there.
though. Because nobody's gonna want to steal that outfit. That's why. Hey, Horton Hustle rating with 19.
Hey,
so
Horton.
much.
Thanks for
Good to see
joining.
you.
Yeah, good to see you, Horton.
So Horton, I have a special
Welcome,
shirt for
everybody.
you. It's a shirt you've never seen before.
The perfect shirt.
Yes. It's the
Thanks for
Horton
joining
shirt
us,
now.
guys.
Thank you
we
so
are
much for
going
joining us.
through. We're going through the show. We're going through Inside Star Citizen right now, talking about all the different fun things that CIG told us about over the course of the week through video. So we're watching the videos and then we are talking about them and just finding out what everybody thinks about how Star Citizen's unfurling as of the last 7 days.
Furling. Wow, that was a big word.
The week's news.
Big words. Well, we got 3.9. That's a pretty big unfurl.
I would
It
say so.
was.
The
Yeah.
Prowler alone was worth it, but the friend system and some of the back-end stuff they doing was like massive. So I love that. Even version 0, I'll take it.
All right, let's show the Cutlass Blue.
We have to.
Yes, we don't really need sound with this one, but loop it.
Speaking
We
of
can talk about
vehicles,
it a little bit.
Good.
Yeah,
What
a
do
lot
you
of people
guys
are
think?
pretty excited. I think it looks nice. not a huge Drake fan, but I was really impressed with the Cutlass Red, and I think the blue looks pretty good too.
It's like a perfect
That,
oxymoron, though. It's a Drake ship that is a police ship. It just
I
doesn't
don't
you know,
know
they
that it's a
play both sides of the
police-
field.
I don't think it's a police ship though. Isn't it like a militia kind of
Police, okay, sure.
maybe something?
Yeah, you know, in 900 years in the future, when they've basically
There are no cops.
militarized the civilians, you know, like
Yeah.
they've recruited civilian forces in order to really kind of help police things. So, you know, bounty hunters are super common, and you've got sort of like factions that can be hired out. It's going to be really interesting. You can't really say, you know, that there's just the police, because there's going to be different
The po-pos.
different ways of doing things, you know, like
Carradine says that it's actually in the
guilds, I
lore
guess you'd
that
call it.
the police use it because it's so cheap.
Okay, that would make perfect sense then.
sure, yeah,
Because Ford is who makes most of the cruisers in my area, and they're stupidly cheap and make crap. So this is perfect.
so Drake
Yeah,
is the Crown
makes sense.
Victoria of Star
This
Citizen.
is the
Yeah,
Crown
exactly.
Vic of the
It's the
Star
Crown
Citizen.
Vic.
This makes total sense. Move on.
Love it.
Oh god, that's
Need
great.
like a sway bar between those engines.
No. Yeah,
So where are all the
sway
lights
bar
on
and
the
a Crown
Cutlass
Vic.
blue?
Oh yeah, I'll show you. Actually, if you look, this is pretty funny. Is like in the back and the front, right along the front blade, you see a red and a blue light, and then on the side you see it. You see a pair of lights right below the turret, and then two back on the engine, and then you see like four in the rear.
Yeah, I think they'll do a
Oh,
good
they're
job of
kinda
lights.
integrated
Oh,
nicely.
it'll
Yeah.
light up like a motherfucker. You know it
They,
will.
they did
It'll
really
be-
nice lights on the Cutlass Red.
Yeah,
They'll
well,
be
the
like,
lights on the
"Whoop, whoop."
Cutlass Red are like giant cherry lights, you know, whereas this actually looks like they're integrated nicely.
Oh, that's true.
There's little lights all over
Well,
the ship.
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, like a modern police cruiser, they're blended into it now because they don't want you to
Yeah.
actually see the hump above them. Whereas, yeah, you're right. Yep. Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah. Yeah, in
Good
fact,
point,
that was
good
one of my
point.
biggest complaints about the implementation of the Cutlass Red was just like these giant lights everywhere. You know, 900
But it
years
looks
in
so
the future,
good.
we don't have LEDs. We have to have a
Also-
spinning incandescent.
A spitting incandescent. What's wrong
You
with
know,
that,
well,
man?
Nothing, and it brings back all kinds of childhood memories, and you know, of watching 50s films or something.
Oh, I have different childhood memories that involve the police. Moving right along.
Do tell.
Do tell now. That's for my show.
What about Terra armor?
Yes.
Also, in
My favorite
concept
part.
are these heavy armers from the planet
One of my favorite
Terra,
parts.
the
What's your
center
favorite?
of the UE and the planet that
Looks
humanity
badass.
chose. Now, as with all
think it
concepts,
looks
these
really,
may or may
really
not
good.
be chosen
The
to be taken
heats
into
are
implementation.
big.
But as we've explored before,
But
that's
also the fact that they're concepting anything for Terra.
Yeah. Excellent point.
So Stanton has 3 jump points: Magnus, Pyro, and Terra.
Mhm.
And we should be getting Pyro towards the end of this year. Next year, we've got to get some other star systems, and Terra makes a lot of sense to get one completely lawless system and then get one super civilized system to get an actual Earth-like planet, which is super developed and super advanced, kind of like Microtech or New Babbage, but on a really awesome looking Earth-like planet. I am super excited for that.
So,
So,
like this last one
um,
on the right, this V5. It almost looks like there's it's like a VR like screened interface.
yeah,
because of
it's
the
hard to say.
textures
And they
on it.
always do
Yeah.
a lot of different concepts. You know how they do multiple concepts and they say, okay, well, I kind of like this one, I kind of like that one, and they kind of blend these. But I like the direction that they're going.
Yeah, and it would be really cool if like when you
Really
put the helmet
futuristic.
on, it like the screens like like came together and formed one. I think that would be.
But Ben Canoli says that Cylons are digging that armor.
Yeah, totally.
That one with the head. Yeah, that totally are.
I gotta
Yeah.
say, when I first saw these, I was kind of taken aback because they don't, when I think of Terra, I think of this higher sort of, Star Trek kind of society where,
Mhm.
they don't even have money anymore. They've just figured it out. It's really Care
just
Bear and
figured it
everyone's having a great time, and all of a sudden to see this heavy armor for the security. I'm like, what goes on in Terra that I don't know about?
No, it's
know?
what they're hiding.
Yeah, is there some seedy underground? Is there, is this like
one of the most
Xeno threat
developed planets.
forces?
I mean, there's probably some
Well,
underground there.
They probably go to
and
really, really bad
control.
places.
And there's always bad neighborhoods. Doesn't matter where you go.
Yeah, that's some high tech gear right there. They could probably shoot around corners.
Well, I hope so. 900 years in the future. I should just think the
900
bullet in.
There should be flying cars and computers that are twice the size and half as powerful.
Twice the nice. Fair enough.
The war on space drugs.
Yes.
Hey,
oh yeah,
nobody
nice.
gifted a tier 1 sub to Batcowman07. Nice.
Hey,
Thanks.
nobody
Done,
hears
man.
you. Thank you so much.
Right on. Okay.
Other favorite thing.
Is the Hercules. Ooh,
Yes.
Hercules.
These don't need
Hercules.
sound. These are fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
The Derelicts one should be though.
Derelict. Oh.
Yeah.
No, I did open it twice. All right, here we go. And
Hercules.
Hercules. It looks gorgeous.
I'm super excited. We're finally seeing some of the outside and inside. I mean, we saw some white box stuff, but this is actually like getting a chance for it to rotate and get a good look at it from all angles.
And you're seeing the inside too, which is really cool.
Yeah, so it's all white box. There's no textures or anything yet, but we're starting to get some of that detail in there.
Well, you get size to scale. I mean, it's big.
Yeah.
I love that.
But the interior space, I don't think it's going to have that much more interior crew space than the Mercury Star Runner. I mean, because it's a really stretched out ship. Like if you look at those two tails that come off of the back,
cargo bay.
Yeah, and the body is all cargo bay. A lot of the length, it's about 100 meters, very similar to the Starfarer. And so a third of the length are those big tails sticking out the back.
And the width too. Look at the width.
Floor because the ceiling's kind of vaulted in there
There's
in the cargo
inside.
bay. So there's got to be no top floor. There's just got to be a front to it, you know?
Yep. Yeah,
well, there's two floors in the front.
deck.
Yeah, there's two floors in the front, but it's ahead of that cargo deck.
Right.
Yeah. So we've got a cargo deck, and then there's the upper deck, and we might have maybe two floors up towards the front, or maybe just one. Like in the very front is the cockpit.
Didn't they show an interior?
No, we haven't seen. Well, we saw some initial concept images.
Because this right there,
we don't know
where
those
part of that mid section.
I don't know. This is probably towards the back, or it might even be in.
Well, we
towards
could
the
speculate all we want, but either way, I think this is one of the best looking ships in the game. I mean, just out of design,
I love Crusader,
and not only just design, but the actual functionality. I think this is easily one of the best.
Crusader Industries is definitely one of my favorites. Between the Mercury Star Runner and the Hercules, they might come out at similar timing. And somebody was talking in Discord the other day that's like, pushing back Orison towards the end of the year, and then we're going to have the Mercury in 4.1. We may very well have the Hercules in 4.1 getting two Crusader Industries ships when we get the actual city of Orison on Crusader. Kind of nice timing there.
Yeah.
I'm just making a note here. We also nobody hears you gift another tier 1 sub to Fritz. So awesome, man. Thanks for helping out there. Yeah, I can't wait for the.
Hey, there's Dr. Contrast.
Be awesome.
Like
Dr. C, here, Dr. C, check this ship out because Maggie just turned off my main computer, so I just lost the stream. I'll be right back. I turn on.
Oh no! Not great timing.
Yeah, he's saying a very very clean approach to design and scale. Yeah, it's this is one of the really exciting ship manufacturers, Crusader Industries, that have these kind of really sleek but utilitarian industrial type ships, which is what I love because I love Origin, which is really super sleek, but it's not real. They're not really working ships so much as mostly exploring and touring. But this is going to be for work, but it's also really good looking. That's what I love about it.
Yep, totally agree.
It's a beautiful ship.
Yeah, I think this is easily one of the best looking ships there is.
So last
good
show,
to see you, Dr. C.
Hey, Doc. Good to see you, man. So you streamed earlier today, I understand. How'd the stream go?
It went well. I mean, he's probably a little bit slower to type because I know he's what computer's on, but no, he was drawing ground vehicles today. He was actually getting a
Nice.
kind of a feel for
Very cool.
his design language for a ground vehicle. He actually mentioned to me after, he said, I feel like I went backwards, and I was like, yeah, but that sounds like you learned something moving forward. So, and he's loving the way he's getting a feel for it. Nice description, hummingbird.
Yeah. So what we need to get Dr. Contrast on the show again. What's the whole sort of COVID thing?
Talked about that. Yeah. So there's actually options that we have. We could bring him on earlier, and I could actually set up a second camera from him and bring him into the show. Or we could bring him into the show. There's that option, or we could just wait. I mean, I think really what we were trying to do is get all of his Twitch going smoothly, which is really starting to get there. Get all this information done, work that into his website, and then we'll do a show and then really knock it out of the park. So that's
fantastic.
The loose schedule.
For those
probably
that
in a
didn't
month.
get a chance to see the Dr. Contrast show that we did before, he's an incredibly talented guy. And what we did is we got him in to do a design ship for us. We actually did a ship together as a group. So we put up polls to decide what kind of ship we wanted to do. And we all decided we wanted to work on a research and development farming / exploration ship. So it was a really cool ship. And as we went through developing the ship, and Dr. Contrast was making the decisions that we were working on come to life and adding his own flair and understanding to ship design and vehicle design and his years of industrial design in general. We worked on things like we decided, okay, well, this is now a ship that has biodomes on the back. You go out and you find, you explore and you find like seeds, and you grow them on the farm. But how do we get those seeds? How do we get down to a planet? Should we have a snub ship, with a docking bay, or should we have a rover, where it lands and deploys a rover to go out and find these things? Or do we do a command module? And so we collectively decided to do a command module. And that's just one of the decisions in the tree that we went through to figure out exactly how we're going to design the ship. And the whole point was to do a ship that would fit within the Star Citizen universe. So, as you know, we have lots of CIG guys that watch the show, including Xylo, and it kind of gives us an opportunity to provide some feedback to CIG on what kind of ship we want to see be in the verse. And we'd love if this sort of ship ended up being developed in the verse. So it's pretty special, kind of neat.
So there was a couple of people on his stream today that were just like, why doesn't he work for SIG? It was just rather funny because I would totally agree. So, but no, I'm trying to we're trying to also get all of his work together into one area. That way we can enjoy it together and always be able to see it. Because he's working on something for me right now as well, which is a battle yacht. But here is I finally found it. So this is the Harvest Star that he designed. Which was by Contrast Dynamics, was the name of the ship, or the name of the company that built it. So very cool. So yeah, that was the original art, obviously signed. We sent out prints to people who supported that. We're going to offer it in the store whenever the store opens, which is soon enough. So yeah, very cool. It was a great show. Can't wait to do it again. Dr. Contrast, thank you always for stopping by and showing support. So he's drcontrast.com is his main website, and then it's just Dr. Contrast, all one word, on YouTube. Drop him by, give him a link. T, if you can link that, that'd be great. And then yeah, definitely give him a follow. Always worth it.
So if we're looking at doing a show in about a month, that means the next couple of shows coming up will start the decision tree process to find out what kind of ship we want to do.
That's an excellent point. Yeah, let's get that started.
Yeah, so start thinking about what kind of ship you want to do next. The first one was an R&D farming ship, search kind of ship. Think about what you want to do.
There's Dr. Contrast's Twitch channel there. Go give him a follow.
Yep, definitely give him a follow. Yep. He's Wednesdays, every Wednesday, 4 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah, and not specifically Star Citizen stuff. It's all design.
Right.
But obviously, you can see there's a lot of overlap in a lot of his interests, and I think you'll enjoy his content.
I mean, he's really enjoying the newness of Star Citizen because, it's like, as an industrial designer, you don't design spaceships because nobody's designing spaceships. They're all designing cars and refrigerators and all these really crazy cool like rooms and stuff like that. Ooh. But this is like a total departure, and he's just he said, he's like, I feel like I'm in elementary school again. I'm learning all over again, and it's the best thing ever. And I'm just like, I love that.
Fun.
'Cause that's how I like playing. So yeah, very cool.
Citizen Lou says we need a real pirate ship, and I'm just
That would be
I
awesome.
I see in my mind like this almost like a tall ship, but in a space version.
Yeah.
Like almost as if it would have
kinda like
sails,
Harlock?
solar
He
sails or
does.
something. Like,
Yeah, he does sharp and evil. I mean, some of the stuff that he does that is sharp and evil is very evil looking. I mean, it's tough. So yeah, I would love to see
Kraken
that actually.
Reavers, love it.
Well, we'll get that going.
Yeah,
So we'll throw up votes in our Discord, Yacht Club Discord, to get that going. But yeah, I think
that
that's a good
sounds good.
idea. Let's give it a good long thought process and work that out. So yeah.
Build a really nice one. Yeah.
Yep. Agreed.
Okay, let's keep going on with the show. So we've seen the Terror Armor, we've seen Hercules. Derelicts is the last one. Let's get some audio on this.
Yeah. All right, here we go.
Oh, the places you'll go. And now that the rework of our existing planets and moons with Planetech V4 has been completed, the replacement or redropping, if you will, of points of interest has begun throughout the Stanton system. With
Redropping. I love that they said that. I don't think ships would land this way. I really, I mean, if you think about it, so like a javelin, major pieces would survive, but like, I don't know. I mean, I see this
Just neatly
caterpillar,
separated out into
right,
sections.
right, but they're like up on mounds. I don't know. I think they need to go to look at an airplane crash scene and realize that's not how it works.
Well, I think this is kind of a limitation of how they place them to make it easier.
For missions and access and stuff like
well,
that too.
Yeah, and to have it blend in with the terrain better,
Mhm.
because if it's just the pieces of the ship sitting on the terrain, and they've done that in the past, and we end up having a lot of weird clipping and stuff. It interacts with the rocks and stuff like
Which is
that.
why
So,
they do these mounds. Okay.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So
Okay, that makes
yeah,
more sense.
I think it's kind of because of how they have to be able to seed these around the universe, and that these are one of the things that they're going to be procedurally placed around the universe. Right now they're being hand placed, but in the future these are supposed to be procedurally placed around the planets and moons and asteroids.
Right,
and,
for like
and things
missions
like
and
that.
stuff, like you
Exactly.
you get a distress signal, it just happened. Like it
But-
goes out,
but
the event
also-
happens, and then you get the distress. Yeah, I would agree with that. I think that's very cool.
But these will also be where you go for salvage, and
Right.
when salvage is in game, you can go out there and it's like, oh, here's some components that are left, and then you can start chomping up what's left of it, and
EOD makes a good point. He's like, I want a javelin that's scattered over 17 kilometers. I agree. That's how it happened, right? I mean, a javelin, according to what we know, doesn't do atmosphere, despite the video that we've seen. But anyway, I mean, if you think about it, that thing's in peril once it hits atmosphere and is falling because it just can't fight gravity. So when that thing hits, it's probably coming apart in pieces before it even hits, and then slamming and then, yeah, it's gonna be big.
Yeah, but at the same time, it'll be nice to actually search these things and to find, and maybe have the data recoverable so that it doesn't have to be this tiny black box that you go digging for, and you can find I don't know, bodies is a bit much, but you can
data
find
on bodies.
things.
I mean, personal effects.
Yeah,
Maybe that's
and,
one of the missions.
Also, when we look at the way that planes fly now that we have and the wrecks that we have, it's always two-winged vehicles. We're entering the age of quadcopters and drones and stuff like that, and when they fall down, and that's kind of the closest thing we would have to ships with thrusters, when they crash, maybe they break apart a little bit differently, and they don't hit at full speed because like the wings have been sheared off, or go into nosedives and hit head on. There can be system failures where things crash, where it isn't, that they lose all power and explode instantly on impact.
EOD says quadcopters aren't falling at 800 miles an hour. That's exactly what I was getting at. This is not something that's going to stay in together as it's falling. I mean, if you're fighting gravity and
but
you're going through an atmosphere, big chunks
it's
are
going to
going
get
to
spread
be
all over
coming
the place.
off.
But this makes it a lot easier for salvage, and Leisure Suit Larry brings up
That's me, never.
a good question here. A good point. Will one such wreck have a finite amount of salvageable resources? And yes, eventually these will be randomly procedurally generated around the universe.
Yeah,
and
I can't wait for that.
when they're salvaged, the components will be salvaged and taken off to be sold, and then when you have whatever your salvage ship is, if it's a vulture or a reclaimer, and you chomp up the hull and cut it up and take the scrap to sell, then it will be gone. Just like with mineable resources, they want to have those as depletable as well.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's
Yeah.
just it. It's like when a salvage heap turns into basically nothing but literally metal, scrap metal, or whatever the hell it was made of. What happens to it? Does it stay there, or does it literally the last scavenger comes along and picks up the pieces and then it's gone?
Yeah, literally every single piece of the ship is going to be persistent and salvageable.
I love that.
And like Spectre brings up a very important point. It's like when
Send
real
in the
people
vultures.
crash,
Literally.
we'll also get these.
That's what I want. That's what I really want.
That's where
there.
the most salvage is going to happen with all these people having all these space battles, and it's mostly going to be in space, I think. But if somebody happens to be landed and they get attacked while they're landed on the ground, then
So
it's going to
they'll be
get
raining
scattered
wrecks
around.
and resupplies
Yeah, but,
resources.
So most of your salvage, I think, is going to be in space, players are going to be generating a lot of salvage.
Well, if you have orbital mechanics though, and stuff has to stay at certain speeds, a lot of stuff is going to be falling out of the sky.
Well, so we've actually seen that happen. So who is that streamer? YouTube streamer. He's like real chill, and I'm blanking on his name right now. He's been around for a long time.
Guy.
No, he's not a salvage guy. He does all kinds of Citaro. Thanks, Hookin.
Citaro, yeah.
So Citaro was doing some great tests of the Caterpillar when it first came out. We first got the first moons, and he would have the Caterpillar full of cargo in low orbit, and they would blow it up, and then the pieces of the ship and all the cargo boxes would fall in gravity, and then he'd be in another ship watching all the pieces falling down to the planet, and then they'd fall onto the side of a hill, and they'd roll down the hill, and they'd spread out and roll around and stuff.
Love it.
It was so
and
cool.
It's happening now. That's what's great.
Yeah, and so it's not persistent right now, but in the future, yeah, if a pirate attacks a cargo ship coming into atmosphere and they disable it, they shoot out the engines or whatever, and it crashes, or they happen to blow it up, cargo falls out and engines fall off and all that sort of stuff, and it crashes down to the ground. And this is all going to be a super emergent gameplay and you get out there and you're literally picking up 500 boxes and carrying them over and putting them into your ship, and then you're pulling out all the components and the power plants and shield generators and coolers and taking them over manually and putting them into your ship. And then you're going to get out your cutting tools and whatever your salvage ship and cut it up into scrap and haul it off and sell that to repair people. Or to refinery people.
Or your local Jawas.
A lot of people forget about the repair mechanic and the crucible.
Sand people.
There was a great design document many years ago about how when you're actually repairing ships, as the opposite of salvage, which is very similar to mining, where you've got your salvage beams that will cut up the skin and pull all the material off, and then cut up all the struts and everything and scrap it up. The repair is the opposite of that, where you'll have these welding beams, and you'll have to use different combinations of metals and rare earths to rebuild like a ship wing, and it literally stitches it and like 3D prints it out of material. So like there's
a red piece of Drake in there. There's a white piece of Origin.
That's what paint's for.
It's literally
pretty sure that's part of my M50 over there.
It's like titanium and steel and gold.
Oh, that'd be fun if it actually changes the quality of the armor.
And it does. It absolutely does. And so that's one of the things about the repair career, that depending on how good you are and if you have all the right materials, you do a better job of repairing, and you'll have either 100% hull strength, or you may only have a 70% hull strength because inferior materials were used.
Yeah, so can you add pluses basically to your
Right,
hull.
reinforcements,
Make it
right? Or
better
using better
by,
materials.
Maybe I don't know.
You
Let me,
know?
let me
You're
see
like
if I can find that.
By
Drake's made
fixing
out of like cardboard and stuff, but if you made the same shape out of like
Carbon fiber.
aluminium or carbon fiber, yeah, does it improve? By the way, Dr. Contrast, yes, there are many modular ships in the game. At least that's the plan.
Yeah.
Not a whole lot yet,
Yeah,
but yeah, there's
Here's I'm
definitely
going to post
modular.
it into.
Yeah, I mean, right
show
now
notes.
we don't have the modules working, but even the Caterpillar, the command module on that separates.
Yeah,
What else do we have that has modules?
I posted that into show notes there.
I got
Shadow,
it.
if you want to bring that up.
Yep. Bring it up.
So a lot of people haven't seen a lot of these. We've got so many new backers that weren't around for years and years. So this was
Yeah,
from
what's the date on that?
2015.
Yeah, 15.
Probably early that November.
So it's-
That was actually after I started. So this is practically new information.
yeah, there's a lot of people who probably don't know about this. No, this was great.
Yeah.
I absolutely love this because this is like massive to me because it's very realistic. I love realism, and then this is like nailing it.
And the complexity that's going to go into this that really makes it a very involved career, and very skill based.
Mm-hmm.
And if you scroll down a little bit
because
further
you could
to
be
show
a master
the cutaways.
repair person, and people will come
Yep.
to you just because you're that good.
Yeah, and they showed how you'll have to cut away certain parts and then begin that,
Right,
3D
right.
printing extrusion process.
Right.
Go down just
Yeah.
a little bit more and you'll get to it. So that'll be like
Yeah,
your
the
damaged
material-
area.
Yep, the material panel and how it all works. I mean, this was
Post
just
that.
so
Like,
good.
I posted that into chat, so anybody who wants to go take a look at that and read it, this is
Yeah, there's
old
a
info.
ton of
Repair,
data in there.
2015.
Mhm.
So this is what they were envisioning for what repair is going to be when we get it. Like right now, you go to a space station and you click repair, and it just magically repairs it. We don't even have the cool repair bots that we had at. Remember you landed at the Cryostro station, and these little repair bots would come and you'd get they'd be shining these lights on your ship, and you'd get repaired. So that was so cool. I missed that. Now it's just kind of magical. You push the button and it's like, okay, you're repaired. In the
Yeah.
future, just like everything else, what we have right now, people don't realize. As much as we have, it is a tiny microcosm of the depth and complexity of what the universe is going to be with every different career.
Yeah, the Crucible alone is going to be a cool ass ship just to see what it could do.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, yeah, it's one of my
So the
favorite
Crucible
ships.
is a larger repair ship for people that don't know. It basically has a bay where medium to small size ships go, but it also has drones that can go out and repair larger ships or pieces of larger ships. So
Yeah,
Very
Chip.
cool.
I wouldn't even call this tier 0. What we have now is really just kind of a placeholder.
yeah,
That, okay,
totally placeholder.
you go to a space station and you click repair and it's repaired. The tier 0 is really when they do their very first implementation of starting to work up the mechanics for whatever it's going to be.
Mhm.
Leisure. I can never say that. Leisure Suit Larry.
I hope you stop by every single show and ask a lot of questions just to Jordan.
One of our brand new community members. He came out of nowhere. He's a brand new citizen. He
We're
just
gonna
got his
get him
Aurora.
drunk, and then he's gonna be able to say your name eloquently and beautifully. You watch.
Yes, eventually I'll be able to say Leisure Suit Larry. I got
Go on.
it that time. So talking
I'll
about
show him the game. We'll lose him for a month. He'll come out. He'll know you, no problem.
You know, there's like 14 of them too. That's the sad part. Anyway, go on.
I think
You're
there were
gonna lie.
But yeah. So I'm showing there how it really kind of gets cut away and then reprinted, and then a little bit further along, it kind of shows all the different details of having the materials required and a whole combination of all the different metals that your ship will need. So this is going to be really involved, and you've got to make sure that you buy up all the materials that you need to repair various ships, and then you
Totally.
keep components around. So there's also the Vulcan, the smaller repair maintenance ship, which is going to have repair drones.
Right, and refueling. Well, that was a 3 roll. It was repair, refuel, and rearm.
Rearm.
Mm-hmm.
But I think I posted the link for the Crucible in show chat for you there,
Yep.
Shadakin.
Yep.
It is just a gorgeous ship, and it'll have a bay that you can do a small fighter. You can repair a small fighter. That's how big it is. And then it's also going to have the ability for them to stack and repair larger vehicles like a Bengal, like other things, or
Any of the capital ships.
any of the capital ships. And
Right.
it's cool because it's got this kind of like overseeing
the cloud deck
cockpit or
kinda, yeah.
bridge, where you can look
Yeah,
down and see what you're repairing.
Dr.
It's just
Contrast, check
such a
this
cool
out.
mechanic.
This is actually one of the repair ships in the game, which is actually pretty neat. So, but this is what's great about what Dr. C does and then what SC is. It's highly functional. It's like it's very well thought out, and you would have to be able to see everything you're working on, right? Because there might be that one party that you can't just say, "Oh, click auto repair," and then the drone goes out and repair. You actually gotta like hand weld it, and that might be the difference between having an auto welder or like an automatic service do it, and like going to stim that guy who's really good with a torch that really knows how to use his metals. Yeah, that's the guy you want to go to. The head shows it.
And that's one of those things that we also don't have yet with reputation, that in your career you'll be developing a reputation for it, and how good and effective you are and reliable at whatever job that you do. And with repair, like, you may develop the reputation for being fast and always being able to deliver 100% effective repairs, as opposed to somebody who's a little bit slower and does kind of shoddy repairs. Just like going to a mechanic shop. It's like, I go to this mechanic over here because he does a great job, and don't go to that guy over there because like it never works right afterwards.
And that's how you level up in Star Citizen.
That's
you don't
right.
you don't get a number of points, then all of a sudden get to apply attribute points because you shine up and your armor gets nicer. You actually have to
develop a skill,
develop a reputation.
And what's neat about that is that what Silver was saying is like that's going to be super useful for pirate organizations, because they're not going to be able to go to good places.
On both sides, pirates are going to need repair. Everybody's going to need repairs. Like just not landing very well is going to need repair, but all the people in combat, and this repair is going to be a huge. It's so totally overlooked by people, but it's going to be one of the most important careers in the verse, because right now what we have, when you get into combat and your ship blows up, that's not going to happen in the future. In the future, when we have component damage and point damage and real armor, man, we need to find that video of the armor damage. So you'll actually have point damage on your armor.
I haven't even got into this, but this is a good topic. It really is.
But we went from the derelicts to this other career.
Okay, that's right.
That's a great topic.
And these are great topics that a lot of people aren't aware of,
right?
And nobody else is talking about this stuff.
Yeah, and this is that kind of discussion where it's not theory crafting; it's going over the design notes. And it's a combination.
What's planned for the future that people don't know.
Warning says
and people don't know it.
The Crucible's able to change VIN numbers too.
Hey, maybe.
Oh, you know it will.
Being able to change registration plates, right? And so the right people will have a reputation and a capability of doing that.
You know it will. Yeah, absolutely.
They've even mentioned that as one of the mechanics, not necessarily for that ship, but that you would be able to steal a ship, and how do you make that yours? Well, you'll be able to go and through some process
legally
get the VIN or the registration number changed over. Yeah. It's gonna happen.
It's no small ship either.
There's going to be spoofed registrations for stolen ships, but they'll be able to, if they're scanned deeply enough that then they won't hold up under a really deep scan. So, you're still going to have that element of risk. It's not going to be a really a legal transfer of title of your ship.
Is this going to be the day?
So you think it's more of an electronic spoofing?
Yes.
Oh, it's got it.
Rather than an actual.
Yes, they talked about that.
Title change. Oh, wow.
Yeah. So they will actually you will have a title to your ship, and you can sell that ship, you can transfer that, you can loan your ship to somebody else and not transfer the title. If your ship is stolen and they don't have the actual ownership title, it can only be sold to black market people, and it can't be sold or taken into real ship dealers or into lawful space. You can spoof a false VIN number, and you can go into lawful space. But if you get a deep scan by the UE patrol, they may burn through that and realize like, oh, that's a stolen ship. Get them. So I just posted the video in the show channel. This is I always love this video. So many people have not seen this of the original kind of point armor damage.
This is fantastic.
Yeah, it's just, when I first saw this, like, holy crap, the realism of this. So this is coming. This is one of the things that they're working on, and eventually you'll get armor damage, and as the projectiles penetrate your ship armor, then they will actually damage the components underneath that location.
Yeah.
And it's not just going to blow up the ship. It may just be disabled. You may lose the functionality of your cooler or your power plant or something, and just be floating dead in the water and not able to get away. Blow off a wing, literally cut your ship in half in some cases. And so this damage mechanic is also very similar to how the repair, or not the salvage mechanic is going to work with the salvage lasers. You'll literally cut the hull away and cut it into pieces and chomp it up. And then repair is the reverse of this, where all this stuff is going to be literally reprinted, like 3D printers.
Yeah, here's where they're blowing pieces of it off.
Yeah. So, and this is going to change the dynamic of combat in ways people can't even imagine right now, with ships just
like a Gladius probably
up.
At that point, like at this point, could probably no longer go into atmosphere. At least I would hope.
No.
If it did, it would be a smoldering heap.
Well, and remember that all the ships have actual real physical thrusters, and where those thrusters are, if you lose the thruster, you lose maneuverability.
Because those thrusters are actually causing the stability and the movement of the ship. It's not a simulated thing. Those thrusters are actually what's doing the work.
It would be tricky to control, to say the least. Yeah, very good.
I used to have that happen when I was flying in. I used to play a lot of Vandal Swarm back in the early 2.0 patches, and I don't remember which ships, but I'd lose a wing or something like that, and you have a bunch of thrusters over there, and you can no longer maneuver. Well, I mean, it's like you're just like limping with one wing.
Well, you can turn one way really good, but you can turn the other.
Yeah,
because it was the bottom thrusters that were a little bit more strong. That was the kickover thrusters, but yeah, pretty neat.
And now that they've gone through a balancing of the thrusters as well, whereas before they were like overly powered, it's going to make it even harder to fly without a thruster.
Yeah.
So.
Well, and we're already getting overheat warnings. Like the stock Prowler is actually struggles a bit in the atmosphere, because of how much it relies on its thruster. So ships like that are going to be heavily affected. Whereas
it's not aerodynamic.
A Gladius might not be so much, as long as the wings are there. There's a lot going on there.
And with cargo, I mean, we're seeing how some ships, may not be able to take off on their own without assistance.
Right.
If they're fully laden, and so you'll have to have a couple of those Argo SRVs with tractor beams to kind of act as tugboats, as tow trucks, to kind of help you get out of atmosphere, and then you're on your own.
Right. Yeah. Obviously, these models are weakened, so they break apart easier.
Yeah,
it's actually not that.
And there's no shields.
There's no shield too. Yeah. Just so people.
Well, I think they said that the weapons were overpowered.
Yeah. Okay. Well, there's also no shields, clearly.
Kind of like their OP pistol, or that the devs use.
Oh yeah, the way they shoot the
ships
and the ship explodes. I love that. We need that.
It's the God pistol.
I think that needs to be a Yacht Club exclusive.
All right,
good stuff.
Let's move ahead in the show.
Nice. That was a really good
good segue. Good segue.
I really enjoyed that. Yeah, it was good.
Yeah.
Okay, so Kwaku prison escape comments.
Yes. So this was the Reddit?
Yeah, this is the Reddit one, and he's basically just saying you're gonna have to do better than that, Klesher. That cave system, though. Oh, beautiful.
I'm looking right at it. Sorry. I'm like, that's not the title. Oh yeah, there it is. You're gonna have to do better, Clisher. This
Yeah,
is
they're
it.
saying that they plan to add other routes and means to escape in the future. With the vision of the persistent universe, random elements and procedurally changing caves are not going to fit the lore. So, some people were asking about, I mean, how are they going to make it more difficult? As Shadow found, it's like it got out in 7 minutes. They'd never even seen it before. So it's like that's not really that much of a penalty.
Yeah.
You got a 4-hour prison sentence.
Yeah.
Especially if the only hint is follow the flowers.
Right.
Yeah, it's like, well, apparently it worked.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
It's
so
not
there were
hard.
a few other comments. So one of the things that has been going on the past few weeks that's been really awesome is that the devs are super active on Reddit and Spectrum, and so you have to follow the dev tracker. Crunch has what's it called? Tracker SC.
Yep.
I always
Oh, yeah,
Tracker
yeah,
SC.
mhm.
That's
Yep.
it. Yeah.
Tracker at trackersc.com, or what was the website again? Crunch Tracker SC. What's the website though? Crunch trackersc.com, I think.
I was
So
on it today. Yes, it is.
yeah, trackersc.com. So anybody can go to trackersc.com and you can register to get email updates and everything on Spectrum. Does it pull Reddit? I don't think it pulls the Reddit ones, but it pulls everything on
God,
Spectrum.
I don't think it could pull Reddit.
All these
No.
That would be massive.
the Star Citizen developer tracker pulls any developer comments on Reddit, or on Spectrum, all over the place. So, and they've been so active, and there's so many comments here lately.
That's good. Good little Discord bot. Or wow,
Yeah, it's
more than that. But
well,
Yeah,
it's
so,
Discord. It's also email. It's fantastic. Great.
Oh,
Xylo, hey, man.
Xylo's here. How's it going?
He's been putting long hours in getting all the community stuff and everything that he oversees
we're
for
grateful.
CIG.
I would
Nice.
touch
Good
your
to see you,
seat, but I gotta
Xylo.
go to another one. Thank you, Xylo.
A
Thank you all
lot
the
of-
SIG employees, but specifically you, Xylo, for showing
Thanks
up.
for all your hard work.
Mhm.
You guys are just doing an amazing job under difficult circumstances, and
great
we so
transition.
appreciate it.
And fantastic communication in Inside Star Citizen on your transition to working from home with the whole team. That was
Yeah,
awesome.
we
You
love
let us
that.
know
And
you
we
were
love
going
that
through the
video.
challenges, the same challenges we're going through, as we're working and transitioning to work from home, stuff like that. I thought it was great. And even saying, we're not at full capacity, but we're feeling good about what we're doing and we're pressing forward. That was a great message. So
Yep.
I really appreciate that. Yeah.
Love it. Which
But,
we're trying to get Xylo on the show.
At some point, he's gonna join the show when he can come up for air.
When he can come up
Um,
for air, yes, exactly.
Yep. But what I was saying is that the developers have been so active in responding to questions and comments on Spectrum and Reddit the past few weeks since they've been working from home. It's been really phenomenal how much information that we're getting on so many different things, and we talked about last week with the comments on the law system, that they did implement some of those changes. And I think that's later in the show because that took place later in the week, and we're still on Thursday. What are we
Yeah,
on?
we're still on
Bucko,
Thursday.
John
Yeah.
Crew. Oh yeah, so John Crew had a comment on gimbal assist, so this did make it into the into the 3.9 patch. That
I have that. Sorry.
they were talking about how gimbal assist is so OP. All the PvP people have been kind of snowflaking that it's like combat's so broken. Yeah, there's a lot of different things. Yeah, I've just been using that here lately. I mean, they always make fun of all the snowflakes, but I mean, they're really snowflaked over a lot of stuff themselves.
Nice.
And how gimbal assist, which was put into place to make up for the server desync and some of the other issues that they're having, that's made combat difficult. Well, one of the problems in 3.8 was that there was a spreadsheet error, essentially, a programming error on the slew rate. So I'll read his comment. As a heads up, this wasn't an intentional design change, but the result of a math error being fixed elsewhere, making the slew rate being calculated incorrectly now. We're looking into solutions for 3.9.
Math is hard.
And
Is it slew
yeah,
or
so
is it slough? Slough rate.
No, slew.
slew,
The-
how fast
the
the weapon slews across its arc.
The change
It's
rate
firing
of the arc. Yep.
Yeah, so the gimbals were slewing onto target almost instantly, and so they were essentially always perfectly hitting, and that's what the combat people were complaining about. And it was an error. They didn't realize it. It was in the patch, and it's out. It's fixed for 3.9. So gimbal
Nice.
assist. And then somebody this afternoon was already saying, it's like, oh man, they nerfed gimbal. They nerfed off auto gimbals. Well, yeah, because it was broken.
That wasn't
Who
supposed to be the
laugh
way it
at?
was.
There's always somebody complaining. Like,
You
doesn't
can
matter
never
what
win.
you
You can never win.
No,
Never
you
win.
know there was a
for the
change if
net
somebody complains
best
about
result.
something different. Yeah, because
do, right?
Zylo, that means you guys did
So-
your work. You done well.
Yep.
You changed
If no one's
something.
complaining,
Did a good job. Did a good
Not
job.
Good job.
Right.
We wouldn't change. We wouldn't ask for anything more.
Yeah, so John Crew commented on that, and then Luke Presley was all over the place here over the past week, and he had a comment on the surrender system. So somebody posted comments. I got sent to prison for harboring a fugitive on their ship, and so they wondering what CIG is going to do about that. And so Luke Presley said, we're working on surrender next, so you'll be able to surrender, have the felons removed off of your ship, and you'll not receive a felony, though the ship owner may receive a fine. So, and that is planned for fairly soon. So if you accidentally, one of your friends has a crime stat and you don't realize it, and you get interdicted, which is happening a lot more now, you're going to prison. Yeah.
What if they sneak onto your ship before you can raise the door and lock it,
Exactly.
and you don't know they're on the ship?
You can't get rid of them.
Well, that's a whole different
exactly
thing
what
that
we're
we've been
talking
bringing up, and they implemented several other changes here recently with the law system, but being able to kill a shipjacker or a stowaway is not
Ooh,
not
yeah,
not,
that's
not
a good
yet.
mechanic.
It's not yet implemented, but
Yeah,
we've
like
been bringing it up
you
on
take
these
off
threads
just
a
like
lot.
Sim said, and there's somebody on your ship, and then you get stopped, and they're like, "There's a fugitive," and you're just like, "There's a fucking."
Yes.
That's it.
No,
Call
there
the
isn't.
ship.
Well,
Camera just goes out.
that will be taken care of by
he's
the
dead. All right,
surrender
great.
system.
Good.
And then also,
Yes.
what are the rules there? Like, is this like Texas? You come on my lawn, and I can shoot you, or
That's what I'd like to see. So
that's all of America.
That's a different mechanic than the
Yeah.
surrender system. So if there's somebody on your
We
ship
have
that you
guns.
don't know
We know
is
how to use
there, that's one thing. And or if you're one of your friends, so you can surrender a criminal that's on your ship. They're working on that. The other issue is if somebody sneaks on your ship and you want to kill them and not get a crime stat, we all think that's extremely important because it happens all
Yeah.
the time with these,
Yeah, it happens all the time.
shipjackers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so they haven't mentioned working on that yet, but I brought that up on most of these threads that have been coming up here recently. So I'm hoping that it catches their attention.
It's
I mean,
really
they've
the
got-
timing.
It's
Being
complicated.
stopped. Yeah, to the time where they actually the interdictors aggress you because you didn't change your stance or whatever.
That would be something different. Essentially, murder anywhere in monitored space is murder. But what
Even if it's a
what you
bad
should
guy?
be is it's well, you should have a law
all
system
bad.
on
No,
your
no, no,
ship.
bad.
So
Well,
so
Citizen
and these
Lou's
are-
on my
these are
ship.
nuanced.
I don't care if he's got a crime stat or not. I'm shooting him. 'Cause he's probably doing something nefarious.
He's probably stealing your drinks.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's definitely getting shot for that then. No, this is very cool stuff, though. You're
but-
right. It's very
yeah, but
sticky and
these-
it's hard
these
to
are-
deal with. But yeah, very
Yeah,
cool.
and these are really complex nuances that they have to develop for the law system in all these different cases, and that's why we have the court systems in real life. And it's like they have to program the game to understand every different possible scenario of what could happen.
Mhm.
And the great news is, and since we're on the subject, I'll skip forward to the comment about this from the patch notes. Let's see, we get a color for I don't see where multiple. No, there's something else. Okay, so there were two things that are in the current patch notes that they fixed. One was if you shoot people in your if you commit murder within a party, it's no longer considered murder. So
That sounds like a
well-
party.
so people who are having war games, either on foot or in ships, if you're all in a party, you can shoot each other and have your combat exercises and not
Well, like
have to.
that's not
jail.
gonna get out of hand.
Well, and you choose who's in your party, so at least there
Well,
you have control.
Yeah, but then it's kind of like, hey,
Get
buddy,
Richard!
let's go for a walk
312 people.
around the
Oh,
corner.
boy.
It'll be fine.
Welcome,
Oh,
welcome
boy.
everybody. Welcome.
Hey, Captain Richard
We,
and everybody.
we missed
wow.
Nicholas tipping $5 as well. While Zyla.
Thanks, Nicholas.
Yep, yep,
Yeah, thanks for the tip, Nicholas.
yep.
Welcome everybody. So Stim, give them the
Welcome,
spiel. All the
everybody.
people coming in.
We're having
Who
an
are we
awesome
and what we
show.
do?
We
Thanks,
are the
Benjamin.
Yacht Club. We're the Yacht Club. Welcome. So the Yacht
Hope you
Club
brought
which
drinks.
includes everybody that's in the chat channel right now. We're a collective group of Star Citizen lovers. We find ourselves to be the weekly bar citizen that's online, especially during times like when we have pandemics. We can hang out and just relax. We like to enjoy a tasty beverage while we watch the show. And we talk about the week's news in Star Citizen. We talk about what is happening in the community, what the hottest topics are, and we try and do it all without spilling our drinks. So thank you for
Right.
joining us, and hopefully you enjoy the show. For those of us that are in our
Some
channel,
of us have been renamed as well. So,
yeah, right.
in fact,
And
I
for
think it's
those-
halfway through the show, so I'll rename us back just so it's not confusing. Because this was something that somebody brought up when they rated, so we'll rename
Yeah.
ourselves back.
Yeah, true.
for
So
those-
I'm
for
Jordan.
those finished- Yeah, that's Jordan.
That's Shadow.
Hummingbird is Jordan. Shadowkin is in the top left-hand corner. I'm Stim
renaming.
Citizen. So to just talk a little bit about Captain Richard for those of the people that haven't seen Captain Richard's stream, go check it out. It's an awesome stream. They do really exciting stuff, super communicative, and they're always
And very
on.
funny.
Really funny. Captain Richard's
Yeah.
a super entertaining guy, and having the opportunity to meet him in real life, he's a card.
Stole my camera.
Yeah. So this is a Citizen Con.
Yeah,
So
I have to show this
Shadowkin
picture. Yeah, just
didn't
this
know who
was...
Captain Richard was at the time.
No, I knew
and-
he was. This was late in the night. We were really hammered by this
True,
point. So.
true.
Really?
Totally fair. And so he hands him the camera to take a picture of us, standing there at the bar. And the first thing Captain Richard does is turns it around, takes a picture of himself with a weird face, and then takes the picture of us. Which
What
is,
month was that? I don't remember it. I'm so
And Shadow
old.
didn't know who this was. Like, who's this
No,
person
I
taking
threw
a
my
picture?
camera. Well, he said, "I'll take your picture," and I was like, "Okay, great." And,
Nice.
What month was Citizen Con? I don't remember. I'm scrolling through
October.
that too.
November. No, it was November because it was right
Was it?
before Thanksgiving.
November 2019.
hold on. I can't believe we don't know this.
I found
was
it.
the
I found
week
it, I
before
found it, I found it.
Thanksgiving
I found
For people in the States.
I found. Okay, so this was
'Cause
the
you're
picture. This was the picture that he took. So you can obviously see why I was a little excited. Because, it's Jay fucking Lee, man! And, obviously
Oh,
Cameron.
yeah.
And
so it's super
Cameron.
cool. It's super cool. So,
Don't
we
forget
hung
Cameron.
out. Stim and I hung out with them most of the night, which was really cool. So the shot before it, though, is when I handed it to him, which is, and that's like total Captain Richard face right there. I love it. I just laughed because I did not realize it until the next day. I flipped through my camera. I was like, "Holy shit, Captain Richard's there! This is on my phone! I had no idea." Best story
He might have
ever.
been drinking that night.
Oh, we were. Yeah, as you can see by the background
great
there,
time.
the bar is mostly empty. We were well on our way. We stayed up till what, 6 o'clock in the morning, and then worked the show at like 8. Oh god, that was
Oh yeah, good times.
bad
Really
decisions
good
were
times.
Yeah,
made. But
like,
yeah,
I,
it-
I,
yeah,
I,
it
I hate
was
that they missed that, but realizing that y'all were up
there's-
until 6 in the
yeah,
morning, I'm
yeah.
Ah, there's
Yeah, okay,
Corsair.
not here. Yep, there was okay. There's a lot of pictures there. I won't go through them again. We'll do picture time
There's
soon. Yeah,
Yeah,
that
picture
guy.
time at a time. Okay. So
Thanks
what
for
we're
the
doing is
raid,
running through the show. Guys, thanks for joining us. Hang out, have a good time, chit chat with us. We love communicating, and that's why we do it. We're here just for the community.
Yep.
So being part of it. All right. So we spoke about the escape, John Crew, the crime system for Luke Presley, Squadron 42 Roadman.
Yeah, I was trying to find those two other notes. Yeah, here it is. Crashing a ship with players aboard will no longer award the pilot with a homicide. So
Okay, nice.
that was
good.
huge because
Yeah.
that's how I almost ended up in prison as soon as we got the first as soon as 3.9 wave 1 dropped. That we were in the ship with Mystic. And there was also some trespassing involved there, but she crashed to desktop, and our ship crashed into the ground. And I've had multiple times when we've had some accidental
It does
crashes, and
suck.
everybody gets a crime stat. So you don't have to go to jail now if that happens. And then the other one was made murder and inmate murder against party members automatically forgiven. So those were the two things that they did manage to implement from last week's conversation with
with me and your
the
own
dev
peril.
on Reddit.
At your own
And
peril. Well said,
so
EOD.
hopefully we will get the additional update to be able to take care of shipjackers soon, as they work on the law system.
Soon. That's always the key
Yes.
word.
Yes. Need that
So-
soon.
Let's dive into the weekly newsletter. Are we ready for that, Jordan?
Where are we?
Yeah, we kind of blew over a couple things, but that's
Line
fine.
item.
Oh,
That's
there was okay. So there was a comment about Squadron 42 by Molly, because everybody's been asking about the Squadron 42 roadmap update. So CIG Molly, who's one of the community people, said, yes, we're working on an updated way to share our progress on Squadron 42. We're doing that with the feedback y'all have given us in mind. We've been experimenting with converting our internal sprint blocks into something we can display and maintain publicly. We're actually really excited to share more on this soon. Also, we'll have Brian Chambers back in front of the camera to give us another update on the team and how things are going in the very near future. So great
Very
news. We'll get some more updates on Squadron 42, which everybody is always very excited about. And yeah, and there's, as we were talking before everybody came in to raid, is that the devs have been super active on Reddit and Spectrum in answering questions and diving into a lot of comments, and just really very involved in community conversations lately. So you really have to follow the Star Citizen developer tracker, get trackersc.com by Crunch. You should definitely integrate that into your Discords. Trackersc.com. Just have a channel, and as soon as anything comes out, any comment on Spectrum, any new sale patch, in any change on Spectrum comes out, you get an update, and it pops right up there, and you'll be the first to know what's going on.
That's right. And you can customize those notifications as well. So really, really great tool. Okay, let's dive into the weekly newsletter.
Yes.
So the first thing we show on there is there's some things we're not supposed to show, but we kind of give you a bit of a sneak peek anyway. The sub vault, we've had 2 whips get released for us recently. The one is the Klesher rehab facilities, the work in progress images. They are fantastic. If you're not a subscriber and you don't have access to those, you're missing out. Also, the sprint report, they gave us some stills as well, some work in progress stills on the sprint report on what's happening this week, and we're getting more this week as well. Really, really great photos that give you, these are great backgrounds. If you're, after you groom before you Zoom, you're then able to put these in your backgrounds. You look amazing on Zoom meetings.
Wow.
That's not the only benefit. Then also for the jump point, we got a new jump point on Friday. Keep up, scrub.
Yeah, I was that you got me on that one.
There was a new jump point on Friday, and there's some lore in here. There's just some really amazing content.
What I loved about this jump point was that they had descriptive information and lore information about all of the different armor types, which I found fascinating.
Down here. Yep. Yep.
Yeah. So like the $10 subscription, $10 a month.
Worth it.
It's so worth it because the jump point is great. You get a free ship to fly every month. If you've got a huge
discount
fleet,
coupon after a year, you get a bunch of things. Yeah.
There's a lot of perks,
Mm-hmm.
and mostly you're supporting the weekly content that CIG puts out inside Star Citizen Live. You get 4 hours a month and yeah, $10 for the month. You get 4 hours of Star Citizen Live.
Tons of content.
A lot of content there inside Star Citizen, all these other things. And it's great to support what CIG is putting out for the community to keep us informed about what's going on.
And they're
it plows the
constantly
project forward.
making their material more interesting, whether it's the videos, whether it's Jump Point. You know, I honestly, I didn't read the Jump Points before, and I've been subscribing for a long time, and now I'm looking at them
Shame on
going,
you.
wow, I really need to be reading these a lot more.
There's
So-
so much background on
Pixel
so
said it-
many things.
Yeah, Pixel said it best. They are literally packed with info. There's a lot of
Yeah.
reading, but there is a lot
Yeah.
They
there.
weren't always that way, but they're definitely.
I know
like,
nobody reads anything anymore, and we can't get the Jump Point on
I
YouTube,
can't
but you should read. Yes.
Yeah.
Take some time.
really, really good.
Yes.
Okay, so enough lifting up the skirting on that one. Let's move on to the roadmap.
Kilt. Get it right.
I can't help myself.
Kilt. Get it right.
What's the kilt? That reminds me
kilt.
of a good joke.
Oh no. Moving right along.
I'll save it for
If
next
Stim
time.
ever asks you, "Hey, do you want to hear a joke?" Just run away.
If you meet me
Mom
at
joke.
CitizenCon,
It's a mom
ask
joke
me to
up
tell
here.
you the kilt joke, and I'll tell you the kilt joke.
Oh boy.
There we go. Better than a challenge coin. In fact, show me the Yacht Club SC challenge coin,
And
and I
you'll-
will tell
And
you.
you'll get to see under
the
Stim's
kilt
kilt.
joke.
Oh.
It's
Oh,
gruesome.
It's like something's growing up there.
Reach under there
Anyway.
again, and it'll grew some more.
Oh God.
That's the joke, basically. It's a really good joke. Okay. Okay, so
do you see how Jordan's cringing over there? He's just like, I can't leave these guys anywhere.
No, I was reading comments, and I was reading Jay the Brown was saying it's like it just means something corny is coming.
yeah.
We love Stim's corny jokes.
Yeah, Stim has the
Thanks,
worst corny
guys.
jokes, but you can't help but laugh.
I try.
Moving along.
Okay, so let's go on to the roadmap real quick. We'll push through that. So I think let's look at Odysseus's roadmap, because the roadmap post is good, but it really just talks about how the friends list unification and contracts list refactor has been added to 3.9, which is awesome. Honestly, that's best. Shadowkin, you've had some exposure to that so far. What do you think of it?
Chess isn't great. I mean, it worked. So obviously, when it first came out, it was terrible because it just didn't work. But I mean, it actually, for every time somebody said, "Hey, I added you," I hit F1, I went to the thing, and it was there, and I hit accept, and they were immediately available. I can add them to my party. It was great. We tested adding from Spectrum from outside the game. We tested being able to add multiple people, like having actually have multiple people to be able to accept. That was working, and it works great. I mean, I think this is one of those little things that they put in the game that nobody really thinks through until you actually, like Jordan, I mean, just from trying to assemble a party, oh, we all get away to the login screen, that blows. So now, like the last two streams I did, I jumped right in. I said, hey, I'm going here. Anybody wants to join me, just jump in. And sure enough, they jumped in. They friended me from Spectrum outside of the game. I accepted them. They were able to join my server. This is great stuff to me. I mean, unifying that friends list alone was great, and then making it functional was even better. So
it was huge.
Huge step, and it works. So very cool.
I just wish that we wouldn't lose party markers all the time, because
I know. I wish it was like a
something
refresh
else, but
party
it's
marker
like,
thing or something, or maybe it just always worked. I agree. Yeah, that
So
does
this
suck.
is the fix currently for that, dropping party and re-inviting them.
Yeah, but if you're party
it
leader,
works sometimes
you're
it
screwed.
doesn't always work. Yeah, as party leader, then
Party
it's,
leader, you
yeah,
can't
it's
do
more
it.
the
So
challenge.
you have to
That
hand off
happened to me the other
lead
day.
and then drop and then
Oh, right.
But either way, I mean, let's look at the
even dropping
progress.
and re-adding it doesn't always work. So I really hope they get that fixed soon, because I mean, we do so many party things. So that's another thing about the Yacht Club community. We've got over 900 people in the Discord, and we have events most days of the week.
Got close to 1,000.
But Monday, Thursday, and Saturday, I do group events of anywhere from 20 to 40 people, and we just go around and do silly stuff around Star Citizen. Saturday we had a party at Wally's Bar, which was a lot of fun. And then Shadow, he does events on Tuesday, Friday, and Sunday.
Saturday.
Saturday.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And so
And
we're
we
all
are
doing stuff all the time,
Yep.
and we've just got a really active, great community in the Discord and Universe. And even when we're not doing stuff, people are getting together, and it's like just getting together and doing things.
Yep.
We've got
And
really
it's
really
always good
active,
time.
casual community.
Very good,
Good
time.
people.
Very good time.
Great
Mhm.
times.
Yep.
So 4.0, it looks like some work has been done on New Babbage shop editions, which is really good because now that we have New Babbage, it'll be great to have it become more lively with more.
Yeah,
themes.
there's a lot of closed shops, and if you think about that, there's already a lot of open shops, but I mean, the amount that they're closed, it's going to be a busy place. I mean, I'm really looking forward to that.
And New Babbage is really kind of that showcase landing zone right now of a demonstration in its own right, but also being the one that has the most in-game features added.
Mhm.
We just need that climbing wall to be.
Oh
actually-
God,
Yeah.
yes, I know. Every
Yeah,
time I see it,
that'd
I'm
be
like,
awesome.
oh, I can't wait to climb that for no apparent reason.
Yes.
But no, what's neat about that is
That
that's the
should be the
perfect
whole
segue.
gameplay loop.
Well,
Yeah.
that's exactly where I was thinking. Is like we got caves, and they showed that scaling. When they were scaling down into a cave.
Yeah.
Yes, free
On
climbing.
the carrot
Oh.
commercial.
Yes,
But I mean, bouldering. Well, so
Yeah.
okay,
whatever
so-
you call it.
Sure. But free climbing, like you'd have to, you'd have to have the map and the textures done so that you have, like, how do you grab onto a crevice? How do you use the physics to because
it's a
we
user
don't
story,
have these
Stim.
Yeah,
beautiful
it's
handholds.
really
It's
difficult.
a user story, Stim.
Shadow and I
We don't tell
spent
them how
3
to do
hours
it.
writing user stories today. Oh my god,
We don't tell them how to do
good
it.
times.
We just tell them what we want.
Yeah.
So there you go. There's a perfect user story. I want to be able to scale that wall.
Yeah.
But it's inverted, Bob. I want to scale it. Yes, very
Yes.
much that.
As a Star Citizen community player, I would like to be able to scale these
See?
walls so that I can have a real immersive experience.
We should be a part of the team there. We can do
That's right.
that.
We can do it.
We can actually argue for good causes, not just profit.
So Grim Hex is also getting more improvements coming in for 4.0, which is going to be great. I wonder if those are racing related as well as other things. I guess we've heard a little bit about that over the last couple of weeks.
We can hope. I mean, it's like Jordan said, it's the racing. They already had that hollowed out section, so yeah, hopefully.
Yeah.
I mean,
and
it
then,
would
of
be a
course, the
cool place to
larger,
race just because of the
landing
risk.
pads.
Just because of the risk, it would be cool. But yeah.
Yeah. And then I wonder, if things get heated in the battle of a race and two M50s just start gunning, and it
Oh,
becomes
yeah.
a death race, and they're now dogfighting
Well,
out in amongst
Hey,
the.
Mog,
They do that in
Hey, Super Rat.
Thank
the
you for the
Daymar Rally with the death races.
Yeah,
with the,
right.
Yes.
the Cyclone
After the
TRs
first
and
checkpoint.
Pretty much.
yeah, after the first checkpoint. Yeah.
Pretty much.
Awesome.
Yep.
Awesome.
Yep.
We need another like mid-year Daymar rally to look forward to. Once a year is.
I
They're
agree.
they're they're working on another one.
Although,
who's involved with that? They said that they're working on something here fairly soon.
So Bad
I'm sure somebody in
Token
chat knows.
Racing is also a really good group, and I know Vengeance and Vengeance is really well connected to Bad Token Raceway, so or Bad Token Racing. So feel free to hit him up if you have concerns or not concerns. Oh my god, if you want to get more involved in racing, Daymar Rally is the primary big racing event of the year, but Bad Token Racing is doing it all the time. I think they do monthly races, maybe even weekly. So check that out. There's really great stuff.
Yeah,
only
I
get
heard the
involved in
Daymar
everything.
guys are they have something else planning in the works
Yes,
here very soon.
they do have something
Ebert
cooking.
was talking about that, I think.
Yep, something's cooking. So
Or Mr. Ebra.
we don't know, but we do know that. I mean, if Corsair's in charge or has a piece of it, it's going to be epic. So I
We might even
yeah.
want to try and get Sigelian on again and just pick his brain. We could probably
You
get
mean
some
poach
details out of him.
Poach's brain? So, Sigelian, what can you tell us? What can't you tell us, but not on air?
really grind the gears and get more
Right,
information.
right. And we do a giveaway and we load it in his favor.
If you guys don't know Sigelian, he's an awesome guy as well, and does a lot of really good work with these racing teams. He's got an app that is all about racing and helps teams form and puts things together. I can't remember the name of it right now, but go check out Sigillian's stream if you get a chance. Twitch.tv
T will
/Sigillian.
link that somewhere. But yeah, thank you. Yeah, always good.
So
All right.
there's something interesting there on the roadmap in 4.0
Hey,
called
Mystic. Thank you for
new
the tip.
targeting methodology. Ah, thanks, Mystic.
Yep.
New
Right on.
targeting methodology.
Yes, I did
They
see
haven't
that.
talked about
They have said nothing about it. I know, that's why I didn't even bring it
You
up,
know-
because it's just like total
You
speculation.
know, that
Wait, is Zaro still here?
oh well, they'll talk about it at some point. They'll probably talk about it. But I or actually they probably have it on the actual
Citizen
CI
Lou, I mean, this is Citizen Lou
CIG
saying this,
roadmap.
but he said yes, they have missiles auto lock. They demoed it briefly. Where, Citizen Lou?
What are we talking about?
So there was on the 4.0 roadmap how was it stated, Jordan? It was targeting
New targeting methodology.
new targeting methodology, yeah, which wasn't.
Well, I was going to go look at the actual roadmap where they actually have descriptions. So,
So
that is one
oh.
benefit over there.
While you pull that up, I just want to say
yeah.
something about this roadmap that we're looking at. This is put out by Odysseus, that is fantastic. One of the things when you see green as being the work that's being done on things, you only see the progress bar here. So green means progress towards completion. When you see red, you might think negatively and say, oh wow, like they fell backwards, they lost progress in some way. What this means is throughout the meetings that they've had to look at the state and the readiness and the plan that they have for a particular feature, they've decided that they need more features on it. Now, how do you decide that you need more features? Well, you have meetings, you do work, and you realize that you can make it better, or there's a hurdle to get past. And so when we see red and it looks like we've lost percentage progress, it means that they're working on that too. So the most important thing to recognize is any activity on this roadmap is a positive thing.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And
Well,
it shows us what they're working
and also
on.
a lot of times what happens with those red with those negative numbers is that they add more tasks. So
Right.
there's fewer that they
Yeah.
still have a lot of tasks done, but they've added more tasks. Like as they're working
Right,
through this,
right.
they think up new things, more things that they want to add into this. So I found the card on 4.0 on the roadmap for the new targeting methodology. It says fundamental changes to how targets are tracked on and off your screen, with UI updates to improve the visibility of locked and tracked targets and the return of pinned targets. So sounds like they're going to be working how
pin
all
target.
that works.
Yeah, that would be good.
Pin targets. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the new targeting right there, sort of to the middle.
Yeah, I
Okay.
think
High speed
I think by
combat was
4.0
another
we're
good
going to
one.
see a lot of combat improvements because they're really working on the server desync, the HUD improvements, and they've got the vehicle experience team working on improving things. So I think the combat
Ship
people
HUD
might
rework. Boy,
be happy by that.
Yeah, might be.
Yeah.
No, that'll never happen.
Well, so the ship HUD rework is an ongoing project that they talked about, where I believe that they have redone all of the central HUDs on all the ships, and they have over 80 flyable ships. So think about how much work is involved in that. It's like, and each one of those has to be recreated in the new building blocks and then multiplied by 80. But they have not done the MFDs. They haven't done the upper right and upper left HUD areas on the ships. So these are all things that they have to do going forward, redesigning them, putting them into building blocks, taking them out of Flash. So I mean, it's a big long-term project for all of these.
Bit to do there.
Yes, but I think mobiGlass is also in there. It's not actually on the roadmap there that we're seeing, but probably because they don't know exactly when it's going to come in. But that's one of the next big projects for the UI people.
So let's dive into the calling all devs, because it was actually pretty interesting. And the last calling all devs is really good too. So I don't want to make it sound like I'm surprised, because calling all devs has been so much better than Star Citizen Live. Just loving it.
Yeah.
Love the pivot they've done.
I love the calling. I love the Star Citizen Live. Okay, so we have to quantify that in that, like, okay, some of them are kind of fillers where they have somebody spending an hour kind of doing some, what they normally do during the day of designing some effects or designing some armors or something like that, or bobbleheads. Though, well, everybody bitches about those.
He
At the,
keeps
they're kind
adding bobbleheads
of
into.
well,
The
it's kind of
bobbleheads are
emblematic.
That's like
always the
that's like a
one.
non-Jordan
Emblematic,
trigger
good
word, but
word.
it's everybody
Yeah,
else that gets
well,
triggered by it except for us because we love their
well,
bobbleheads.
well, there's like the sound design guys and some of these others where it's like,
Yeah.
it's fascinating to some people, but it's a little slow, and it's my primary focus is development. I study everything to do with the development, and so many of those shows are really great information about the actual development of the project, and then we get these filler shows, and some of them are more interesting than others, but I tend to kind of start falling asleep during a lot of them, and I feel bad because these guys are so passionate about what they do. Sound is everything in Star
It
Citizen.
really
I mean,
is.
the
Once they get it
sound
really
design
nailed down,
is
agreed.
amazing. And
Yeah,
everywhere
it is, and it's amazing
You guys look at this.
discipline. But
Yeah,
it's
little
so
girl's room.
hard for them to get the full
Yes.
understanding of what they're doing across, especially when YouTube and Twitch, downsamples the sound bit rates, so you don't quite get a full appreciation for it, and a lot of it is a nebulous concept. And
Yeah, and
it was
I can't
one of
really
those
watch
amazing things when they showed.
their shows.
Remember when they showed like the chemical reactions going on? They had the microphones like right in the
Oh yeah,
reactions.
that was so cool.
That was the closest that I've seen to them really showing how that's being developed, where other times you see like a version of whatever their tool is that they're using, and you're trying to follow it, and you're kind of getting lost in whatever layers they're working on. You're just like, I'm getting tired because my mind is getting like overworked by trying to figure out what they're doing on this tool, and yet I'm still not getting like the stimulus I kind of need to remain interested.
Yeah,
There's something in between
honestly,
there.
I tend to skip a lot of those. Like I'll watch the beginning and I'll skip to the end. I'll tend to like start nodding off during some of those, and I feel bad about it. Are you Rick James is asking, has there been a Star Citizen Live that was not just some sort of artwork? And I would say that yes, at least
There has.
2/3. No, no, it's like, and don't fucking trigger me. Because at least 2/3 of the Star Citizen Lives are phenomenal information. And if you're studying the development of this project, it's phenomenal information. They're meaty, and I know a lot of people don't like to just listen to people talking, and a lot of people don't necessarily digest without getting pretty pictures. But if you're really nerding out about the development of this project, at least 2/3 of Star Citizen Lives are phenomenal information, if not 3/4. So, yeah, that we have the occasional one where, and those tend to stand out because they are the ones that people hold up to, like, okay, sound design or bobbleheads or something like that. It's like, yeah, a lot of people
Or
aren't that
space
excited
cats?
by it. Space cows, the
No,
space
space
cows
cats.
were amazing.
Look who it
The
is.
space cat. Oh, we have a space cat.
Look who it is.
Yeah.
Space cat.
It's
Yeah.
Dax.
Drax.
Love
His
him.
mightiness. He ran up to me,
Yes.
so I grabbed
So
him really
Drax is Stimcat's
quick.
better
Oh,
half.
he's so mad at me right now.
Oh,
Yes, he's the spiritual brother of Nala, or Stimcat.
I was going to say betrothed, but
Oh yeah, there's that too.
there's that
He's not
too.
happy with it. He ran up to me when I ran upstairs, and I was like, "Oh, I guess you're coming on the show." So anyway, sorry, I didn't mean. You guys were talking about animals, so I thought it was adequate because I
Yeah,
can
we're
still hear
moving
you.
to that.
It's
Like,
good. It's good.
All right, we're right.
Miles says some people don't like to hear how the sausage is made. Um, I don't know that I can really address that without.
That's
What do you-
anyway. Why don't we move past this topic because we're kind of getting off topic. I think we're being trolled just a little bit on that one.
Yeah. Well,
So-
so it was a great show. I really enjoyed Friday's show.
Yeah, it was. So let's dive into it. So we heard all about fauna, right? So it was all about non-humanoid life forms that are coming in. And they started off with Todd Pappy giving us a bit of an overview. And what Todd effectively told us was that there's 3 different tiers of creatures that they have in Star Citizen. There's like the insects and the things that will buzz around an interest point to create ambiance and life. And then there's what they call them. I think they called them boids, which I'm not really sure what that's about, but it's things that are a little bit bigger, which are like those space crabs and remember those jellyfish, whatever they jelly crabs, whatever those things were that we saw at CitizenCon a couple of years back, where they're not just like they're real, they're in the verse. They will, you think of like face huggers, they're kind of that size. They could be bad, they could be nasty, or they could be totally inert, like not hurting you, but they are real creatures. Then you get into like the bigger creatures, and it's anything from space cows to space whales, to anything in between, bigger stuff that interacts, that would probably have behaviors and cycles. So just like the NPCs are in the verse, they would have 24-hour cycles and things they work on. In fact, I'll skip kind of to the end a little bit, just to say, when at the very end, when they had Chance Rowe on at the very end of that, they were talking about what's coming. Well, they said that there's going to be more dangerous creatures, but for right now, when they were focusing on these space cows, they were talking about the cow itself, the activities it would have, and like its usables, so that it can have a 24-hour cycle of the things it does. So it walks up to a trough or a water hole and drinks from it, so they can create those schedules for it. I think it's the best word.
Yeah, I mean, they're very loop based, right? So that would make a lot of sense. Plus, by doing that loop, they're actually able to produce maybe milk or whatever that thing is, and maybe if something comes along and attacks that field often, they're not in that loop, so maybe they don't produce as well. So that's where I think that building block was going when I was hearing this.
Yeah, and then they were talking about so when they finally got on to Mr. Haddock there that we're looking at, they asked him a little bit more about what this space cow is all about, and so they were really cognizant they didn't want people to call it the space cow, although we know it's going to catch on because it's not a tank.
They totally lost the battle there on that. They said they were trying to get ahead of
it's the
space
community.
cow.
They will always win.
Done. It's like,
they want to
like
call it Causey Grazer.
Hurricane Warning says Whammer's burgers have to come from space cows.
So those look like teats underneath it. Those are actually eggs.
Yeah.
So how it works, it's a pack herd animal. It's a warm-blooded animal. It's native to Terra, although when they terraform planets, it's used as a seed animal. So, when they terraform planets, it kills most of the biology on that planet. And so they've got to reinstitute a biology to it. And so one of the things they do are these animals, because they're used as domesticated farmed animals for their eggs that they end up cooking.
Yep. Thanks for the sub, Bramster.
Thanks, Bramster. Yep, thank you so much.
Hey, Bramster. Thanks, man. And then also in more remote areas, their skins are used for clothing. So they tan them and they make them into actual clothing and armor, which is kind of neat. So it's kind of, we're getting lore on the creatures in this verse too. And I know that I shouldn't be shocked by that, because the lore would be involved in everything, from every little insect up through to the entire biome.
Should be, yeah.
Everything has lore.
Yeah.
It's got to come from somewhere.
Hurricane Warning is asking if I'm going to be milking those creatures.
Yeah,
well,
I was wondering.
Probably. I'll have one of my Holly.
Hey, how do you milk a bull? Hey, how do you milk a bull there, Stim? You'll find out.
One space cow omelet, please.
Footprint in the head and everything.
I'll only make that mistake once, though.
That's right.
Guaranteed.
You'll learn to tell. No, but you'll turn it into a joke. Oh no! It's just like this. Just walk right up to him.
Right.
Does not look like something I would want to milk. Yeah. Yeah. Horton says you just got to be quick. Sand muscle milk. That's even better. You guys make a great couple.
You guys can't take you anywhere.
Nowhere.
So then we heard about the space whales.
Space whales.
I
Which
was
is awesome.
so excited to hear about the space whales, that they actually live in the atmosphere of Crusader.
Which just showing
That explains so much.
totally screwed it up.
Yeah, and when we spoke about this midweek, and we thought that they're in the atmosphere of Crusader, but maybe they leave a little bit, where it sounds like they just breach through for the ability to see them.
I didn't
Right?
actually
And interact
hear them say anything about that. Somebody was conjecturing or theory
Okay,
crafting
conjecting. Yeah. So
about that, but I don't recall them actually saying.
So let me tell you and everybody
Anything
what
specific.
they did say. So they spoke about how these whales may breach, right? And then they spoke about the gameplay that could come with that. And there was a joke, of course, that you'd be whaling, you'd be killing the whales, which it sounds like they're going to try and avoid that, or at least that wasn't what was brought up, or it was kind of debunked in a way. But I don't know. We'll see. It could end up happening. But what they're focusing on is there'd be some way to interact with these whales. So maybe they would have, like a special kind of barnacle or something that grows on them that you could shuck off, and then you could sell that to make perfume. I mean, who knows?
Space whale milking is what Pixel said. Oh,
Only the
boy.
males now. Only the males.
Oh boy. Yeah,
Space sperm whales.
I got nothing on that one.
And moving on.
Moving on. Yeah, that's the best segue there. Okay.
So what they did say is that the dangerous animals will be coming, and that they're already working on some of those. They mentioned specifically the term apex predators. Whether that's what they're working on next or not, we don't know. But that kind of thing, they said the verse is going to get a lot more dangerous. So that's pretty exciting.
That's scary.
Yeah.
I can't wait. I hope the predators actually protect the freaking innocent.
Living,
you
breathing
space
universe,
whaling
man.
bastards, I hope you get murdered by evil space sharks with giant laser freaking beams and all that fun stuff. Anyway, I'll be protecting the space whales because they're freaking cool. I might milk them though. That's actually advantageous. I'll make Pixel do it. Pixel, just run up there and just milk it. No, it's okay. Everyone does it. It's okay. And then he runs up there
all
for the
good.
first time. Oh, wow. Okay, that's what you don't do. Anyway.
So, Joran, the bearded CIG server description, you want to run us through that?
Yeah, so I don't know how to summarize this. They were talking about how the servers kind of degrade, and some are better than others on Reddit. And Bearded is one of their main network monitoring guys in Austin, and he's fairly active on Reddit. And I thought it was just it was interestingly descriptive. His post there on Reddit. There's like multiple levels of Inception type stuff going on with how servers work in a cloud environment. So it's more like the server that you see in this picture. The real physical server has make-believe friends inside of its head that it can actually give work to, that then have make-believe friends inside of their heads that are Star Citizen game servers. The first layer of make-believe servers run the Linux operating system in a virtualized environment. And in the Linux operating system, there are ways for it to keep track of processes that are running and restart them if they stop. So a lot of the time, in the event that a game server falls over and dies, the operating system restarts it automatically. I assume that's a 30K. Typically, a lot of the time where we have to get involved is when something doesn't automatically fix itself. In some rare cases, the virtualized server has in fact fallen over and died, in which case we do exactly what you said, take it out back, shoot it, and replace it with another one.
Yep.
So
that's virtualization in a nutshell. Did it die? Okay, fine. Start up a new clone.
So it's not an actual
it's header
physical
flag date. That's a
server.
great
It's
one.
all these virtualized things that most of us non-network people don't understand. So
Not even
I thought that was
networking.
interestingly descriptive for us
Server magic.
non-server people.
No, I love how he tried to explain that in a very human form. It's like, oh God, we're talking to people, aren't we?
Yeah, we're talking to humans.
Yeah.
Users.
I can't tell you how many times I've had this conversation. It's like a person inside of a person that has multiple people inside. Oh boy. Yeah. I get him. Very cool.
Make believe friend. I like the make believe friends.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they really are. They're literally just temporary resources of temporary resources. Yeah, I get this. No, very cool.
Yeah,
Good way of
wait,
explaining it.
way over my head. And then Saturday we had
Oh
a
man, who let
uh,
Hacksaw in here? Damn it.
hey Hacksaw, how's it
Seriously,
going,
that
man?
barn door needs to be nailed shut.
Mhm.
Good to see you, man. Good to see you.
Hey, Hacksaw, how's it going, man? Good to see you.
Yeah. So 3.9
Saturday.
dropped to wave 1, and we threw a party at Wally's Bar on
Whoop,
Saturday
whoop.
night.
Yeah,
And we had about
it
16
looked-
to 20 people there,
it looked like
and it was
a very typical Star Citizen party.
like a real party at a nightclub.
I
Like
don't
With the
know
one
what
person
happened
wearing
there.
full armor and weapons.
yeah,
Yeah, right.
yeah. And then
Right.
and then some people got naked after that.
No.
Oh.
Clearly, he
Thanks
left
for the
that
time,
part out.
Hacksaw.
Well, I don't even know what happened there. YouTube just said nope. Okay, there we go. Let's try that again. Yeah. No, I mean, I love this section of the club. It's actually on both sides.
Yeah, there's
you
there's
don't
two
see
different ones.
you don't see the stuff falling from the sky though. The bit.
Later, so this is the other side. So there's two sides. So there's the cove and the oasis. The oasis later in the video, I'd flip over to the oasis where it's got the particles falling from the ceiling, and
Where?
yeah. So you skip forward a little bit. It's about
No.
2/3 of the way.
Come on.
EOD operator says, "Don't blame the morons that didn't come to this party armed."
There we go. That's right.
We
It's not a
should know
party if
that
there's
from
not
the Jump
weapons.
Club destruction.
Yeah. Yeah, grenades are not our friend.
But these particles are so cool because they actually will fall and bounce off of your shoulders and your head and the floor, and they're actually physicalized particles. So it's the same tech that they had for the Fizz hologram over in Area 18.
That's cool.
Yeah, but
Yes,
just a
the
lot of fun.
dancing
We just had
modes
a few hours hanging out.
need to not only have the ability to loop, but also like change to like a dance schedule, or maybe to the music.
It's
That'd be really cool.
yeah, it's very rudimentary right now for the dancing. I mean, it's just
It's
kind
okay.
of a short thing, and you have to restart it. But hey,
It's
it's
okay.
the first time we actually had a nightclub that we can
Nobody
actually go
can
dance.
use grenades there, right, Jordan?
Yeah, it is the armistice zone. Thank
They're
goodness.
just disabled.
Oh, what about dancing with a partner? Zan says that's a great point. Totally agree.
Yep.
Hmm.
Can't wait
Need
for
to have
that.
that at some point too.
Yeah, very nice.
Although right now, in
Oasis
a way,
over the
that's
cove.
almost kind of creepy. The dancing with a partner, because even if you're talking about like the Oasis, it could be Chuck that is in his basement that you're dancing with. And
You don't want to
might
know
not-
that. This is a
you
virtual
might not
world.
have
We
been
don't
into
think of that.
Chuck
It's all
before,
virtual.
but
You
maybe
try not
now
to think of
maybe
that.
now you understand Chuck's personality and what he's all about.
Well, so
You could take the
well, so
time to figure that out. I'm just
that
there
is
to drink
actually
and
funny
have
though.
fun.
We had a party crasher who showed up. Who we learned later was somebody else from the Yacht Club or the Jump Club.
Damn
But
Canadians.
this guy came in and he was like moving in on the females in our party, of which they were not all real females. We only had two. We had two real females, but they were mixed in with some not real females, and so it was kind of like gambling. And so he was like
Gambling.
dancing up close on one of the females that is not actually a female, and everybody's
Gambling
getting
in a dodgy casino? Is that what you're saying? This is the
So,
part of the
moving
show where
on.
things go right off the rails. Anyway,
Yep. It was funny.
good times though. Yeah, great scene. I mean, the place is very cool. So I love it.
Yes, they did a great job with Wally's Bar.
Yep, I can give him some
So
tips on some real good enemy clubs. But anyway, go on, Zing.
Let's move on to Sunday. So Luke Presley had a post for us. Joran, take it away.
Yeah, so this was where Luke Presley was participating in one of the conversations on Spectrum, asking questions about the whole party system. That's what we talked about earlier, where they did actually get this into the patch, where if you kill somebody in your party, then you don't get a crime stat. So these were part of all these conversations that were going over the last week, where the community would bring things up, and then various people from CIG would come in and have conversations and responses and reply, and then we actually see that come into the patch. So, and this is one of the coolest things about Star Citizen for people who are really actively involved and really paying attention, that you see CIG talking with the community talking with CIG, and having these conversations, and then see it come in right in the next patch. I mean, this is during PTU,
Mhm.
and they're rolling out all these patches, and then it goes live, and bam, it's in there. We didn't even know if it was going to make 3.9 live. And that was a big thing, to be able to have people that are having combat operations and training sessions, that if you kill somebody that's in your party, that you're not going to have to go to jail, because that's really a major bummer when you're just trying to have combat practice.
Yep.
So then on Monday, in This Week in Star Citizen, we had a couple of really cool things come out. So we had the Citizen Spotlight, which is portrayed, which is portraits in 3.9. This is by Triograph, and these absolutely mind blowing as far as I'm concerned. The way they took these pictures.
Is his audio messing up, Jordan?
Yeah, apparently it
Okay.
is.
I disconnected and reconnected because mine did that last night. Just disconnect and
Okay.
reconnect real quick, Stim.
All right.
It's a Discord issue that's been happening. It happened
Yep.
to me last night.
All right.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
what I was
I thought it
saying
was
is,
just me.
Yep, you're
Yeah.
good. No, you're good.
thanks.
No, I
thanks
did
for
it real
thanks for
quick.
the
Yeah,
heads up.
yeah, go ahead.
Cool.
Yep.
So Citizen Spotlight, the portraits in 3.9 by Tribalgraph.
Oh, yeah.
These are gorgeous.
These
are
look
really, really nice.
amazing. I mean, you just look at this as in-game footage and you're like,
Oh, isn't that
what?
amazing?
Yeah. And then, like, well, so this, I didn't understand where this came from. Is this actually something that's in the game? Like in some place?
I don't know about that one. I think there's
I don't
probably a lot
know.
of post-production done on that shot. I don't know if that's a helmet. Is that a helmet we have in the game?
I didn't know where it came from. I know
I'm not sure.
the first one that we showed here, this is definitely a shot straight out of the game.
Yeah.
There's very little post-production done on that one. That, I'm not sure the background, but the screen definitely looks...
Oh, it's
Very
so well
legit.
done.
Yeah.
This reminds me a lot of EVE Online, this picture here. when
Oh,
you're creating
yeah,
the avatar.
I wasn't going
Like,
to
in
say it,
such a
but
big
okay.
way. Yeah, well, totally.
you're right,
You know,
yeah, 'cause
that's,
you gotta-
that's all you had in EVE Online, right? So you
Yeah,
had you
right.
picked your background
portrait.
and you had your face, right? That was your portrait.
Mhm.
That was, you had no legs. This is what you have.
Well, there was a lot of
So-
customization you could do to the face, but I mean, still, it never meant anything.
The-
So,
Completely meaningless.
Yeah, but this composite, I guess the best way of calling it, is just so well done. And
Yeah.
then the next
Yeah.
one's really good.
yeah, that
And-
Just
one.
those green eyes.
And the fact that
shader.
the quality of these is the same on NPCs, which are not high level. It's not necessarily player characters or
Right, it's the same all the way
or like,
through.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
And
look
that's
at
very
that-
cool.
Look at how the fact that she has an earring hole on her right ear,
Yep.
but there's no
Oh,
earring
wow.
there. Like that's
No,
a
Jad,
level
Jad,
of
those are not
detail.
Angelina Jolie lips. I'm sorry, son. You need to watch another movie that's from her. Those are tiny compared to what hers are. Anyway,
They're close, but not quite.
no,
Okay,
and,
now
then,
the-
and then like this one I really
The
like.
next photo. Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Yeah.
Isn't that amazing? Like you can read
Yeah.
the text and you can see
Yeah.
every eyelash.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know. Is that actually?
incredible?
Yeah. I don't
Like
care.
if this is real, I'm assuming these are actually real
Yeah,
portraits and
real-
that it hasn't been
yeah.
touched up. But that is, the word fidelity doesn't even,
Yeah.
like
Yeah,
give
it's
it
absolutely incredible.
full credence.
Yeah, that's
but-
one thing I
but-
really do love about SC is if you look at the finite lettering and wording on things, it's actually looks legitimate. Like if you actually started to
Yeah.
use that, yeah, you're like, oh wait, that was a part C in a system, blah 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 blah, and you're like,
Mhm.
I remember seeing that somewhere. Now, when they actually start to become serialized and they're actually unique, like this helmet is stock number, 3240, and that is going to be, I'm going to have a little thing that goes off in my nether regions for data. That's, yeah. Because I love data. I love big data. Like every little piece is actually a real thing. Yeah. Fidelity,
Yeah.
drink. Yes, I totally agree. Coffee
During
gaming.
our user stories today, we were talking about how we need to have item tracking and
Mhm.
IDs for everything. And
That's right. Fidelity.
Yeah.
Drink again.
So well done. Yep. The next picture is really good.
Ah,
Um,
the bald head, or the hair that you wish you had. No, that's
I
not
have
hair.
most of it.
That's
I just
not
don't-
hair I'd want.
I just don't have that peninsula in the front.
The peninsula. Nice.
Mine's more like an island.
Nice.
Next
It all
picture.
depends on how big the island is. Oh yeah, this one looked great too.
I have my own island. Not
There
everybody
you
can
go,
say that.
buddy. That's all that matters. No, this is a great one too. Is there a helmet that actually that has the eyes exposed?
That's the helmet that we saw in the second picture at the very top.
It is.
Right.
I wonder which helmet that is.
I don't know what that is. Anyone?
Does anyone in
Community?
chat know that helmet?
Community? We have the new avian helmet. I know that.
Yeah, but
That doesn't look
this
avian.
This was
No,
prior
no,
to
it's
the-
not that
the
one.
avian
Yeah.
helmet is only just coming in.
I think that's the same helmet that the girl's wearing with
No,
the
it's not.
code
No,
on it,
Zan, it's not
barcode.
the Oracle. It's
Yeah,
I
it's the
love
same
the
helmet.
Oracle. I love the Oracle helmet. That's not it. Yeah, it's not Dark Helmet.
Yeah, it's a cool helmet.
Darth
Keep
helmet.
firing, assholes!
It's not him.
That's the same helmet as the girl with the eyelashes that we're talking about.
Right.
earlier.
You know, I
Yeah.
haven't seen it in game, so I don't know. Maybe I just haven't found it.
There's so many different armor sets. I mean, there's so many helmets, so many armor pieces, and that's it's one of the cool things about Star Citizen. There's so much customization.
And then just go to the last photo that's there, because I think we've seen the other ones pretty well.
Okay.
And the last photo, that one there, it's really just about the shadows on this. And you look at like her lips on this, and what makes them seem so real is, I think, the shadows. Obviously the textures, but it all works in concert. And then the lips are the contrast to those green eyes. It's just so well done.
We're all having problems with this one, so let's just move right
I'm going to need a few minutes. I'll be back.
Wait, I'll say it for you. Fidelity. Or infidelity. Either way, we're good. Yeah, moving right along.
Infidelity.
It's a thing.
Love it.
Amazing.
Yeah, Horton
Absolutely
says
amazing.
meow, so
Right.
we're not the only ones on this one.
Meow. Okay, so back onto the notes for the show.
The moons of
We
Microtech.
can't read right now.
Right. Yeah, we can't read.
Everyone's
right?
a little-
CIG.
everyone's a little
distracted.
Way
Blood's
to
gone
blow
somewhere
the
else.
ball there.
Okay, this one's good. So now I'm lucky enough to have an ultra wide monitor, which this plays amazingly on an
Really
ultra wide
good.
monitor. I hope this works well enough in the stream at 1080p.
Yep.
But please play this with sound. We can talk over it because the sound just adds ambiance.
We will do that. Here we go. He's fishing it out. Hi, chat. Sorry.
Yeah, definitely hide chat on this one.
Oh. I hope I had
So this is a cinematic. It's about 4 minutes, 4 minutes and 11 seconds to be exact. On New Babbage and Microtech and some of the scenes you can see while you're there.
Yeah, I love the way that some of these folks do their cinematography and the camera work. I mean, they just capture really amazing angles and just telling the story. And I want to know how they move the camera. Are they using game controllers? I've heard that some people use game controllers to get better camera.
Controllers are last.
Analog stick that allows you
Yep.
to have movements.
Yeah, and then you,
I think so. I'm gonna
you
have to
bump
get
the
one.
sensitivity way down.
Yeah, I seriously need to get one to do this.
I highly recommend the F710 or F170.
Super cheap and a great controller. Yeah. No, it's not the 7. Yeah, it's the 7. The wireless one.
710 is the wireless. Yeah. It's an awesome controller. It's way better than the Xbox
three-
controller.
the
I
310
have
is the
Xbox
wired.
Elite, and I like that one better.
Really?
Okay.
Don't go pixel
well-
on me.
Well, my Elite has a problem, so
Yeah, just like yours and Pixels and everybody else's that I've talked to.
does Pixels go bad as well?
Yeah, horribly. Yet he thinks it's the best thing in the world, and it always fucking breaks.
Yeah. Anyway, Logitech is one of the best peripheral manufacturers. Everything I have is Logitech. It's either Logitech or it
Tactics
is
certified.
either Logitech or it is with Corsair, not Corsair, Elgato.
They make
Logitech are
Gorilla?
all the time.
Sorry,
No.
we're talking over this whole
They
thing.
make all kinds of things. They make like camera stands and green screens and all kinds of stuff.
It is.
Corsair is very good too. Corsair just bought Elgato, which is why I said them.
Really?
Yeah, they bought Elgato.
Is it sound better out there so that we can stop drowning?
It should be good. The views are lining up now.
Yeah, it's Corsair equals small. Yeah, they're not huge. If you're talking about the Corsair size of a ship compared to like a battle cruiser, what are you talking about?
We don't do this
Ice.
listen together thing very well.
Well, no, we can talk over this
We're a
one.
shitty bunch of bitches. It's okay.
We are chatting. Well, that's what the whole thing is
That's
about.
why you people, for some reason, tune in for 13 months in a row and you never miss the show. It's terrifying. It's almost like you like us. No, I know. I mean,
Yeah,
the footprints.
Yeah.
The footprints.
Yeah,
I mean, and they're accurate.
beautiful.
Like if you run over your
so
own
these
footprints.
Shadows and the lighting and the god rays.
Yeah, but
and-
if you run over your own
The lighting is
footprints.
amazing.
Yeah, if you run over they actually
Look at
reprint
that.
like correctly.
Yeah, he did such a great job with these. And so these are the new moons, and they're beautiful. They
They're
really
mostly
are.
cold.
Yeah, they're very cool.
You know,
It froze to death on two
exploration.
of them.
we talk about exploration as being gameplay that we haven't seen yet, and I gotta tell you that is wrong. You know, I have to rescind my original
I totally
comments
agree.
because
Good.
on moons you're exploring. If you're in a cave, you're exploring. If you are
Exploring
looking for
is
wrecks, anything.
seeing and finding any place that you've never seen before, and like being a tourist. Like my wife and I.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the one thing we love to do is we love to travel and see places we haven't seen before.
Backpacks.
A lot of
That's
just going to a national park, going out walking in a park.
So it's,
These
but it's
experiences
backpacks.
in Star Citizen, are just
oh,
so.
then he's back at the
and
bar.
this is exploring, and that's what we a lot of times in the yacht club. That's we just get together and it's like, hey, let's just go find a really cool place, and there's literally 7.5 million square kilometers on the surface of Microtech. And there's 7.5 million square kilometers on the surface of Hurston. And then we have several million square kilometers on 14 moons now, 14, 15 moons.
And there's a lot
Every
of
one
really
of them
unique
is
features
unique.
to a lot of them. Yeah.
There are.
The whole map of Skyrim can fit into one crater on one moon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
and
there's
like
that,
all of like the whole
Well,
GTA
we have
map.
spaceships with quantum drives, so it kind of like you got to be a little bigger.
Well, true.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
but still,
there's
no,
so
I
many
mean-
beautiful places, especially Microtech. Microtech has so many these huge
Yes,
valleys.
if you watch Jordan's stream, you will know there's
Oh.
a billion epic places on Microtech, and
yes,
I love
and we
some of
barely
them. They're-
scratched the surface.
Yeah.
It
And
was-
then
it
now,
was-
when, like when you were talking about the ships dropping out of the sky and like creating these new instances, that's going to start to change. I really hope that, and this is big thinking, but I mean, I think it could be possible, is you have a Javelin wreck, right? And then it just happened, right? And you get the notification and you go start scouring for components. And then, over time, it's basically just a rusty Hulk. And then somebody comes along and actually starts to rip away the Hulk. And then there's nothing left. I hope the scarring actually stays there. And that would be really cool. Like the scarring of the surface when it slams into it at 800 miles an hour.
Oh,
That,
yeah.
I hope it really happens. So,
Or-
yeah.
Well, I think that's part of the iCache and the permanent persistence of things. Like I don't know how much it'll affect the landscape, but eventually we'll have destructible trees.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and that's a big deal. Oh, Jordan, we lost you. Or I lost you. Discord died. Really? Yeah, Discord died, guys. Sorry. I can't connect to Discord right now. Sorry. I'm desperately trying to reconnect. Everybody's messaging me. I have 13 messages of people telling me that Discord has died for me. So hold tight. I will be there in a second. Come on, you bastard.
Back?
Are you
Oh,
back?
there we go. Now we're back. Sorry.
Hey!
Okay.
Discord just
Awesome.
We were still here.
threw my ass off. Well, you were, but yeah, they couldn't hear you. But anyway, so everything
they
you
hear us
said for
now?
the last minute, you need to rephrase. So go.
Yeah, we
Okay.
stopped. We stopped. We heard that they weren't able to hear us.
So destructible trees. So yes, when a ship crash lands, we want to be able to see the full destruction going on. But what I really want to see is the forest. So in every game up until now, unless it's been a pre-made environment like for Star Wars Battlefront or something, the trees that you see have been a full tree from from all the needles at the base going up like a perfect Christmas tree.
Yep.
It's been absolutely perfect. And if you create a forest, it's a forest of perfect Christmas trees, maybe with different shapes and sizes, but
Which already is in game.
yeah, and that's great. But when a forest grows, the way that biology works is it's looking for the.
God, I lost him. Jordan, you there? Jordan? Well, great. I guess Discord is eating it right now. Yeah, I lost him. Jordan, are you there? Jordan? Anyone? T? Yeah, it just literally died. I keep going to connecting on Discord. I will try and rejoin, people. Sorry in advance. Evidently Discord is having serious issues, so we will try again. Yeah, I know you can hear me. It's obvious. Yeah, it just shows connecting. So right now, people, it's the Shadow Show, and I'm sorry in advance because, well, Discord can't handle the load. I've got perfect response from every other host. And I just got a warning that Discord's actually having issues. So, what would you like to talk about? Stim's lovely bold head. I'm gonna restart Discord here real quick. La la la. Here we go. Restarting Discord while I spin my drink. It's not very entertaining, I know, but it's okay. Here we go.
Right.
There we go.
Yay!
Are you back?
No, so I just got a SAS warning that from the one of the data centers that there's some serious issues with Discord right now. So this may happen again.
But-
just let us know. Anyway, okay.
So Stim and I can hear each other. We just can't hear you.
Yeah,
and then
you're
you
on
can
Discord.
hear us.
Well, the problem is that we're running the call from the Discord West Coast. So, and I don't know how you're actually connecting, but
Yeah, because I hear Stim and Stim and I can hear each other, but then
I'm showing on
we
a
can't hear
Discord
you.
East server. That's probably the problem, and I have no idea how to switch it. Yeah, where do I switch the show call? Because we're in just regular Discord.
Good question.
Like if you do a local call, you can actually switch the region, but where? T?
T Nitro said he just changed the server region.
Yeah, where?
He'll have to show us at some point. On with the show.
Anyway, go
I
ahead.
saw Jack
United
said
through Saint
Stan,
John's.
we should
Yeah.
get him in.
Thank God for T.
Yeah.
So So good job, T. Thanks for getting us sorted out, brother. Okay, I'll say this as quickly as I can because I've now said it. This will be the fourth time.
You've gotten really eloquent at it.
The tree
thank you very
canopy.
much. So the tree canopy, right? When a forest forms, all of the branches that cannot get light become decided that they're useless, and so a tree drops those branches. So you end up having like a cavity of just the spines, the trunks of the trees underneath. And what I want that to happen in Star Citizen. What I don't want to happen is for it to be like empty underneath. And we need forest creatures like space deer and space cows and space
rabbits.
Run
Space
through
rabbits
that
and
area.
everything.
Yeah,
And
space squirrels.
homes too.
Space squirrels.
So we need nursing trees and like mushrooms growing on those, and space mushrooms and space nursing trees and space cheerleaders. No, we need space.
Whoa!
everything
No, we need to go back to that.
on the
We need
forest
space
floor.
cheerleaders. Space cheerleaders
Wait a
needs to
minute,
happen.
You said space cheerleaders.
Okay.
Okay,
no, good job. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so that's in a nutshell. That's it. I want, like, walking through nature recently because of COVID to get out and get exercise and kind of get that. You see some amazing things, and you really want to see that in Star Citizen as well. I got to say, I guess I'm a little bit fortunate to be able to live near coastal western forests.
Ridiculously jealous of you.
So it is so cool to see that stuff. It literally is like the Forest Moon Endor outside my backyard. I just have to walk like a block and then I walk right into it. I would love to see all that stuff in Star Citizen. I would love to see where you can explore, and you find a cave in, somewhere in the forest floor or what have you. Anyway, I'm freaking droning on. Let's move on to the next thing.
It was a good subject though, because you're passionate about the wilderness, and so am I. It's like unfortunately I'm stuck in this hellhole of Florida.
I grew up in it, so yeah, I agree.
Yeah, and I used to go backpacking in Texas and then in Colorado, and I love that, and I love what we have now in Microtech and finding the forests. I can't wait till we have more. And
I got
especially excited about-
COVID-19 in Vancouver. It was the best thing ever. But I had it. I was an early adopter.
I expect them to bring more and more realism to that over time, STEM, and so maybe start a thread about that.
No,
like
and that but I mean, it's so programmatically, it's really hard, right? Let's just face it. It's really hard to paint 1 million trees within maybe 2,000 meters of view distance. You got to realize what that actually takes just on a client level, and then also understanding what each tree's state is. Because like what Stim was talking about is like there might be one tree, like imagine if a ship crashed, right? Or even just came straight down and it took out like 7 or 8 trees. Now you've got to remember those 7 or 8 trees that are damaged, destroyed, or partially, ripped away. So that is the cool state that we know is coming. That's why they went through the breadth of what they're doing right now. So that's what I'm really excited about, is unique actual forests or, deserts or whatever. That was what I was going back with the ground scarring is I hope, like, if major ships like a javelin falls out of the sky, there's gonna be a hole or some sort of damage to the surface. I hope that stays, or at least is somewhat lifelike. So yeah, that I agree. I hope all of that will happen. I really believe it will. It's gonna take time, but very cool stuff.
Yeah. So it's coming.
More things coming.
All right, so lore
moving
post.
right along.
Where's Doc when you need him? Was there even a lore post this week? I don't think there was.
I don't remember seeing.
Now we know why he's
one,
not here.
But I missed.
He's like, I'm not. There's no lore post. I'm out.
It's not lore post. I can't get you to fake my way through it.
Yeah, actually, it was Instrument of Surrender by Adam Weiser.
Yeah,
I think that was. Wasn't
This
that
was
last
part
week?
4. No, this was 2 days ago.
Oh, another part of it. Okay.
Yes,
Awesome.
yes, this is part 4. So I have no idea what that's about, but there's more lore going on. So go read that.
Okay, awesome. Guys, if
More
you
lore going
don't
on.
know already,
Read
we're
that.
terrible at reading the lore. My argument is that there aren't enough pictures.
Yeah, there's not enough pictures, but it's very layered. Like you jump into a lore
Yeah.
post, it's part 3 of you're like
Yeah, and then now
Well,
you
they
gotta
always
read
link to
parts
the other
1 and
ones,
2.
But I love the fact that there is so much lore in the verse, and I think all of us love the fact that there is this much lore, and
Yes.
some people really get into that, and they're into the role
Yes,
play,
Horton.
and they're into the depth of it.
Horton makes a great point. They should be audiobooks.
Yeah, that would be
Audio
awesome.
versions. Everyone would listen to them. Find a
Yep.
sweet, sexy voice.
Yep.
Be like,
You know
be
what?
like,
Hey,
That
baby,
would be
this
nice.
is the lore post for this weekend. Sit back, relax, and grab a drink, and now I'm going to talk to you about
So
Um,
funny story.
that's how it has to be.
Funny story and very quick story. I am going to start streaming soon. And one of the things I thought I would do as a YouTube video, and I thought about this today, was actually do voiceover of the lore posts. So
It's got to be
that
sexy
may-
lore
you
post.
would be
It's
great at
gotta
that. You've
be-
got a great voice.
Got to be sexy
man.
lore post. Sexy
That-
lore post.
that-
Hey, baby,
Stim
listen
has-
to
Stim
me.
has it, so.
I'll see what I can do, guys. I'll try
I-
and put
that
out
would be-
some-
I get
That
him
would be
fired up
awesome.
too much, so he
Some
gets
lore
angry.
posts.
So I don't know what
I-
the sexy voice sounds like.
That would be awesome.
Roar!
Roar, mother! Oh, okay, yeah, that's it. Anyway, no, that
It's
would be
either that
cool.
or 50
That would be
Shades of
very.
Grey,
cool.
so-
I would love that.
Would
That would be
very
awesome.
cool. Yeah, totally.
Yes.
Yeah, as a YouTube
Nice,
channel,
Yodi.
that would be great.
Yeah, I think you totally,
great. So
totally have
you
that.
heard it here first. Tim's going to do that. Great job, buddy.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, I want to do it. I totally do. I
As
actually
long as you do
lately-
it on the show as well.
Well, a lot of people have been talking. I've had a lot of people say that I should consider doing some kind of voice work, and so I've actually submitted a couple of pieces. I submitted a piece to the Astropub, a couple of voice stuff for some of the Galactic Historian stuff that he does. So I figure, well, might as well do something for the team. So
Oh yeah.
and,
Oh, that's
we'll
good.
see. It'll be fun. Yeah. And with a great crew, if you guys want to watch, I'll link you and we'll see how it goes.
Go go go.
All right. So
Baby.
on to Wednesday. So Alpha
Wednesday.
3.9 patch notes. So we got Alpha 3.9. Now, guys, we had 3.9 in the PTU for under 24 hours. It really was.
As all open. So it was in PTU since last week.
It's all open. Good.
Yep. So we had PTU from Thursday of last week. I think it was Thursday, Friday of last week. And we had some really great patches. We had some that weren't as great. Monday we had a really rough day.
Well, first day, yeah, that was terrible.
No, actually, no. When 3.9 first dropped, it was phenomenal. I mean, it was great. I mean, we were all
But
surprised
that
at
night,
this.
The friend system that went to shit.
Oh
and
well,
that was
well,
what-
no. The friend system crashed
Yeah, it
that
was a
night, and they had
terrible
it fixed the next day. So
but they had it
and-
fixed.
but
and it went well.
but the patch itself was great. I mean, it was stable. The crash recovery was perfect every
Have you
time.
messed with
crashed the
this yet?
desktop, you came back.
The secure attachments? I have not yet.
No, I haven't really. I've been doing so many other things. Mostly just running around with friends and exploring some more,
So-
going to different outposts. But it did finally. So they did wave 1. It was out for several days. They did wave 2, which they expanded, I think, on Sunday for active backers. Might have been Monday. And then last night they had open PTU, so that's where it was open to everybody. Usually that goes for several days because they stress test it and they get a lot more bugs and they work through that. They opened it up live today, the day after, and it just a huge slew of problems out there. A lot of people getting 30Ks. Long-term persistence database is just really screwed. Everybody's losing all the money that they had
It's
from
not,
before.
not everybody.
that was
I
supposed-
have 3 accounts and not a damn one of them suffered. But
No,
yes, people are
not-
having
not
problems.
every-
It's like
a
not
lot of people are having
overpainted.
problems. Well, it's like a lot of people are. And so it's just, I was very surprised that they rushed it out today rather than having even 2 or 3 days. I mean, most of us were expecting, okay, great, it's going to open today. They'll work through it and they'll have another patch for Friday, and that'll be live and that'll be great. But they didn't. They rushed it out, and I think it was rushed. I personally, so I logged in as soon as it went live, downloaded it, logged in, saw I had 1.2 million UEC. I had all my components. I had all my armors and everything like that. Oh, this is great. Long-term persistence worked. Logged out because I was still working. Logged back in maybe an hour or so later. It's like wanted it to go and just pick up some water and drinks and stuff like that to get things loaded up for tomorrow or later this evening. And then I noticed that I had defaulted back to my starting UEC, which is I'm lucky I've got 270,000 UEC because I've bought a bit over the years, but I lost a million UEC, and it's like, okay, well, I went into there's a whole bunch of different chats on Spectrum. There's SC test chat. So if you're involved in testing in PTU, if you have questions about things that are going on, Proxys and Will Leverett, who are in charge of that,
Hey, the
are
Big
few.
raid coming in. Hey, buddy.
View, welcome,
You.
Good to see you,
welcome,
man.
Who's that
everybody.
guy?
Good to
I
see
don't
you,
even
man.
know who that guy is. Oh,
We
the
like
few.
this
One of our
guy.
great folks.
He's less than more, but he's no more than the few. But either way.
He's
So, my
definitely
friend,
more than a few.
welcome,
Great.
Raiders.
Welcome everybody. Welcome everybody. So,
Welcome.
Stim, you want to
And
explain
everybody.
what the show is
Sure.
for all the
Well,
folks coming
guys,
in?
great to have you join us. For our people, if you don't know the few, he's an amazing caster. He streams quite often, multiple times a week, and has amazing content. You can see the amount of people that were following him that ended up jumping into our show. So awesome. For those of you that are joining us via the few, thanks for joining us. We're going through the weekly Star Citizen content. We do the week's news and we hang out and we chat about what's going on in Star Citizen. This is we're about 3/4 of the way through the show, so we're getting towards the final stretches. We talk about everything that is hot and going on from the community, all of the cool posts, whether it's lore,
3
whether
hours,
it's Inside
14
Star
minutes.
Citizen, whether it's Star Citizen Live or calling all devs. We talk about Star Citizen here in a really positive way because we love this project. We are also realistic in bringing up our concerns, but we do it in a way that it's constructive so that we can pass forward any information through to CIG and try
No
to be
salt,
a
just
really
a
supportive
lot of
community for them.
sugar and a lot of opinions.
Yes.
And a lot of opinions.
We are
We try to be nonpartisan. You know?
yeah, we are long time high level backers. We're deep involved into the project, and
Ooh,
and we follow it with a microscope. So that's our job, and so we like to share that knowledge with the community, answer questions, analyze everything that happens all week, because there's a lot of stuff that happens all week. Even a lot of people don't realize how much actually goes on. So that's what we've been covering here in the show, and we were just talking about 3.9 going live and some of the challenges with it coming out live today after being in open PTU yesterday. So I was talking about how downloaded it had some problems. I lost all my UEC that I had earned in 3.8, even though long-term persistence was supposed to be enabled. And a lot of people are losing their UEC. So I wanted
are they patching that? Are people going to get their UEC back?
Well, so here's the progression of what happened. So I went to the SC test chat on Spectrum, where Will Leverett, who's in charge of testing and player relations, and Proxys, who's also very involved there as well with the Evocatis, and Will Leverett was literally right before I came in, had said that if you lose your UEC from long-term persistence, do a character reset and you'll get it back.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what's intended. Okay, so the people have been testing it. It has worked intermittently. It was in 3.8.2. We have a lot of people that had tested it, and it's kind of halfway working, halfway not working. Sometimes goes up, goes down, all kinds of problems. Yeah, like EOD operator says, it doesn't freaking work. I reset, logged out, came back 20 minutes later. My mobiGlass was no longer working. I could not access my mobiGlass. I couldn't see
Are
if
you
I'd
the
lost
only
it.
one that's ever had that problem, though?
No. So
Okay.
so let me continue following the progression. So I did the reset and it borked my mobiGlass. The normal workaround for that, I did deleted user folder, verified, rebooted, those didn't fix it. So one of the things folks reminded me of is a regular bug is that you lose all your clothes and your Moby Glass, and you can't access them. Sometimes you lose your head too. So you go back out and you change your character in the character customizer. That's been the well-known workaround. It's listed as a workaround for that specific bug.
I must
I
have
did
the
it
best luck ever.
I did it 25 times in an hour and a half, and
What?
it did not fix me.
Okay, Jordan, in
So-
server logic, that's only making the problem worse.
No, because this has actually happened. So
Can I
this is
interrupt
what
for 1
people did.
second?
They said continue to do it until it catches and fixes it.
25 times.
Guys,
if I slam this keyboard, it's not going to work.
This is
after.
really important. The few cooked a blue cheese fettuccine with skirt steak tonight.
Oh,
That
But
sounds
that's
amazing.
tonight. He did gnocchi last week, which was
I
which actually
know.
looked
It's
pretty
looked
fucking
so
amazing.
hungry.
amazing too.
So
Oh,
he's branching out. No, the good point was I'm actually starting to think the same thing.
you
So the few has actually said, "Oh, you know what? I come home straight home from work, and when that's not now, but I mean theoretically, he comes home straight from work, and he goes straight into streaming, and he never eats right. So now he's doing a Wednesday night show where he eats right. So I was like, man, I'm gonna take up on
Nice.
that because I'm gonna come home. I'm gonna actually do a show on mixing a drink, because that's. So thank you, the few.
I get home and I don't take care of my proper dietary liquid needs.
Right.
Straight away. So
He's
I better
he's
get home and
using
mix myself a
streaming to
proper
his
drink.
advantage, and I love that. And
That's
so
awesome, man.
thank you,
I
the
wanna
few.
hear
I'm going to
about-
do the same thing because I'm going to do a drink
Awesome.
show.
Do you have cameras set up in your kitchen?
He does.
You
He
have,
moves
like,
all
the-
of his cameras. It's
Oh.
really awesome.
nice.
Yeah, go
Awesome.
check it out. Wednesday
That's
nights.
awesome.
It is.
I gotta check it out. Okay.
It sucks because it's right before
Awesome.
our show, but
You know,
it's so worth it. Yeah.
Do you post it
I-
to YouTube? Can I
Mhm.
check it out?
Yes,
After?
he does. Yeah.
Okay. Nice.
Yeah, so I'm going to
That would
do
be
a
awesome.
drink show. I think it's going to be my Saturday show, or maybe my Friday show. But either way, that same idea is great. I love that, the few.
Not YouTube.
Well done,
but
lad.
okay, but you'll have the VODs on Twitch.
Right.
Okay.
Yep. Yep.
Nice,
Cool,
sir.
cool,
Can we post the Fuse Twitch channel in there?
We need. I'm just going to create that
pretty
command.
sure it's just
Did-
twitch.tv/the Few.
Yeah,
but-
you
Yeah.
just do a TV
He'll take care of
TW
that.
command. Yep. I'm just gonna make that right now so we can do it very easily.
yeah,
Do
nice.
bang TW and then space and then the user. Anyway, yes, no, very cool
If you-
stuff.
if
Thank
haven't
you,
seen-
thank
if
you for
haven't
the
seen
rave.
his content, just as
There it
an,
is.
as an individual, he's just
You got
a
it.
just a
Boom.
fun, awesome
He's a
guy
great
to
guy.
have.
We-
We
we-
have his
we've
guest
had the
all the
Few on
time. We
many
absolutely
times.
love having him.
Yeah,
Yep.
he's good people.
Yep. Yeah. So to your point, Shadow, it's actually the instructed workaround is to continue doing it until it works, because it's going up, down, whatever's going on with
But
the with the
25
long-term
times?
persistent database. I
It just
figured I
I
would
don't know.
continue. Yeah.
Sure.
So it's like
You're
if it's not
testing.
working,
You're testing
continue.
what they're telling
I'm
you,
testing
so
it.
that's
I'm
good.
keep doing it until it works. And well, after 25 times, like I kind of gave up. I'll try it again
Still doesn't
after
work.
after the show. I'll probably try it again one more time. Probably try it tomorrow.
Yeah.
You have to wait 48 hours until you can do it again. And so I'll do it in 48 hours. Hopefully we'll have another patch. But yeah, this is a really widespread problem with people losing their UEC from 3.8. So
Here we go.
hopefully they'll get that fixed here soon. I'm advising people that so most people are not losing their components and armors and weapons and things that they purchased before. They're just getting their UEC reset. I would advise people do not do a character reset right now because it's broken, unless you're really bad off.
Okay, that's good to know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we will keep you appraised of that.
There you go. So just
Yeah,
do
like
your-
next week.
Bang.
Well, no, in the Yacht Club
Oh, in the
Discord where we
Discord,
talk about
yeah.
this all day long. It's like where you don't
Maybe
actually
the
bother to show
Discord.
up except to say hi once a day.
That stings. That stings.
It's okay. Doc and
I will-
Shadow don't either. It's like
Okay. I'm committing right now, and I have been a little bit more present.
you have been. It's been great. It's nice when we see you pop in now and then.
But you also can't expect everybody to be everywhere like you are in Star Citizen.
I know.
It's
I
not
don't.
fair, Joran. You are
know.
like Joran's like omnipresent in all of Star
Well,
Citizen.
that's
He's
all he does. He
everywhere.
works and then he just becomes Star
that's-
Citizen. Even when he's working, he's still Star
my job.
Citizen boy.
Yes,
Yeah.
I have work going on several screens, and I have Star Citizen going on, and I'm just alt tabbing back and forth and just watching
Really
what's going on.
glad I
He's
brought.
also mastered the art of notification settings, which not everybody has done.
Yeah, I pretty much
Yes.
turn all of my off. So if I don't respond to a response, sorry in advance.
Yeah. Well, I
Blames
I
Tim
only
for
have
keeping me busy.
like I only have like a half a dozen with notifications turned on, but those are super busy. Like we've got 950, we're almost to 1,000 people in the Yacht Club Discord, and over 700 people in the Jump Club Discord. I've got my Florida
Hey,
Discord,
Steve
which
Rock, thank you for the
has
bits,
has
buddy.
stuff going
Extra
on,
cheers to Steve
and
Rack.
yeah, so there's a bit to keep up with, but that's my uh, that's my passion, my job, my life. Everything else is to support Star Citizen. So moving right along, because it's going on 1:30 and we haven't even gotten to questions yet from last week.
Why don't we just jump right into that?
Do we have anything? Do we have anything else?
I'm on my
There's a
fourth
couple things.
patch note.
Okay,
I'm on my
so
fourth
Any
patch
everything
ship
that happened on
quadruple.
Wednesday was all about 3.9, so we really have to cover some of that. So let's dive into that. Shadowkin, line 140, please.
Just tell me what it is, because I don't. Is it
So
the,
it is.
the Prowler?
It's called. It's called. Yeah. No. It's the. Well, there's a lot of Prowler.
Oh, the
in
video.
here.
Oh, the
So
video.
3.9
The video.
patch
Yeah.
notes
Oh, locked and
featurette.
loaded. Okay, yeah. Okay. Yeah, locked
Yeah,
and
locked and
loaded.
loaded. So
There we go.
I'm glad you updated that there, Stim.
Jeez.
So one of the things that
Yeah,
they've
this
been
is a
doing
massive-
recently since 3.8 is giving us a really nice document, a really nice web page, which gives you a way to dive into the new features in a great way, so you can see them. Kind of like the
So-
roadmap is almost like an interactive.
Over here. Yeah, so you could like click directly on the link, which is cool. And
Yeah,
then
so on the
what's
right-hand
neat
side,
about
you can click
here,
down.
yeah, so the description thing is right here. So you hit the little plus and it
Uh-huh.
brings it out, which is really neat. Yeah, this is very cool. I agree. Go ahead, Tim. I just want
Yeah.
to make sure they saw what I was seeing.
Yeah, no, super cool. So you can actually expand and contract each area and read about what each feature is. So if if you've stepped away from the game for a little while, or you've been caught up in all the theory crafting you've heard in different channels, you can find out and kind of get centered again of what's actually happening within Star Citizen and what's been released. So this is a really, really great resource. Okay, let's go into the next one. Skip the full patch notes. Just jump into the Isperia Prowler ship page.
Boom.
So
Yeah, I love
this page here is specifically for the Xperia Prowler. It's again, this is why
Oh, I didn't
CIG
even see
wins
that.
awards for their web pages.
So if and I'll show you this as soon as I pour that in there. When I refresh this, it actually goes through a very cool little thing here. It goes through which it shows you the different states. Here.
Yeah, this stuff
we go,
all
here we go,
happened
here, right
today,
here.
Jordan, and you've been pretty busy.
Boom, boom. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then
Yep.
and then the people deploy out of it. Yeah, very cool.
That is very
Yeah,
cool.
and then click
I saw
on
the
the
video.
click on
I
the
didn't see
video.
webpage.
Yeah, down
So
here.
let's show that video with sound
Yep.
for people.
Okay. For people.
For the people.
With courage.
For honor. In strength.
Oh, so cool.
Mm. Look at that broken tree limb. It's almost like it's on the ground, the
Yes.
foliage of the ground. Yeah.
Yeah. Accuracy. Anyone?
Shameless.
Accuracy, anyone? Yes. Prowler is easy. One of my givings. So yeah, I totally agree. I love that ship.
It's looking fantastic. And they went through each essential component of what the Prowler is. It's a sneaky ship. It comes in, it lands, it drops off people.
It's also pretty OP for its weapons. A lot of people have been really enjoying how powerful the
Okay, so
two size 4
they-
gimbal.
I
and-
haven't tested it today. Did they fix it where when you're in the pilot seat, you have control of the turret, but yet the co-pilot can't control the turret?
I'm not sure about the co-pilot
'Cause
situation.
that kind of is
yet.
broken right now. But yeah, other than that,
Yep.
I mean, when that happens, then it's going to give you more OP. But
Yeah.
anyway.
Well, it's typically slaved to the pilot, so
Still
you get
broken.
two size 3s on the remote turret and two size 4s
Yeah,
gimbaled
but
on.
it should be an independent
pilot.
turret. There's no question.
Well, yeah, it's supposed to have that capability, but people are loving the fact that it's pretty OP as a single pilot ship.
I'm surprised you're actually agreeing with that.
Why wouldn't I?
Oh, because you. Oh, I think it's stupid. A turret should be a turret. Anyway, all right, moving on.
Okay,
Well,
let's
a remote turret is should be multi-purpose, and everybody wants the other remote turrets to be a slave to the pilots on lots of ships.
Who's everybody?
A lot of people.
I've never heard this before.
We want names. We
I want
names.
fucking names because that's stupid.
So I might talk to thousands and thousands of people around the community.
I know this, but I still
a
want
lot of people.
names. No, I don't. I mean, seriously.
Charlotte
If it's a
wants the remote
turret,
turret.
if there's a turret, it should be a turret controlled
So
by
does
either
Spectre.
remote or a person inside of it. Yeah, like
Yes.
people.
Yeah, that's 2 people right there.
Wait, Spectre, you want the turret to be controlled by the pilot and not the co-pilot?
He's just
No,
pointing at
well, no,
himself.
either or. So it by the
No,
pilot,
it's not
if
either
it's
or.
only a
Though.
pilot.
That's the problem. It's not
Or-
either or right now.
Well, right. Well, that's how it should work. If
Mr.
it-
Ellis,
Okay, we agree.
which
then.
I think the
We
super
agree
the
then.
super
We
hunter
agree.
has that.
You're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
if it's a single pilot, yes, I agree. He should have their car.
Yeah.
But if somebody's into co-pilot, they should be able to control. Okay, moving
Yeah,
on.
no, 100%. Yes.
Okay,
and
good. Okay,
Atsumito.
I was gonna
Okay, moving
drive
right
to
along.
Florida
Awesome,
and murder
guys.
your ass
Awesome.
because that's
Okay,
stupid.
Okay, let's go into the next link. So it is Alpha 3.9 flyable ships, including
Flyable
Prowler
ships.
and Reliant.
Yep.
So this page is talking about all of the flyable ships that we have. Really, it's a focus on the Prowler and the Reliant series, and of course links through to buying them. So you can see what the current sales are. You can buy the Asperia Prowler now Warbond or not Warbond. There's
So
also
why was the Reliant?
there's also a
included?
helmet add-on for sale, which is very avian. You scroll up a little bit, you'll see that avian
Yeah,
sort
yeah.
of bird helmet.
Yep.
Good.
Right there. Why was the Reliant included? I mean, was there anything
Because
new with the
it-
Reliant?
Yes. All the Reliant variants got buffed. They got missiles.
Okay.
They got extra durability on the wings, and the core got another remote turret. So several different features were buffing up the Reliance.
Oh, the core has 2 turrets now, right?
I believe so.
Hmm. Is it the one on the end of the wing and then the one below?
I am not 100%
Because I missed
sure
this.
exactly
Yeah,
what they are.
I missed this. Oh, that's
Yep.
cool though.
Yeah, it's in the patch notes. They've been talking about it for a while.
They're
Very
trying to get I was part of a discussion earlier in the Discord today. It's proving I am there at some point, and they were talking about what's someone was asking what the value of the core was, and it's a hard question to answer because really there's only 2 main value points to the core, and that is it's got for flying with a friend. It has one of the best views in Star Citizen.
It has the best view.
You're saying
You
the
guys
best
are
view, bar none?
missing
Yes.
so much. I don't like this
The-
ship at all, but I agree. I think it's very
The-
functional.
Yeah, but there's so many other ships that do everything these ships do better.
better.
Okay,
Yeah, no,
name one.
I completely
Name one.
agree.
Like the hull A for hauling,
Which is not in the
compared to
game.
Reliant.
Or the Cutlass,
Well, I'm talking
The
about
Cutlass is about the
game-
or
only
the
one.
the Avenger.
Well,
So
I'm talking about the future.
core-
if you're picking
I think the core
picking a
has
ship
6
the end
SCU
destination.
and the Avenger has 8. It flies way better. It has better weapons. There's a lot
The
of
Avengers
the-
a good
the-
call. Yeah.
I wanted to love the core, but I upgraded it to a Tana because so they only have 2 seats.
Well-
So it's for you and a friend. It has
The
the best
Reliant in
view.
general is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I love the look of the ship. I love the design. It's got that 1950s sci-fi throwback design style that I really love in some ships.
Hey, Hacksaw, thank you for the bits, my friend.
The cord, it doesn't have
Nice one,
enough
Hacksaw.
cargo to really make it really worthwhile. They're not real maneuverable. You really need to upgrade all the components. Like the Tana becomes effective when you put about 150,000 UEC in components into it. And it still doesn't fly great, so I assume that hopefully they're going to have some adjustments to that in future flight model changes, which we know are coming. It's not just always going to be a crappy ship. But the Tana, it has 2 beds, it has a small cabin, it has 1 SCU storage, it has very good weaponry, 2 shield slots. It's a fairly effective fighter. and the Sin is the only
Yeah, but
small science ship out there.
the missiles being added to it and the extra turret really help it being a
Yeah.
more effective fighter. Whereas
Yep.
before it wasn't all that great. And then the Mako, the broadcaster, the news van,
Yeah.
currently is the only ship we know that will have that ability to, it has a big camera on a turret.
Yep. And a
I
whole
don't think
broadcast
that's going to
station.
be the end state. First of all, we don't have it in game right now, but I'm pretty sure we're going to have other ships that can be a news van, not just that one. Now, that might not be the case, but I don't think it's going to be specific to the Reliance series.
Yep. I just like them.
But
Yeah.
you don't fly them.
I do fly them some, and I
Okay.
have a lot of ships, so I fly them some.
Fair enough.
When I want to go basically for me, my Reliant is my tourist ship. That when I want to go sightseeing with a friend, it literally has the best visibility of any ship. The Prospector is number 2, and I'd say
Really?
600
Okay.
is number 3.
Wow.
Yeah, no,
I almost
trust
want to
me.
go and get a Reliant because of that statement.
Your positioning and your visibility in the Reliant is much better in the Prospector. You've got your control arms down here, and then you've got the lights down below. You've got a lot of things that are obstructing your lower vision, and when you're flying over a beautiful planet, that's where you really want to be looking. So, yep, Reliant, best tourist sightseeing ship in the verse.
I've had Reliance before. I just don't know if I have one right now.
We'll go get you one.
I was saying a nano or
I keep giving them
I keep
away.
calling it a nano, but it's not a nano. Yeah. Anyway.
Okay.
So Stealth Drive is going to use the news van to follow the yacht club our antics in game.
Good
Right.
luck.
Mystic's going to be doing that too.
Okay. So after the flyable ships, we get to the referral bonus week announcement. So I admit I haven't read this, but let's open up that and go through it.
I think with one referral this week, you get a gray cat.
Really?
I believe so.
Wow, I'd like a free gray cat.
That's
If
what it
anyone
says.
is
If you bring a new player
in
into the
here,
verse now,
my Star Citizen alpha code is blah 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 blah.
bang ref. No wait, that's not this channel. Never mind.
That is so good. What else is there, Jordan? Is there more than that?
I think that's it.
Yeah, that's it.
Just
Really
a little
nice.
tiny bonus.
Basically
Like, hey, everybody go get one
explaining-
friend in.
Yeah, basically explaining the referral code. But yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yep, no other major changes.
That is awesome.
And I Shadow, I posted 2 pictures in the show chat that go along with the Chad McKinney comment on ship colors. So there was a bug in game here in 3.8. I don't know if it's, or 3.9. I don't know if it's still in live, but people were seeing custom colored freelancers and retaliators.
Yeah.
With all these different liveries or
That's
libraries.
Nuts.
And that was so cool. So apparently it was a bug that if you spawn your
How
ship,
is it a bug?
it will pick up the colors that match your armor.
Oh,
which is
interesting.
crazy. Like
people
were just like dying. It's like,
That's
I want
not
this.
a bug.
I want this. The coolest thing.
That is. I'm sorry, CIG. That is not a
That's
bug.
a feature.
That would be a great feature.
It's not
just,
a feature
just make,
either,
just
but
make
it
it
is
so.
definitely something very cool that's coming. That they
Yeah,
screwed
Spectre
up.
said it too.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
the
Spectre man, we're tight.
That's no
yeah,
bug.
this is great evidence that it's in game. They
Yes.
built this into the
Yes.
ships.
Yes.
The tech is there for when they implement the
Mhm.
capabilities of us being able to do that, like we could with the 300 series.
Cannot wait for this.
Yeah, Chad McKinney came in and said that it's like, yeah, this is a bug. It wasn't intended. Something was going on in the back end. So someday, at some point in the future, these are the kinds of cool colors that we're going to be able to color our ships in game.
The norm in
still
the
there.
verse.
We first saw this in 2017, so we haven't really heard much about it since then, other than the 300 series. but at least we know that the ships are designed to have this already built in. They just need
Exactly.
a back
Exactly
end
what that is.
control
Yep.
system to do this.
Sorry if we are
So good.
revealing hacks and things that are in the game right now, but we're sorry. This is freaking super cool, and we're excited about it.
It's
So
awesome. Yeah.
Yes.
moving
Yes.
right along.
And these are
One-
cool
one of the
things
cooler
that you would be experiencing throughout the week as it happens if you were a member of the Discord.
Oh,
Because
very
that's
rare.
how the stuff breaks. It's really
That's
cool.
right.
And
Yep.
people just like hanging out in the Discord and playing. We have people that come into the Discord that play that they're not even active. They just know that our Discord has more than 30 nitro boosts, so they come in for the awesome audio that we have on our channel.
Actually, people are just hearing about it, and people are saying it was like, hey, if you want an active, casual community to talk about Star Citizen with and play with, go join the Yacht Club. Well, like Leisure Suit Larry, he didn't even know we had a show, and he just showed up today, I think, and he's a brand new backer.
I've seen him
He's got an
before. I've seen him
Aurora.
before.
He's and we get people all the time because it's just a great community to share information. Anybody has questions about anything, we've got tons of people that are very knowledgeable. We've got the InfoLeaks channel, which has like tons of really helpful resources for people. So get the Discord.
And to give you
The
an
best
idea of
Discord.
where the Yacht Club came from, the four of us that started the Yacht Club originally, we were 890 Jump Club members, and we had a huge group of friends there, and still do. But we realized that all the friends that we were developing in Star Citizen outside of the 890 Jump Club could not be part of that, because the restriction on the 890 Jump Club is you have to own an 890. And so we said, look, we need to, as people that love this community and are out there getting to know everybody, we need to create a group which is more than the 890 Jump Club. And so when we created that, we had everybody from the 890 Jump Club come and join. And so right away, you had a group of people that were hardcore about having a great experience in the game and loving the game. And so all of those that came in that only had a starter ship or had a cutlass or had that didn't, all of those friends that we had that were focusing on not 890, but were on medical gameplay or pirating or whatever, were able to come in and it grew so quickly and so organically. And so
Not how it started, but no, the after effect of what he was saying was how it started. It was Jordan and I across the bar after I broke my fucking ankle in Austin. I said, we should do a show. And Stim was like, yeah, we should do that. And then Stim said, we can include everybody, which is where it came from. So
we wanted to share our perspective from a positive standpoint.
All of you.
People who really know the project.
All of you guys that really made it happen.
This great community.
We don't want you to have an 890 to be a part of it.
If it was just Shadow, me, Dr. Murray, and Joran, this would not be a successful show as it is. It would be. It's about everyone that's watching. It's about the community, about communication, about engaging, about hanging out.
It would be a
having
bunch
good
of
time.
drunk guys yelling at each other about spaceships.
Making friends.
Yeah,
making friends. Oh, thank you.
Hey, Stop
five,
thank you for that nice little bomb there.
Thanks, man.
Bunch of really cool notes that you guys just got.
Wow, nicely done.
Nice, thanks, man.
Salut. Thank you so much.
And the 890 is an amazing ship to see, Verac. You ever want to fly mine? Just give me a call. I'll spawn it for you.
Actually, generally at any of our events, somebody's bringing an 890 because we have so many jump clubbers in the yacht club that somebody's always bringing an 890 to our events, and we love it because they just look awesome.
Right. So it's all about that. Awesome. We started the yacht club because an Aurora can be your yacht.
Yes.
It's a matter of weird perspective.
Be proud of your ship.
A Bengal could be your yacht. If you've
all right, let's keep rolling. It's almost 2 a.m.
Oh my god, it's almost there.
All right, good. It's like
we have to do a giveaway as well.
ISC preview. Okay. And then we have some questions. We got a speed run our questions.
Speed run.
Okay. What's next? So
ISC preview.
ISC preview. Yeah. What's happening next week?
Okay.
I haven't even seen that yet.
I haven't either.
Here we go. I gotta turn the volume.
Your Hornet can be your yacht.
Yeah, turn up the volume.
Oh, you need volume?
Yeah, we need volume for this.
Okay, here we go. Starting from the beginning.
issue counts on how players everywhere are helping to make Star Citizen the best damn space sim ever. And we take a look behind the scenes in Squadron 42 and the development of the comms calls, all this and more. This week inside Star Citizen 30.
That's a good one. Development of comms calls. If they get that right, I really feel
Cool.
like. I mean, I feel like that is such a cool little feature where you pull up the thing and it's actually a comms and it's a face. And it would be neat if it's a different face each time in the same station because there's like chefs and people. I think that's. I mean, to me, that's realism. And I think that's cool.
Well, we've seen this before, and this is that render to texture technology. And whether I don't care if they answer with a mohawk and a T-shirt on that has silly memes on it. I just like the fact that we're able to communicate. I'll complain about that later, but it's about the fact that we're communicating with it's just more enrichment, engagement, immersion of a living, breathing universe. I'm beginning to sound like a freaking broken record. Am I just a banner hallmark for saying this game is awesome? Or
As long as you
Well,
keep saying it, then yes.
I think all of us are. That's what we're here for.
No, I mean it really is though. I mean,
shameless.
yeah, no,
Move-
it
move
really
it on
is.
to questions.
Articulate.
Moving on to questions.
I need to take some notes
Hyper.
from
Okay,
STL
question.
Youngblood. He's so well spoken, so articulate. Okay,
He's great.
amazing show last week. Okay, so coming later in this week, we've looked at that. We have nobody to interview because we don't have any on the show. It's only us lonely three plus all of you guys in chat. They're absolutely
Terrifying,
amazing.
but yes. Questions?
Terrifying, but amazing. Okay,
We have
yeah, let's go
questions?
and jump into questions. Okay,
Yes, we have questions
So,
from last week and
from the
and
Q&A. Wow. Okay. We'll do one from this show, one from last week, and we'll alternate back and forth. So from last week, we have via the website, at Sumito asks, will the Banu Merchantman be as cool and rare as CIG sold us? Will we see it next year? Little heart sign. Peace and love. So what do you think, guys?
Yes, I think it will be cooler than we can possibly imagine. And
No
I think
idea.
we're probably a year and a half away, so
no,
maybe
it's
by
not
the end of
that
next year.
far out.
Yeah.
It's not that far out.
Yep. It's going to take close to a year and a half.
Why, Jordan? Why would it take that long?
Okay, so if we look back at the production pipeline for all of the large ships, they're generally a year or slightly over. And anytime they're doing something that's new and unique, it adds to that. The Banu Merchantman only has the Defender as a design template, and we're looking at a massive capital ship that's going to have it's like really unique features, and
Did we take
and
a
it has to
vote?
live up to the hype. So
Did we take a
I'm
vote?
thinking that it's going to be.
Can we take a vote?
You want to do a vote
Or-
on whether the Banu Merchantman will be as cool and rare
because
as CIG sold us?
Jordan, I really appreciate everything you're saying here, but I think you're wrong. I think you're underestimating the technology that they already have. I bet you it's out in the next 8 months.
Oh,
Oh, oof.
I'm not a gambling man, but
Can we put a poll up?
I'd-
Can we put a
I'd
poll
wait.
up?
I'd
And
wager a
then
bit on
Can
it.
we put a
put a
marker
poll
in this show
on
and say, I
quarters.
bet you we get it in the next 8 months?
Yeah. So
Because I
2020
really feel like they're
start with
nailing.
Q3, Q4, then
But
2021,
look at
Q1,
Planet
2,
Tech.
3,
Look
4.
at Planet Tech alone. Look at
Yeah,
Planet
see
Tech
if
alone.
what people
They
think.
generated
But-
3 moons in a month. Okay, that's
Yes.
massive. Yes, it's dynamic generation. It's blah blah blah. But still, they
Okay,
have the Banu.
what about-
They have
what
a
about-
script.
What about Orison landing zone? So
That's.
the-
I feel like there's more involved there.
the-
It's a floating city. It's something they've never done.
the bottleneck is always where they have to do hand placed work. They're seeing tremendous exponential improvements in production time on anything that their procedural tools are able to do, but things the ships that they have well established design libraries for, they knock out quickly. So like the Hammerhead came out in like 5 months, maybe 4 or 5 months for a 110
I'll
meter
give you
ship.
9 months.
Because Aegis, it's a 110 meter ship. It's Aegis where they have the most established design library. It was a pretty simple ship. Anything that they have to develop new art for, that's where the bottleneck always is. And
I don't
we
even
saw
like
that
the
with
BM.
we
I
saw
could
that with the
honestly
890.
care less about it. I just feel like they're ahead of this schedule because of what I've seen for Progressive within realms of what they're working with.
But they're different technology development pipelines.
But they're not.
Things
Like
things that
you
they can
say
automate.
technology, I know technology is a different way. You're just talking about a methodology, which is different.
I'm talking about art.
Methodology. That's methodology.
It's art versus production, and it's kind of like a Rembrandt versus a Warhol. So Warhol was screen printing out mass production fine art, and he could turn things out fast. But it when things have to be, everything's completely new and unique, and it has to be functional and unique creative art. That's where we see them take longer. Like we're at the end stage of the 890, where they kept pushing back the release of the 890 because they weren't quite happy with where they were with it, and we saw lots of iteration in various areas, and it was incredible.
But that was the
it's
first real large ship in
No,
that realm.
it wasn't. The 600 was, and the 600
No, the 600. If
was
you look at the
pretty
design
large.
lens of the 600, it really doesn't follow a lot of what the 890 has.
because
because
they
of
learned from the
mass.
600.
Guys, the release schedule vote is up. So
Oh, here we go.
when do you think it's coming out?
9 months.
6 months from now, 9 months from now, 12 months from
9
now,
months.
18 months, 24 months, or
9
more?
I would say probably in the 14 to 15 month time range.
Look at how many Jordan
Yeah,
followers we
Jordan,
have.
I think that's about right.
I
So,
think you're wrong.
so somewhere between 12 and 18.
I think you're
In-
wrong.
in
I think we'll be
between-
surprised
in between
that
12
it
and
isn't gone.
I think 18.
Well, we'll see when it happens. Somebody mark down this day.
Mhm.
All right, moving right
Yeah.
along. We got a lot of questions, and it's getting later and later.
All right. So, from today, Jay the Brown asks, what do you like most and dislike most about the Prowler? That's kind of like two questions in one, Jay. Gotta call
Why
you
do
out on that.
everyone keeps doing that? They keep asking more than one question. Ask one question. We ask and we address that.
That's why Jared has to say one question. No,
Right.
it's all good. Let's start with Shadow. Best and worst attributes about the Prowler.
Best is definitely the functionality of the Prowler. Everything actually works except for this stupid turret. Worst is it still feels boaty. It feels very heavy. When you look at the airframe, granted, it's not aerodynamic, but I mean, even just sitting still, I feel like the thing should be able to be a lot more agile. So, Jordan, what do you think?
Okay.
I think that the design is super cool, but it's a one-trick pony and it's extremely expensive. So, yeah, I think it's kind of
It's
overpriced
expensive,
unless you want it because you're collecting a really cool-looking ship. Good weapons, stealth,
Well, there
assault
is no
insertion.
mechanism for stealth, so yeah.
Yeah. Well, there will be stealth.
Soon,
I mean,
soon.
there is some stealth actually.
Yeah, you're right.
That's another discussion. All right, moving on to the next question.
No. I haven't
Jordan
answered.
has to go to bed. That's what he's
Oh,
saying.
sorry.
I haven't answered. You know, STEM lives matter.
STEM opinions matter.
But I do have to agree with you. It's expensive, and personally, I'm not a big combat guy. So, and I haven't had a chance to play it yet, so I'm not qualified to answer that question. So on to the next one. Any thoughts on 3.9 persistence wipe? I want to play 3.8 since I'm not in the PTU, but
Zero
hoping
fucks.
of my character. Now
This was from last week.
Okay, so so let's talk about the persistence wipe, and obviously we've got the knowledge now, and this is from Ugorn via the website. Go ahead, Jordan.
Well, as we discussed, we were 95% sure that they were not going to wipe, and they didn't. But the database, LTP database, is messed up, so hopefully they get it fixed.
So Stealth Drive says about the strafe engines overheat too quick on the Prowler. I wonder if that is
They
something
do.
that is going to be.
They
That's
do.
probably a bug.
That's a bug. Yeah, I think it's a bug. Because it's almost instantaneous. You take off and you move a little bit and they start to overheat. It's like, that should
Yeah,
happen. So
that's
I think
too
it's a
much.
bug.
Okay, back to this week. Jad asks via the website, why was humanity chasing the Teverin? Good question. Because they were very bad
Ask
and
the
they looked
lore
like
team.
turtles and they wanted the soup from the turtles in a half shell.
Wow.
Official CIG answer right
Okay,
there.
so if you want the
But
real
the Tev-
follow up
but
to
the-
the answer, contact Tim directly via DM. He'll tell you all about it in his.
It's a lore question. They
Sexy
should contact
voice.
Doc.
I will try and find that lore piece and read it out.
No, really do. I mean, that
I'll try
would.
to do that.
Yes.
That's awesome.
All right, next question.
We don't know. We don't know.
We don't.
Okay, from last week, the Silver Bear asks via the website, how will new players cope with all the try-hard, experienced players picking them off? Won't it be, or won't it put them off? Won't it put them off the game, knowing there are players who have been playing for a decade before release? Okay, I'm going to start with this one. Okay, I don't think the new players, I don't think the OG, the original gangsters that are playing this game are going to be pushing hard to destroy all the new people. There will be pirates. There will be
Teabags.
people that play that way, and there will always be trolls. Yeah. But that being said, with 90% of the population being NPCs, that is going to dilute that that experience that you have where people are constantly picking on people. So I don't think we're going to get a constant picking on. Plus, if you haven't been paying attention to this community that we have, it's not just in the yacht club where you have an amazing welcoming community. It's out there anywhere for the most part. As far as Star Citizen community is concerned, we have a great, amazing group of people, of space nerds, that just love this game and want to back the project. So at least as we transition outside of the core influence of the game, it may get to the point where we have a little bit more trolling, but you've got that dilution factor going on. Secondly, there's so much going on within Star Citizen that we have, farming, we have exploration, we have so many things you can do that, it's not like World of Warcraft where you have to go down one particular road to get to a specific raid or location where people are waiting to PvP and gank you. It's less, those opportunities for trolling are going to be a little bit less, I think. And lastly, when you're talking about a pervasive universe, you want to have those that came before you that are more experienced, that have more financial wealth, that are more invested in the game and at that high level. Otherwise, you don't have that full immersion. So, people talk about the whole concept of pay to play, pay to win, etc. If you have people that come in that have big fleets, and you only fly one ship at a time, just as a point, but you have these big fleets and these organizations that are established. If you come into a world where it's already established, you could look at it in one of two ways: glass half empty or glass half full. Are you not going to be able to be one of the big fish in the pond, which is a glass half empty approach, I would argue? A glass half full approach is to say, wow, I'm part of this really cool emerging universe, and I have the opportunity to become the size of fish I want to be in the size of pond I want to play in this game. Okay, on to somebody else.
You neglected safe space. So right now we have a very small microcosm of what the universe is going to be, and everybody's on top of each other. And you've got the PvPers, you've got the pirates, you've got the griefers, all in the same place that noobs are, and other players and cargo people. And especially if you go to Olisar, it's just the wild west over there. In the future, there will be star systems that are going to be much safer than what we experience right now, and it will be a much larger universe. And that 90% NPC population is going to dilute that down even more. Where if you have somebody who happens to make their way, put the effort into traveling to a safe star system and avoiding all the patrols, and then finding somebody to grief, like there's 90% that are going to be NPCs versus players. Right now, we don't have NPCs really just flying around regularly, and you see a couple of pirates spawn, and that's really about it. And then also on the second part of that question, like why does anybody start a game that people have been playing before? Like you brought up WoW or World of Warships or World of Tanks. Why would anybody start any game if people playing before. It doesn't make any difference. It doesn't take away from your gameplay that other people have stuff. It's not a zero sum
No.
universe.
You bring the perfect instance of Eve. Eve is one of the long-standing games that have lasted so long, and they're I mean, what is it, 15, 16 years now?
Mhm.
I've brought people in 10 years after it started, and they've made an impact. Because, I mean, granted, yeah, you need to know how to put them into that, plug them into that instance. But the point is if I came into there because I understand microcosms, just like you're talking about, and how to make an impact, you can do that. You could totally do that. Star Citizen is going to be so much about that, because the informational aspect that we were talking about 2 hours ago is exactly it. Anyone can go out and gather information and be in the right place at the right time to listen to the right thing. And that information may be very valuable. And that's just one way that you can do it. So,
Okay, let's
taking from
Uh,
Jordan's book, moving right along.
Move right along.
In that larger scape.
Jordan's like, my God, is this show not over yet?
Okay, I was super surprised that you were holding in there, Jordan. So you've been an absolute trooper tonight.
Well,
awesome.
I had a small nap. I had a good
Space trooper.
If
good
somebody,
rest last night.
if somebody
and,
donates another $600, we'll let him stream for another hour. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. It will not happen even if you donate. Stop. I was kidding. I was kidding. Good.
I'll sleep in a little bit tomorrow.
Stop.
All right, next question.
Deckel asked by the website just now during the show. On a more serious note, can we expect similar policing and enforcement of the unlawful branches of the non-combat careers like cargo, deliveries, mining, etc.? I'd like to see more reward balanced with more risk for things like running drugs, felony trespassing for rare minables, delivering contraband parcels, etc. Feel free to discuss. Well, I think we will. I like
As we do.
I like the granularity of where you're going with this, Deckel. I think over time we'll see it. I think right now they're focusing on the larger pieces in the gameplay, tier 0 implementations, as we like to call them. And cargo hauling mining is the most developed gameplay aspect outside of like a little bit of trading. And we're starting to see them come now to different heads on the mining lasers, now to different consumables within those mining lasers. So as we go through time and we develop each of those gameplay loops, we like to call them, even though they're massive categories of gameplay loops, you end up having that refinement of the different parts come together. And of course I talk about, forests, how forests should be in the verse I want to play in. Right now they have trees. Eventually they'll have trees where the needles and the branches fall off down below. And then eventually they'll have the underbrush, and they'll have, all three forms of non-humanoid life, as the fauna and then the flora and all of that come together. So they're working on the implementations they're doing the broad strokes first, and then they'll get down to that level of granularity as they go on. Shadow or Jordan?
Yes.
Shadow, thoughts?
No, I agree. I mean, I agree, because
Yeah.
you have to work at that point. It's not one of those things you attack the highest, most complex point and then work down.
Mm-hmm.
This is one of those things you really have to go from ground up and see what you can achieve as you go, and like try and knock off that big block each time you go up next. So I would agree with that.
I think it's a pretty complex system, and he's looking forward down the road as far as policing and enforcement and risk reward factors. In 3.9, they did increase the reward for the unlawful side of things. So smuggling missions, bounty missions, the sort of stuff that's going to have the penalties of going to jail, you're going to have higher rewards for now. So they're working towards that. And it's going to be extremely complex down the road. We're only seeing the very beginning parts of that. Next question.
Okay. All right. So asking this week, we had, so I'm going to do one more from this week, and then we'll go back to last week again. Fast Cat asked via the website, is there an official statement on, isn't there official statement to ongoing and losing parts equipment? Okay. Is there an official statement to
to the ongoing losing parts.
The
I
ongoing
think.
losing of parts and equipment, and Alpha UEC reset problem with the new patch.
We don't know.
Yeah,
We
that
don't
that
know.
problem that we were talking about
That's a sick
before.
problem. We don't know.
Fat
We
Yeah,
wish you knew.
we're
Fast
we're
cat,
right
not fast
right
cat.
in the middle.
Jordan
of
reset
the
his
problem.
count 25 times and it still didn't
Yeah,
work.
and
So
didn't
we've got
fix it.
nothing on
And
that
that's what they told me to do. So
Yeah.
tomorrow, hopefully, we'll have more information.
So
Get in the
Quinn
Discord
asked
and we'll
whether or
talk
not
about
I-
it. I'm sure.
Quinn asked if I'm
Yes.
talking about Drake, just because that was a bit of a janky read.
No, that was
the-
no. What he said
Well,
was yeah.
It wasn't written very well, but yeah, I don't want to call down on someone because it might be an English barrier.
But
I
no,
don't know.
Jordan said the same thing. If you want to talk about get on Discord, post Discord, get on Discord. We'll
Yep.
talk about it all day
And-
because that's what we
and-
do.
Well,
Yeah,
as
doesn't
soon
mean
as there's
that's-
new information, we'll be talking about it. So
It's a limited show. We only run
that's-
one a week, so
Yep.
we'll try and get through
And
these.
So,
and that's why we're going 4 hours now, because there's a lot to talk about this past week.
yeah.
Somebody do bang up time.
Zandolza asked via the website last
Zan!
week, how do you think the new prison system will affect trolls and griefers?
Well, my God, I hope it actually works.
I know.
If
So
it doesn't
I'm
take 3
worried-
minutes to get out,
if it takes 3.5 minutes on the speed run,
I'm
to get
literally going to
out,
be sitting at the
right?
top of the hatch
or
with a
7
machine
minutes
gun,
your first time for some
murdering
people.
everybody.
Yeah,
But the
I don't think
thing
it's
is,
a
though-
huge deterrent yet.
But once
Right
you
now.
escape, you still have that crime stat. So
Mhm.
you're still running a risk while you're out there.
Oh,
so
do
that
you?
means
Well,
yes,
you
it
don't
does. Yes,
escape and then you're
yes, it
free and they
does. Yes,
scrub
it does.
your
Yeah, so
crime
your
stat.
timer for rolling down is actually your time in the clink, essentially. If you don't spend your time and you escape early, you still have that timer.
Oh, okay.
Now,
Well,
my
that's
question
good.
is,
That's
when
paid
you
your debt to society at
escape,
that
yeah,
point.
if you escape, and I've got let's say a perfect level 1 crime stat. If I run off, does the timer keep timing down, or does it stop? That's my question, because I didn't get that far, because
Greg-
3-9
and
went
Greg said
from
that- Oh, and Grog says that even if you get out of prison fast, you also don't have any of your stuff until you get rid of the crime stat.
yes,
That's right.
that is
that's
another
right.
excellent point.
So
So my
so
question
it's a lot
is,
of-
So what
negative.
stuff do they hold
You
back
were
from
in you were in a prison uniform, and that's
yes,
it.
Phoenix, we tried that. You're right.
So hold on. So in the future, I'm in the verse. I've
In the
decided
future.
I've chosen the
Not
life of
right
a
now.
criminal. Now I have all of my stuff on some desert moon somewhere, and yet I got caught out in my Cutlass Black because that's what I'm flying because I'm a
You're a
janky pirate.
we
And
Go
I
on.
had on my best armor, and I had 2 nades and a gun and a pistol. And so I go to jail. This is the scenario. And I obviously my gun, my pistol, my 2 grenades, my suit, and my janky cutlass, which I prepared hundreds of thousands of times because I re-entry way too fast. That is now I don't have access to that.
Confiscated.
It's kind of
Yeah.
like they put it into a manila envelope and they hold on to it.
Just
But all
like
of
when
my
you go into
stuff
prison.
back
Yeah.
on that desert moon is still there.
Yep.
Okay. Just want to
Yep.
be clear on that.
Yep.
I'm
What-
really
what-
surprised chat
what-
didn't explode with so many more
Yeah.
pirate based.
Why
They
don't
were
we just
rather
run
fun.
through this week's questions, and then we'll finish the rest of last
Jordan
week's
has
questions
to
next week.
pee or he's got to go to sleep. So let's just get
Yeah,
through it.
it's 2:00. I'm getting
Okay.
tired.
Well, why don't we
We can take a vote.
I
Jordan
feel
can
bad.
go and
Let's-
we can keep
we
going.
burn through last week's
Well, let's-
questions and then save some of this week's for next week. I just feel bad.
Jordan,
not
can you
answering
look at the questions
from
and
last week.
answer
Well,
the
at
ones
least-
that you want to?
Well, at least this way we've got and the folks that were here asking the questions. If everybody's even still here.
I know.
we've
Okay.
shed
All
a lot
right.
of
Okay.
people
The
Okay. So we'll get through
178
this
people
week's.
showing
So
up,
Leisure
so I'm
Suit
pretty sure
Larry
they're here.
asks, how may we go about setting up a red light rave party in the verse? Any mechanics for that? Well, I'm glad you asked, Leisure Suit Larry, because just
Yes,
recently
please.
in ISC, they told us about all the rave lights with the glow sticks that we'll be able to use. No, I'm just joking.
We had a lot of glow sticks actually at our party
Yes.
on Saturday. So yeah, we have glow sticks.
So, and now we have the bar. We just need to be able to play our own music. We need Bluetooth speakers,
Yep.
Jordan.
Ooh. No,
Yeah,
we
we need to be able to,
like
we need to be able to play
pipe
into
in the
verse.
earpieces. like
in
what everyone's
950 years, so what will Bluetooth look like? Bluetooth like version
well,
900?
900 years will probably look a lot
well,
better. It'll be integrated in our brains.
Well, we have the ship channel now. So if we were on an 890, could we feed a stream music
Captain
into
Jordan makes a great point.
into
I
the game? Because that's what we do in Star
You're
Citizen.
right.
I mean, in Second Life. Second
So
Life.
Longitude Larry
You're
says-
totally right.
He posts a comment in brackets. I love this, as if we're going to pay attention to a comment in brackets. My
Even though we are.
gameplay dream is all about multiplayer parties. The stranger and oddly arranged themes, the better. I love the social aspect of it too, and so want that mechanics. That's
But
awesome,
that's
man.
brilliant.
You're in the right.
No,
You're in the
Jordan-
right place, man.
Yeah,
This
like
is the
Lacey
this is the
Larry,
party
what
group.
Jordan just said, that is exactly it, right? You enter a ship, you become part of that channel, you leave that ship, you leave that channel. That is a great point. I didn't even think about that. And yeah, that would be really awesome.
Yeah.
Hey, Disco Lando. Seriously, the real one? Probably not the real one.
Whoa, Disco
Not the real
Lando.
one. Not the real one.
Comments in brackets work. That's
Yeah.
that's probably disco.
They do work
Yeah,
sometimes.
that's the fake Disco Lando.
Fake disco.
We still
Yeah.
love him, many. And comments and
Either way.
brackets work.
All
There you
right,
go.
so
Go Speed round.
next question coming from Leisure Suit Larry once again via Twitch this time. Why is the hull getting heated when we have shields?
Because
Well-
shields are electronic, like EM based.
It's
Because it looks cool.
They
good question,
resist-
though.
they
Yeah, because
resist
it looks
physical-
really cool.
Well,
It
it
looks
looks
cool.
really cool, yeah. But they also they resist physical projectiles that are coming at them. So if you're familiar
But
with
they
the
also
armor,
resist energy weapons.
but they're
So this requires a degree in physics, and I'd explain it to you.
No,
but we don't really have
it's actually
time
not
to
a difference.
do that,
It's a
so
matter of inbound
next time.
tracking offensive weapons. So this is the way tanks work right now. This is the way infantry vehicles work. They see an inbound, threat, and then they react to it. So that's
So
what's
Disco Lando
happening.
says that no one would pretend to be me. That's exactly what Disco would actually say.
That is
Yes.
literally what he would say.
Ooh,
We
interesting.
actually can confirm if you're the real Disco Lando. So we'll talk to you after the show. If you are, then my God, welcome to the fucking show, my son. Because we've been waiting for you.
Gunslinger, thanks
Xylo
for
has
thanks
been
for
here.
tuning
You
in to
haven't.
Lando, man.
So anyway, yeah,
All right, moving
Proper.
right along.
moving right along.
Okay, if it is the real Disco Lando, contact us. We need
Yes.
to get
Gunslinger
involved.
just gave you a sub.
We've
so-
discussed this, maybe at a bar somewhere.
No, we did discuss this at CitizenCon when you and I were
Yes,
there.
we did.
Yeah,
Yes, we did.
He was not very happy with having his dad on the show.
Yeah, I just need to contact him. I just need to get it going. It's
Yeah.
going to happen.
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah.
Do you think 4.0 will go to PTU within a month, or would it be pushed? So
I think
let
it'd
me
be
rephrase this question. So
sooner.
this is I like to die. I want to rephrase this question because obviously it's not going to be within a month. Okay. But
Ooh.
I think I think he's meaning within a month of its
of
intended
being
release
on
date.
time. Yeah.
In 2 months from now. So what is it? June. So sometime in the month of June.
I disagree.
What do y'all think?
I disagree. I think it will. Staggered development actually gives us
Oh.
that ability.
It is Disco Lando because it goes straight through to his Twitch stream. Awesome. Fantastic. Great to have you join us.
Seriously?
Yeah.
we didn't believe it was you.
I
Disco.
still call live.
Thank you, Spectre, for calling that out.
I would
it's,
love
it's
to
great to have
know
you, Jared.
Why
Great
he
to have
was
you join the
so
show, man.
Good to have
angry
you,
with
man.
us at
We're big
CitizenCon.
fans.
I don't think he knew who we were.
So,
suddenly
you
he's here.
asked me to reach out through concierge.
that was
I
his
have
fault?
to do that. I apologize. I haven't done it yet. I've been just super busy, but I need to do that. But feel free, contact me directly if you're able to do that, and we'd love to have you on. We really would. So,
But as long as you,
awesome.
Welcome to the Silly Boat
as long
Show.
as you.
yes, welcome to the Silly Boat Show, as I like to say.
Yeah.
Okay,
right along.
observation. These
All right,
captions
so-
either read names. Okay, that's terrible.
So
Go on.
last few questions. How do you think all the players who like RP, luxury ships, and relaxed game style, etc., will cope when all the PvP tryhards come out griefing them? That's from Coniscus. I think we answered this question already. I don't think that that's going to end up happening. There will be some that want to do griefing, obviously, but again, with the dilution of the universe with NPCs, as well as with the amazing group that we have in Star Citizen that back the project, the core group at least, and with all the different things that you can do, and with the expansive universe that we have, I really don't see griefing outside of things like pad ramming that are obvious that can be solved internally. I don't think these are things we're going to run into as much as you do with standard MMOs that have specific guide paths that you have to go through, where groups can wait to take out their life's problems on unsuspecting, disconnected people. It's just not going to happen.
And again, I think we're going to spread out so much more as the universe develops that the people that want to just enjoy touring and parties and just having a leisurely lifestyle, they're not going to go into places like Pyro to throw a party. They're going to hang out at Cassell. They're going to hang out at Terra. They're going to hang out at blanket on the other tourist water world, Helios. So many places where people are going to go, and the people that are interested in combat and other things, and there's going to be so many other things for them to do. It's not going to be what it is now, and I think if you're RPing luxury luxury lifestyle, which like I know something about that from the Jump Club folks, like some people like that sort of thing, like if you're doing that someplace really dangerous, well, that's not very bright. So, yeah, try not to go through a party in Beirut.
Right.
You should have just said it that way. Jeez.
Right. Okay,
So-
move right along.
Can I say one
So-
thing for the
Sorry.
Disco
Oh,
Lando
yes.
thing? Since he's here.
Go.
Oh.
Yep, go for it.
So you remember Manchester, Tim? There was a
Yes.
certain number of things that were requested from the logistics team, which I happened to have Stim and Pixel, and we ran that team. You remember two things that were requested very specifically that we ran to
Remind
the
me?
drugstore 3 times for?
Oh,
Cherry
yeah.
Halls, very specifically, and what was the name of the cough syrup? As it turns out, we may have been the reason why you, Disco Orlando, were able to do your show on board, because we ran to the drugs. Actually, Pixel ran to the drugstore 3 times for you, so I think you need to thank him personally, because he seriously did an awesome effort for you. So I just want to say that much, because we worked our ass
The volunteers
off, and-
always do a great
Yes,
job.
the
The
volunteers-
whole team.
all
the whole
of them.
team.
All
Like
of them.
Firemaster,
Yes,
who's in chat here
Firemaster,
as
the-
well.
Oh, board gamer, or not board gamer. God, what's he's right on the tip of my tongue. We're gonna interview him soon. Anyway, great group.
Morphologist?
Volunteers.
Yeah.
The volunteers are what make it happen.
Oh,
So,
I'm probably thinking of Toy Grubin or whatever.
Toy
You know,
Grubin. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
It's it's but I also have
And
to
it was
say
an honor
thank
to
you
do it.
so much to Jared, and for just
Letting us be a
shepherding-
part of it.
Well, yeah, letting us be
Yeah.
a part of it.
I mean, that is
and,
just the coolest thing ever.
and putting out this awesome content every week and being the voice of it, and between him and Tyler, and all the crew that are there, I've
should
worked
get-
with a lot of companies in the past, and you can tell when people love what they do. And
Mm-hmm.
from volunteering, you can tell very quickly that not only does CIG hire people that are switched on, that love what they do, and hire very carefully, they also are able to bring out that passion within each individual, because at least the people that I was exposed to as a volunteer, everybody loves what they do, and they go above and beyond. They don't just, I'm asked to do X, Y, and Z, and I do X, Y, and Z. They're asked to do, X, Y, and Z, and they do X, Y, and Z, and back to double A, double B, double C, double D, and they do it all
Like us,
because
we turned 15
yeah.
minutes of content into 6 years.
But they do it because they love it, and that's the important thing.
And we also
They're-
hire Xylo. No, dude, Disco, we went back to the drug court twice for your specific off drives, but it's that passion that we want to make sure. And I really feel like you got to do the show because of it. And we really felt like a part of the thing. And that was cool, right? That was super freaking cool. So,
And everybody who's volunteered, always goes above and beyond.
Yeah, Gio, they
And
really
like
do.
it's
And it's an
I,
honor
we,
to be a
we
part of it.
we
It
got to do
really
it
is.
in Austin, and it was just amazing. And I hope we get to do it
I
in
drink a lot
LA.
while I'm doing it.
Yeah,
But-
fingers crossed
Yep, we
for
know that.
LA.
Yeah,
But
totally.
I want to thank Disco, and we were talking about how great the content is earlier, and like how worthwhile the subscriptions are. And I just want to say, you do a phenomenal job, in excellently managed as far as communicating to the community,
Yeah.
trying to manage their unreasonable expectations. So
Well, that's just it. It's
thanks for everything you do, man.
Yes, thank you for actually adapting this and making it work. Because I really feel like you guys did a lot of what we did. We just picked up the torch, and kept running with it, and it works well. So,
Yep.
very cool.
Yep.
Moving right along with the show.
Yeah, Jordan's got to go.
Sounds good. Okay,
and-
so via the
and
website,
I'm sure Disco's actually here to see our show and not just here to talking about him.
all of a sudden take it
I
over.
don't. I seriously have a bunch of pictures from CIG from Manchester, but I don't have his. Anyway.
All right, so we've got 2 more questions from this week. We'll save last week's questions that we weren't able to get to last week to the next week, just because we're running out of time. We still have a giveaway to do. So let's move right along. So Anon via the website asks, what do you think the lack of multi-ship? What do you think the lack of a multi-ship package with for the Prowler sale? Interesting. There was no multi-ship package. There was no themed package like we used to see. Now there's only 2
I think
sets of
it's-
ships. There was the
Isn't it
Reliant
involved?
right.
Isn't it
and
part of a
Prowler,
bigger
so-
package? I think it's in a bigger package.
yeah,
One of the
it's-
concierge packages.
sure, but
No
there
idea.
was nothing specific that
Well,
was
there's-
featured for
there's
this
nothing else-
2.9 release.
Nothing else really related to it, because usually when we see these things, we see kind of related things. I don't know what else really relates to it from
You
a
really start
thematic
talking about bigger
standpoint.
packages,
They
and
could have
things
done
start to go a little
drop
weird.
ship theme or a stealth theme.
Yeah, but those sorts of things tend to be more of the bigger permanent packages.
Dropship alien package, Cardiff. It's confirmed. It's happening.
So a Valkyrie and a Prowler and Tonk.
Right? Well, look, I'm
Whoa,
sure they
yeah,
have
that'll
the
be good,
reasons.
lad. I like that. I like that a lot.
Okay, let's move on.
All right.
So Jad asks via the website, I was poking around the RSI store and I found the You Got Our Back
Hey, come
Electro
stud.
skin hull. Are you familiar with the skins? Are you familiar with this skin switching hull? Will this be viable camouflage? Wow, that's a big discussion, Jad.
Let's hope.
Yeah, we haven't heard anything about that since it was first released, and we're not really sure what that's going to entail, since that was actually released before we saw the ship color customization, which we see now. So that might be some pre-purchase thing for people who bought that way back when, that allows them to have more customization of their ships, without necessarily having to go to one of the ship painting shops that they were talking about. So I don't know. It's too much unknown speculation on that one for us to really
Yeah, we're
really-
we're not good at that.
go into.
We're not a
Yeah,
speculation show.
Yeah, and this is a much bigger discussion. Things like
Massive.
ship size at a distance, whether it's camouflage, whether it's even effective.
Well, it's radar signature, or like, can you even see it? Like,
And that's the discussion I'm
electron.
talking about,
Yeah,
right?
okay. Yep.
So, yeah. Okay, so
Mhm.
that's it for the questions. What we'll do is we've got a few questions from the last show that, because we had STL Youngblood on last time, we had to cut it a bit short. We are going to pass on these questions to the next show so that we have some extra ones there. Comic Stud, thanks, man, for being part of it. Everybody that contributes towards this show, remember, at the end of the show, like we're doing right now, we give away a ship to all of those that are watching, and all that money comes from you guys that donate it. So thank you for making this amazing show. Tonight, what do we have in the kitty to give away, Shadowkin? Can you confirm that our $100 is accurate, or what are we sitting at?
should be very close.
So we have an algorithm that was written that takes out all the taxes
Wow.
and makes the number quite right, but it hasn't been working 100% lately. But let's get that right amount, and then we'll find a ship in our trusty giveaway list that we have. and we'll do that giveaway. So let us know once the giveaway's up and running.
Is it accurate? Is it accurate? It is accurate. Perfectly. It is literally 2 cents accurate. So
Nice.
yeah,
Wow.
$100.
Okay.
Good
So
job.
So why don't you line up the giveaway?
Sounds like a
in the
color.
meanwhile, Joran, what are we giving away?
Sounds like a cutlass.
It sounds like a cutlass, doesn't it?
It's like
In the
$100.
Silly
What's
Boat
$100?
Show,
There's a
we're
cut-
giving away a cutlass. Okay.
Cutlass
this
Black. We can do a
sounds
vote.
normal.
T Neister, why don't you put up a vote for us, buddy?
Oh,
why don't we
yeah.
do
I like that.
Cutlass Black.
Like, is it one ship or is it like multiple ships? Like, because we
Well,
could
this
do
is the thing.
Emeralds, the P-72 Emeralds, which is a great ship, guys. Yeah, it doesn't have a warp drive, but or a quantum drive, but it is a super fun ship to fly. So we could do
Right.
one, or we could do two.
Yeah. So so we can do. Why don't we do a couple? So let's do a Cutlass Black, and a Drake Herald as solo ships. And then, do you have Shadowkin? Do you have the that P-72 Emerald? What value is
Yeah.
that at?
Yeah, I have that. 35.
35. Okay. So why don't we do also that ship, the P-72 Emerald, plus a Dragonfly
We only have
two-pack. You still have that,
$100.
Joran? 35
only
and
have-
65 is
I
100.
Oh,
don't
okay.
know if I still have that.
Okay. Fair enough. As long as you can math. I can't math.
Check to see if we still have that. Otherwise,
Oh, I have something.
a that plus a Tumbrel TR or an RN
How about we
or
do...
or an Origin 85X.
Hold on. I might have something
Oh, no, I
very
don't. I
cool.
don't
to
ask.
give up.
I sold that already.
Hold
Okay,
on.
so that's gone. I'll take it off the list.
Hold up. I might have something very cool to give away. Because...
Urban Burger's asking for a Tonk. I don't think we have one.
Oh, I have a tonk. I have like 5 tonks. Actually, 6 tonks.
How much are those for?
I don't know. I don't remember, but I would totally give
they
one
were
away
around
because they're
$100,
great
weren't they?
fucking ships. Or, well... Hold on. Hold on.
I think they were $100.
I have a super
think they
cool
are.
thing.
That'd be a fun thing to give away.
God damn it, I can't search my hanger log.
105.
CIG,
105.
for the love of God, give me the ability to search my hanger log.
Okay,
It's big!
I'll cover that $5 extra for the Tonk.
Tonk tonk. Okay, hold on. Let me
Yeah.
make sure I have one.
So,
I'm pretty sure I have one. Oh, while I'm trying to search the site, it's like ridiculously.
So Gunslinger asked, "What's a Tonk?" So a Tonk is the loving name for the Nova tank.
Hold on. I have a great image of the tonk. I actually have a great image that was made by the community.
How the name came around is one of the devs that was talking about the tank, about the Nova tank is French, and his accent is quite strong. Wonderful guy. But when he talks about the tank, it became a
Did
thing.
it right.
It
Well
immediately
done.
became a thing.
Well done. Well done. No, there's an image of the tonk.
And so nobody refers to it as the Nova tank. In fact, it feels weird coming off the tongue.
It does.
It really is the tonk.
Yes.
You can't call it.
kind of like the Space Cow. It will always be the Space Cow.
Right. As much as we want it to be, what is it?
Okay.
God knows.
Here is
have it
the
in notes.
single best picture of the tonk. That is the coolest
must be-
picture ever.
Oh, that's a good
Like
picture.
firing.
That was a pretty good one.
Yeah.
And what does it have? It has like 5 people. It can have up to 5 people.
I have
think,
no
as
idea.
far as a crew.
I don't think it's actually ever been truly defined. But and then there's that one,
Yeah.
which everyone's just chilling on the tonk. I mean, the gun is bigger
Yeah,
than
like a
the
4-person
tonk.
crew.
So yeah,
It's the Nova. It's called.
we're okay with this. Anyway, yeah. So there you go.
Beautiful.
All right. So what's the
Fine.
first giveaway?
We're just going to do the Nova Tonk, I think.
Yeah,
Unless,
let's just do the dog. It's
unless you
cool.
want to put up a poll for the Tonk versus the Cutlass.
Let's just do the dog. It's
Let's
it's
do
way
the
cooler.
fucking
than Cutlass.
tonk, dude.
Yeah, do the
Okay,
dog.
everybody wants the Tonk. Okay, let's do it.
All right, get it.
Yeah, tonk. Here we go. Starting
ready.
giveaway. Go.
Roll it.
Open.
Did everybody get a chance to get
Bang
in?
ship me.
Bang
No,
ship
it's
me,
open.
okay.
It's open
So-
now. Bang ship
It's
me.
now open,
Exclamation
so
point ship
bang
me.
ship me to get in.
Exclamation point. Ship me.
Jared, you can get in if you really want to. I'll give
Yep.
you a tonk. I'll laugh horribly when I have to give it to you, but
they must have an exclusion.
no,
of
no,
some-
Yeah,
no.
they-
We can
they
give
probably
it
have
to
to.
him. It's up to him to give it back
Oh,
to the community.
That's
Challenge
not really
accepted, right?
incentive.
Well, I'm just waiting for him to actually see has entered the giveaway.
But you know, if he wins, they would all say rigged, right?
I'm okay with that
It would be totally rigged.
because I'd be the guy rigging it. And challenge me, bro. It's so that I have no control over it. Streamlabs, I have no control over it. Okay. All right. So, any closing
Getting everybody there.
arguments?
Closing
Um,
commentary.
Well, let's do the giveaway, and then we'll roll into what's going on for the rest of the week. I understand that both you and Joran are going to be streaming later the week. So, correct me if I'm wrong, but Joran, you stream Monday, Thursday, Saturdays at 8:30 p.m. Eastern.
Yep.
Yes. Well, normally what I'm streaming, I'm not actually streaming it right now, but we are still having the events every Monday, Thursday, and Saturday. Tomorrow, we're not sure. Depends on whether or not I can actually access my MobiGlass, because
Okay.
otherwise,
Oh.
maybe we'll
Yeah.
do some I'm Sorry, Star Marine, where we apologize when we shoot each
I'm
other.
sorry, Starmarine. That is literally a thing. Oh, I'm
That is-
sorry. Oh, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
sorry,
I'm
Mystic.
sorry,
Sorry, Ed.
Mystic. Sorry for
Shaz.
putting 16 bullets in your ass.
And the only reason you're not streaming it is because you're on your laptop, which is
Yeah,
He's
I'm out of town
difficult.
for a
Difficult.
while.
Okay,
I'm
because
on
of
laptop, but
COVID-19.
can't stream.
And
Yes.
then the Shadow Lounge is streaming Tuesday, Fridays, and Sunday nights,
Saturday.
or is it Saturday
Saturday.
nights? Okay,
Yeah, 10 p.m. Eastern.
At 10 p.m. Eastern.
So
Okay.
normally Saturday when Jordan's doing his thing, I'll jump in if he's not streaming already, but then
Yep.
I'll co-stream.
Yeah,
if
he'll
he
come
is.
and he'll come and find
Yeah.
us, and then be streaming with the
Yep,
rest
and
of us.
I'll co-stream while he's doing it, and then everyone
Yep.
wants to jump in can jump in. So yeah, very
Like
cool.
when we were jumping cyclones onto the back of the.
and I got stuck in your cyclone. I had no choice but to die horribly with you. But you made a lot of really
Yep.
good jumps, so good job. Good
we did.
job.
We were jumping the cyclone
We did,
through,
we
through
jumped
a hammerhead into
like
a carrack.
15, 20 jumps. We were good. It was that last one that really did us in. I got out of the cyclone finally.
Yeah,
I woke
that
up
was
in a
pretty
bed. But yeah.
All right, it looks like everybody is in the giveaway. Let's roll it. Let's get going.
we go.
It's 2:30 in the morning.
Jordan's like, let's go.
72. You ready? Here we go. Here we go. Ready? Picking a winner. Oh, peculiar. Are you?
Are you
Congrats,
there?
old
You have to
Peculiar.
respond.
I
The
know
three
you're-
things to win.
There he is.
There
he is.
it
Awesome.
is. You have to be
Been a
in the
regular on our
Discord.
show for a long time.
Yes.
That's great.
Right
Good
on.
concert.
Congratulations.
Congrats, man.
So who? What are we just going?
So
So-
your Nova
My
Town.
tonk. Yeah, my tonk.
So
Okay.
contact
so
Get a hold of me.
Shadowkin via the Discord.
Yep.
Tomorrow, late in the day, message Shadow.
Yes. It's like they know me.
Not before 12 p.m. Eastern time.
No, not even
12,
before
like 4
1.
p.m.
Yeah, like
like
2.
like
Two is-
4
two's
p.m.
Two's a good time to start.
That's when you
I'll
start to wake
respond
up.
by 4. Yeah. What can I say? I'm on a late schedule, all right? No, great giveaway.
Just
Very
slightly
cool thing.
shifted.
He's
Yeah.
slightly nocturnal
Great,
like his
congrats,
cat.
everybody.
I
Thanks for
am
joining
like a
us.
cat.
Yeah, thanks for
Let's-
joining us.
Let's wrap this up.
Okay, let's run through the end show stuff. So, T, if you can line up someone to raid for us, that would be great. Otherwise, hope you
Gerben.
enjoyed it, everybody. We've had some great updates, opinions, laughs, and some news coming through. Thank you for your questions. If you have more questions, please feel to submit them between now and the next show via the website at yachtclubsc.com. We will answer those questions. Lastly, if you're putting on a cool project or you're doing something that is community driven, please reach out to us. Let us know what it is. Send us pictures. We'll be happy to show it to the community. We are about being that weekly bar citizen and sharing in the passion for this project. So if you have anything related to the community that you want to put together, if you're excited about a model you're building, if you've written a story, anything, just send it to us and we'll do our best to make sure it gets showcased for the community to see. Don't forget to follow us so that you can get notified when a show goes live and we can build this community and build this passion for Star Citizen. And we'll be posting this to YouTube. So if you didn't have a chance to miss it, we have a lot of people that go to sleep and want to watch the end of it by watching it the next day. So we'll be posting it soon. Consider nitro boosting us if you have a spare nitro boost available. That makes our server all the more attractive for people to come in and play, so we can spread the good word about Star Citizen. And thank you for spending your time and choosing to spend your time with us and hanging out and talking about spaceships and dreaming and having a great time thinking about Star Citizen. So to the hosts, if we could raise our glasses and say thank you for joining us, to
Thanks,
Disco,
everybody.
to Xylo, to everybody coming in to hanging out.
Disco
and
Orlando
contributing.
finally showing up.
Thanks, guys. Oh,
Thank
that
you,
was pretty
everyone.
epic.
Thank you very much.
Awesome. Great to see you, man.
So
Look
we're
forward to
rating
having
Troy
you on the show.
Gerben. Give him the
Troy
bomb.
Gribbin, give him some
You
love.
guys
Thanks
are
for hanging out with
amazing.
us for so
Thank
long.
you so
Gribbin,
much.
so you know, he was a volunteer last year at the show. I don't know if he's
and in
done.
Austin. I think it was in Austin as well. But
Was he?
great guy. Yeah, just
I think
he's
so.
an
very
awesome
cool, very relaxed, just
Yep.
Yeah.
cool guy. So
Tell
yeah,
him
we're
where you
rating
came
him.
from.
Yeah.
Share some love and just hype him. He's a great guy. He really is.
SC.
Good night, everybody. Good
Good night,
night.
guys. Thank you so much.
Cheers, everyone.
Am I hitting the button? I'm hitting the button.
Somebody hit the
Hit the
Bye.
button. Hit the button. It's getting awkward. Hit the
I
button.
hit the button. I know. T, in the future, do you want me to hit the button or do you want to just let it wind down? Because I'm watching the
Oh,
timer
goodness.
like tick and it's from 30.